I've been editing for nearly half a decade. The clients that I've worked with, people like Nico Milana and Sharky from the Beta Squad, people like Tico and like FootCrunch, with both 7 million subscribers each and plenty more, amassing over 80 million subscribers on my portfolio. And after seeing my work, creators like the Sidemen, Mr. Who's the Boss, Ali A and Jessa have tried to recruit me. Over the next 12 hours of the video, I'll be condensing years and years of experience that have allowed me to charge over $2,500 per video and multiple 6-figure editing contracts. I'll teach you everything from editing theory to software training to actually monetizing and landing clients. By the end of this course, you'll have enough knowledge to land your first client, to edit a video front to start, to be able to charge hundreds of dollars for every single video that you edit, and you'll have immediate leverage onto knowing how to edit for clients that most editors nowadays don't even know. And for each section of the course, I'll actually be going through the theory before I show you the practical demonstration, so you have full context and understanding of what to do when you go and do it by yourself. All of the templates, packs, and presets will be found in my free school community below. It's the top link of the description. It is completely free and available for you to use. Okay, so let's now begin on actually learning the Premiere Pro layout. And again, this is the fundamentals, so if you think that you know this, believe me, there's so much more to learn when it comes to workflow efficiency that you can find in your layout. So let's start off. We're going to be covering the tools, so how to use all the tools for maximum efficiency. At first, like for my first few years, I only used like 3 tools, and then over time I started using a lot more because I realized they were saving me so much time. And I'm going to be going over those for you, so you can implement this first as you begin editing. Okay, next we're going to talk about buttons, so buttons that you can use for playback, that you can use for arranging your scene, so things like rulers and guides and auto playback and things like that. We're going to be covering that too. We're going to be going over auto subtitling, so how to create subtitles in one click, and how to rearrange them so there's no issues, there's no tiny little gaps, there's no problems with the font or layering or rewriting, whatever. It's all going to be done for you. I'm going to be going over effects, so how to find the effect controls panel and how to actually find effects to use, and then after that, for the next module, I'm going to be talking about actually how to start applying effects and create compound effects and the ones that are most useful, and just going a bit more into depth about the ideas of effects because I think they're very important to learn off the bat, right? And we're also going to be talking about hotbar secrets. So finally learn what the bar of buttons at the top does. So, for every single software, you always have like those buttons at the top. I'm going to be explaining those. So just in case you have some sort of problem with your sequence or some sort of error, I'll show you how to sort that out. Very simple, but yeah. We'll also be going over timeline sequence, so just learn how the timeline works, learn what sequences are, what nesting is, how nesting works, and how it plays on your effects. So, simply put, we're going to make ourselves a new project, just call this whatever, I guess, and then create it. It's going to give us an empty timeline where I can basically show you everything from scratch and then moving onwards, right? So, it's going to say import media here, but realistically, when we're starting a video, we're going to want to import our footage to the timeline first, right? So I'm going to get some footage up here. I'm going to show you how everything works just in case I need to use some. So I'm going to drag my footage, my file, and I'm going to put it into the timeline. So instead of putting it here into the project, I'm going to put it straight to the timeline because that way my sequence settings can correct itself automatically to work with the footage. So for example, if this footage is in 30 fps, then the sequence is going to be in 30 fps. So yeah, see here it says 23.976 because that's what it was recorded on, that's what the camera was recorded on. 1920 by 1080, easy. So if I were to, for example, change this to like 60 fps, or if I made a a sequence first, right? If I made a sequence first and it was in 60 FPS and then I imported this, then I would have some trouble because over time my software would get a bit like laggy, and it would get, you know, very problematic, because whilst it's like trying to, you know, adjust to the effects and everything they're adding and process everything and pre-render, it at the same time has to adjust to the footage to your sequence settings, which is like not ideal, right? If it doesn't align, if the FPS, for example, doesn't align with what you've given it, then you're gonna have some trouble, right? So I'm gonna Control Z so that we can keep it on 23.97. Yeah, but it's kind of like if you were like, if you don't speak English fluently, right? If it's not your first language and you have to like jump into a meeting with people who all speak English, right? It's kind of like that. If it was just your native tongue, it would be so much easier to understand people, because you can speak as freely as you want, but sometimes you may not know the words, right? It's kind of like that. So yeah, let's start off with tools. So here, these are our tools, right? So selection, ripple, fast track, cuts, razor, pen, whatever, right? So people usually use, from what I know, editors will be using, and this is what I did. I made the same mistake of only using the selection tool, the text tool, and the razor tool. So the razor tool is what we use when we want to cut up some footage, right? And we just want to, you know, cut immediately here, right? The text tool is, you know, very simply just we write some text, cool. And then you can see here on the left, this is the effects control panel. So everything here that you see when I click on and it highlights in blue, these are called panels. So you can adjust these panels however you want. So if I wanted to make this bigger, like this effects controls, if I want to make it bigger, I could simply drag it like this, make it bigger, and then everything else would obviously by default turn smaller. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to adjust it like this. I like to have my my layout like this. So I'll have this down here. I'll have this up here. I'll have this all the way over here, right? And then I'll have this over here, right? Yeah, this should be much smaller. It should be in lists. But yeah, having some trouble because I usually edit on a Mac and I'm recording this on my Windows computer, right? So generally it would look a bit something like this. So if I just have these here as well, something a bit like this, right? And then the top part is all meant for the timeline. But yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. But yeah, you can, if you just go to the top of every single panel, you can just hold. So you can see a little icon, this little white square icon will appear. You can hold, left click hold, and just drag to wherever you want. So for example, if I put this in the middle, it means that I'd put it with the effect controls, right? So now you can select between, but I don't. So I'm going to drag it by the name or the top of it. And then I'm going to put it right next to my tools, right? And I'm going to drag this all the way over here. Simple as. Cool, right? So then you have, that's the text. That's just rearranging the panels. And sometimes, for example, if you don't have effect controls, it's pretty normal. What you're going to want to do, like let's say I just remove this, right? Close panel. And if I wanted to find effect controls, what I would do is I would go to my window up here. So remember, this is like the top part. This is like that hot bar I was talking about earlier. So I'd go to my window, and this essentially talks about the layout of things. And I'm going to go to effect controls. You can see there's no tick here because I don't have it selected. So I'm going to select it. And now, here I've got my effect controls, right? So the same way, if for example, I were to lose my program panel, so there you go, it's gone. I can't see my work. I can't see what's going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to window, and then I'm going to go to program monitor. Done. See? And then it's back. So if that ever happens to you, don't stress. When I started using Premiere Pro, it was like 2018. and I didn't even know Control Z was a thing. So could you imagine how stressed I would be if I lost my program monitor? Like, not knowing Control Z is one thing, because every single time I deleted something, I would remake it instead of just going back. So every time I lost this, I would just re-download. I would literally go and re-download Premiere Pro because I had no idea what to do. Yeah, I was a stupid child. What can I say? So yeah, these are the tools I'm going to talk about now. So for example, let's say I'm going to cut this part. So this is the clip I'm going to be using. Now let's say I press I, and I'm going to go over here. I'm going to press O. So these are your in and out points. This is what you use when you want to look at a specific part of your edit, like a certain sequence, right? So what I'm going to do here is, if I just press enter, that's odd. All right, yes, I know what I need to do. So there's this button here, right? This button is called loop playback. So if I watch in this sequence, right, it's just going to simply keep playing here, right? Only this part. So if I'm looking out for a certain sound, if I'm, trying to edit my audio, then this is what I'd be doing, right? I'd be just using this loop playback and trying to listen out, because it's, you don't want to have to keep going back and back and back and back, right? So see? Now, yeah, this is the loop playback. So if I just deselect this, it'll just continue watching. The save margins. So for example, if you have a talking head video, if you were to take like some face cam footage, what you would do is you would try and put your clients somewhere in the middle like this, so there's enough space above his head, just a tiny bit, and then he was in the center, because as viewers, just not even just as editors, but as viewers, we just look at like as much of in the center as possible, right? We will hardly look on the edges. So yeah, this is what the save margins are for. So you can like arrange your footage to be correctly centered, right? But we don't need to use that just yet. These are our rulers. So yeah, show rulers. So the same way in Photoshop or Illustrator or After Effects, we have our rulers. So what we're going to do is, let's say we wanted to, let's just say we wanted to make a box around him. Okay, so we could understand the measurements. I'm going to move these two out of the way. So the good part is it tells you how many pixels it of the sequence we're in, how much of the aspect ratio we're in, right? So for example, the width of this sequence is 1920, which means that we have 1920 pixels to cover. So this would be about 128 pixels in. We can go in the center, which would be like 960, because 1920 divided by 2 is 960. But we're just going to put it here because we want to make a box around our subject. And then we could use this top part to go for the height of the sequence. So we've got here, which is at 156, I believe. And then we'll make another one right here at 976. Okay. Now, for whatever we want to do in the edit, okay, this doesn't really matter, but for whatever we want to do, if we want to like align things perfectly, we can use the rulers for this, which is very nice, right? I love using this I think I'm just because of, I just want to get things right. But yeah, that's the rulers. Okay. We've used one of the save margins, guides, rulers, comparison view. So this is generally for like two different parts of the video. This can just be like, you can just select here, like whenever you want, right? So for example, like if I were to have two different clips, right? And I would copy this. So this is where we are on the program. It says playhead position. This is our playhead. So this little blue thing here, right? This is what goes throughout the timeline. This is what indicates where we are on the footage. Okay. So the playhead position is 3 seconds and 16 milliseconds into the footage. So I can just press this, copy it, and paste it into here. So this is going to be, you can see here, it says reference and current. So what we care about, it's basically the same thing. So I could move this over here, right? So you can see here, as I move the playhead, this changes, right? So we're now here. But let's say I was looking at the same footage and I wanted to add some color in. So if I went to effects and I just have like lumetri color, right? And then I put it onto here and I just change this to like whatever, right? And then change this. And I was making a CC, but it's just a bad example of a CC, right? I just did whatever, right? So I wanted to, let's say I wanted to like see how different it was from the original, right? So this is the reference monitor. It is 3 seconds and 60 milliseconds in, like I said. And this is just where we are on the video, right? This is just where we are on the video. You can see here. So if you want to see it before and after, if you want to use 2 different color corrections and see which one looks better on paper, you could use this. So say, let's say I change this and I made it like this, and then I just change this to this. This is, don't take this for, you know, take this with a grain of salt. I'm just changing it to make a bigger difference. So let's say I was like, okay, which one of these do I want to use, right? This is exactly what the comparison view button is for, right? And then I could just pick one of them, I guess, and then just turn it off, and then we stick with this, right? Cool. So this is multi-view camera. This is for different bits of footage. Yeah, page 1. I'm not particularly sure how this one works, but when you have multiple how do I say this? When there's footage, when there's multicam footage, this is exactly what you use it for. I can't say I use this from experience, because generally the commissions that I take don't involve multicam. But yeah, if you want to just rearrange, like there's multiple buttons here, by the way. There's plenty of buttons to go through, and it's all essentially just for playback. Like this is essentially what it's for. These buttons are mostly for playback. So yeah, you see more multi-camera stuff, safe margins, export frame. So this, for example, it's already down here. Export frame. This means to screenshot the current frame. So what we're seeing like right here, right? If we were to press export frame, we'll change this to frame 1. This is the name of it. And it says import into project. And it's also going to save to C users, you know, Adobe, right? So this is going to save as a file. And it's also going to save in my project. You can see here frame 1. I can drag it over. And here it is, right? This is the screenshot of the, you know, this is the screenshot of the image we just took, right? There's only like, I can't imagine many scenarios in which you'd use this. But for creative sequences, I'm sure there's different ways. I've used this like a few times before, but only for the sake of rotoscoping. But that's like a whole nother thing, right? So yeah. We have global effects mute. So for example, if I were to put that lumetri color on, if I were to change the temperature and the saturation and the exposure to this and this and this, right? So let's say this was my CC. This is my very nice green CC. Let's say I want to mute all effects. So let's just say I added another one. I added brightness and contrast. So this is just to change the brightness of things. So if I were to move the brightness up and the contrast all the way up as well, this is my beautiful looking CC, my color correction. And if I want to mute all effects throughout the entire video, I can just press global effects mute and it goes back to normal. So this, like, let's say you want to only mute like one effect, you could literally just go to the effect controls and you'll have the same effects, the effects button here. So let's say I want to remove my lumetri color. I just press it. You can see we no longer have it, and it only applies to the brightness and contrast. But let's say I remove this one as well, because it's the only 2 effects throughout this entire sequence, like throughout this entire project, right? Yeah, it also goes away, right? So yeah, that's your global effects mute. We also have toggle proxies. So sometimes in projects, when your project gets a bit heavy, proxies are there to make it like pre-render easier. But we're not going to go over that just yet because proxies is like a whole other conversation, right? Let's see what else we have here that's necessary. Yeah, just the regular stuff, adding a marker. So when it comes to markers, you could press this, and you'll see here a tiny marker comes up at the top of the timeline, right? Or you could select some footage, press it. Or I guess you need to press M, right? So M on your keyboard, and you'll get it on your footage, right? So let's say you want to, instead of just getting it here on the timeline, let's say you want to get on a piece of footage, and you said, oh, by the way, cut this part, right? So what you could do is you could press M to get your marker up, and then M again to modify the marker. You can add a name here, just like, I don't know, whatever, or you could just say change, right? Let's just say like cut. We change the cut, say cut this part out, right? And this is mostly used for like an editor's note. So let's say you want to go back on some footage later on, or you go to bed and you wake up tomorrow and you have an idea like, okay, let me just add myself a note, right? You add markers, and we can increase the duration for as long as we want. We can change the markers to color to like red or something. Press OK. So now it goes on for like this long, okay, this long, and we can still adjust it. We can still adjust the marker a bit. Probably not on the timeline. I mean, not on the footage, right? But we can press M. We can make the duration much smaller to like 17 frames, and there we go, right? So it says make sure to cut this part out. So I could go, okay, I cut this part out, done, right? The same way that I could do it here. So if I just press M, if I don't have any layers selected, and I just press M, and I select the timeline, and then I press M again, I say cut this out, and then I make this marker just purple, and say cut this out, very unneeded, right? And I leave this for myself, or for, I don't know, if you're working with another editor. And then you could leave this here, right? So you could also increase the duration of this marker and remove it, so you know what part is necessary. But yeah, that's just simply I don't know how markers work, I guess, right? You use it for yourself, or if you're working with somebody else, or if if you're giving this project file to a client, yeah, you're just including your notes. But yeah, this is very useful because sometimes you want to sync up some stuff. For example, like let's say I were to get this project file, or I were to get this footage, but the problem with the footage is that it's like desynced, right? It's not synced together. So for example, like so he says, okay, let's bring in the cards. So let's say I were to press hold Alt and left click. Okay, I can now adjust this, and oh, you can see he's talking, but the audio comes in later, right? So it's a good thing we have these two markers together, because we can just move, and then it will snap together, right? And it's back together. Okay, so it's good to have markers. So for example, like even if this marker wasn't here, right? We can see when he opens his mouth. So let's just say like this was all the way over here, right? We can see his mouth opens here. So we'll hold this, press M. Oh yeah, well, these are already synced together, right? So let's just say you have some dodgy footage. We'll press unlink. Press M here. Oh, it comes up anyway. It's the same footage, so it's hard because this one's already synced up. But yeah, you can use markers to sync up footage together, right? Also, let's say we're going through some cuts, right? You can hold Shift and left click on your playhead to just try and get to a certain part, and it'll link together, right? it'll link together. But that is because we have something called a snap in timeline. So you have these buttons at the top here. So display timeline settings, you have all this stuff. Add a marker, you know, again, we don't need that. Linked selection. So like, you know, linking these two together. So if I were to press unlink, it would just select footage together, despite, you know, if they're linked or not. And what being linked means is just like being able to select one layer, but everything else it's linked with will also be selected. So this doesn't have to just go with footage. If I were to add some text and I'd say hi, right? Hi, and then I'll use my cursor, and then I wanted to select all of these, right? I could just hold my left click, select them all. First I'd have to unlink them because these two are linked together, and then I could do it again and I could link them together. So now when I select any one of these, all of them will be selected together. But if I want to remove that, I could just press link selection here and they would all be selected by themselves. Or just to save yourself some time, because I never really use this, we could just press hold Alt and just press whatever layer we want and it'll do it by itself, right? Just holding Alt and it'll do it by itself. But the same way, let's just say, not the same way, let's just say I was scrubbing through my footage, okay? And I were to try and move these together, right? Without the snap selection, it's harder for me to join clips together, because with snap selection, it can go straight here, right? No worries. But if I want to be a bit more precise with things, okay, it would be harder for me because it doesn't snap quite the same way it did before, right? It just doesn't really snap. If I wanted to cut on the playhead, if I want to make a cut exactly on the playhead, right? It'd be much harder without the snap. So if I turn on snap, you can see here when it highlights in white, that tiny little white line here, when it highlights in white, that means it's snapped onto it. So you can see here, and I'll zoom all the way in, you can see the cut. But without it, I can try, but yeah, I was off by like a frame, right? So yeah, this is just to make your timeline. This is just to adjust the timeline. So for example, insert and overwrite sequences and nests or individual clips. So this is where I'm going to talk about nested sequences. So for example, let's say I want to adjust the footage, right? I want to adjust the footage so that he's always in the center. So what I would do is I can do this, but now every single time I add effects onto it, effects will look different to how I want it to be, purely because of my properties, right? So how can I adjust these to have the default properties for effects, right? Well, you can see here that the outline of the image, it actually goes further beyond the actual program monitor. So how can we make it so it fits in with the actual program monitor, and everything will be okay? So it just looks like this is the normal footage, right? So for example, like I said, let's say we want to get him into the safe margins, cool, and we were editing a face cam or some sort of talking head video. This would be the footage, right? What I'll do is I will just move him into the middle, and then I will left click on the footage, right click, and then go down to nest. Yeah, nest, right? So nest, and this will be nested sequence. Let's just call this new face cam. Enter. Now this is this is just the screen by itself, right? So if I were to try and zoom out, yeah, this is just the screen, right? So all of that extra stuff is now gone. This is like a complete new reset, right? So now that I've added my new face cam, right, and he's in the center, I don't have to worry about effects going weird, or I wouldn't have to worry about zoom ins looking weird, because now everything is fit together, and this is just like the new sequence, right? So the same way in which this is a sequence, this timeline, I can double click and I can go into a completely new sequence, which is this, right? It's the footage we were just talking about, right? It's like making a new project file and then importing it in, right? But it saves so much time and so much space and so much lag for the program, right? It's like making an entire new project file and importing it in. So you can see here, it reaches all corners of the program monitor and it aligns with the sequence, but when you go inside, it doesn't, right? So I can adjust this, and if I were to adjust this and go back, it'll have the same effect, right? The same way, like if I were to like duplicate this layer, nothing changes, okay? So if I were to duplicate this layer and I were to go into the nested sequence and I changed it and I did this, right? I go back, you can see it's changed, but it's also changed for the original, right? The original. So if I was to Control Z, it would go back to, you know, what it looked like before, but it would also look the same for the duplicated layer, right? So if you duplicate a nested sequence, you can't change that, because changing it would have the same results for every single layer that you've duplicated, right? So yeah, we can go in here and we can just reset, I guess, right? And it will also reset to here, right? So what this means in certain overwrite sequences, if I were to unselect this, right, and I were to try get back my new face cam sequence, I can put it in here, but it's not going to put the actual nested sequence. It's going to put everything inside. So let's select this again. Let's put this in here. All right, let's go inside the sequence. Let's create some text. Let's just say hello world, right? And then let's make this very big so everyone can see. So these two are now within my new face cam sequence, right? If I were to go back in here, you can see here it's obviously changed. Let's say I deleted this and I didn't want the sequence. I just wanted the layers that were inside, right? So these are called layers. So this is the first layer for video, second layer for video, third layer for video, first layer for audio, second layer for audio, and I think you get it, right? So let's say I just wanted the layers that were inside this sequence, okay? I would drag it in, and you can see here we've got our text and our footage, right? Nice. Okay, this is essentially what it means. So instead of having to just import them and then like go inside and then highlight them all and copy them and paste them outside, you can simply just turn this on and re-import it, right? Simple as that. So yeah, that was nested sequences. Let's talk a bit about efficiency for workflows, right? So let's say, let's actually go here, right? Let's just make this sequence and let's cut it. Actually remove this marker though, because this is very annoying. Right? So there is a ripple and rolling edit tool, right? So let's take the ripple edit tool and we can, what this does is, for example, if I were to adjust the edges of this, when it turns yellow and adjust the edges and move it here, what it's going to do is it's going to shorten the duration of this video, but at the same time, it's going to move everything else on the timeline further forward, right? So I don't have to do that work for myself. Or let's say I were to do the rolling edit tool, okay, and I were to adjust this, right? I can move when a cut happens. So let's just say I did this and it makes this harsh cut. Let's just do it again so it's a bit more obvious. So let's say I didn't like this cut. I could choose the rolling edit tool or just press N on the keyboard and then adjust it, right? So then the cut happens a bit earlier. And what this means is that it's kind of like doing this, right? So I move the cut to come earlier, and then I'll move this to come earlier as well, right? So now it happens here, right? But let's say I want to have the cut happen later. I can move both of these for sure, or I could just press N, or even better, we can hold Alt on our keyboard, okay, or I mean Control on our keyboard, and then we'll go straight in the middle. So this is just me with my mouse hovering, and this is me holding Control. I can now move it, and this is so useful for just making cuts a little, you know, a little later or a little earlier. Or let's say we have some dead space we want to get rid of. Okay, so this doesn't have any dead space. But let's say there was. Okay, what I could do is I could hold Control, so it goes from red to yellow. And again, this is the same as earlier, right? This is the same as the ripple edit, right? What this does, it just simply moves this so the cut happens earlier, but at the same time, everything on the timeline, like after this cut, comes forward, right? So we can do it again, comes forward, right? Like when I found out about these two, it was very like I found these out about this year, like in 2024, and saved me so much time, and I can't believe I've been doing this my entire life, right? But even then, like let's say you make a huge cut, you could just press in the middle. So anytime your timeline comes white, it means that you're selecting between two layers. You can just press backwards, and it will jump from wherever it was to straight up to here, right? So this doesn't mean that they're going to meet in the middle, right? This just means that if I were to backspace, it's going to go back and it's going to snap on to the tail of this layer, right? So yeah, we have those. We have the slip tool. So what this does essentially is, say I deleted this and I move this here. What I could do is I could press Y and move this. So we can see here that my program monitor now looks a bit weird, a bit funky. So what this does is that essentially, if I were to move it right, everything is happening a lot later, right? So if I were to do it again, so what these two mean, right? The one on the left means that this is what the start of the clip is going to look like. So already, this part here, this cut here is the start of the clip. This part here is the end of the clip. So if I were to press Y on my keyboard, I'm selecting the slip tool. And if I were to move this backwards, it means that we, on this entire footage, right? So beyond what happens here, right? So whatever happens here and whatever happens here, right? Will now be part of the video, like depending on which way you move it. So if you're confused, what I mean by this is more than, this is like, there's more to this footage than just this, as we can see here, right? There's so much more to this footage. So when we select Y on the slip tool and we're to move this forward, that means that the beginning of the clip and the end of the clip are going to happen a bit more forward into the video, right? So we can see here how it progresses. If I were to move this right, we can see he's starting to flex his muscles, right? If I were to go backwards, then that means the start of the clip is going to happen a bit earlier, right? Before he flexes his muscles, right? And the end of the video, let's say we want to end the video right before he talks. Okay, we're going to move it here. But let's say we want to end the video right after he talks. We're going to move our mouse to the right to go forward. And then we're going to end it here, right? So, or let's say we moved it all the way left to go all the way backwards. So this completely changes, right? So if you feel like your cut is ever a bit too rough, we can always change that by using the slip tool, right? Let's say we go a bit left. Oh, so it seems I was actually incorrect. So if you move it to the right, it means you're going backwards into the footage. If you move it to the left, it means that you're going further into the footage, right? So if I move it to the left, it means we're gonna get to the point where they already have the cards, right? Cool. Very, very cool, right? So, that is Slip Tool and the Rolling Edit Tool. Probably the two most efficient tools you'll have here. The hand tool, like no one really cares about. It's literally just moving the monitor. But we could already do that if we were just to hold the middle button, right? Middle button of our mouse. But yeah. What else? Razor tool, simply just cutting up our footage. Nothing special to it. Now the shape tool, right? I used to use the shape tool a lot in Premiere when I was trying to make my animations or anything. You can just create a shape and it will create a new layer and add a shape. We can see here. We can change the color to like a red fill or something like that. We can add a stroke to it, which is very nice. Let's just adjust this and make it bigger. See? Yeah. Adjust the shape. Yeah, just play with this and learn a bit about it, to be honest. But yeah, that's, I think, all there really is to it. So we've gone over tools, we've gone over buttons, we've gone over the layout. We just need to go over now, I think, the hotbar. So the hotbar, we have file, edit, clip, sequence markers, graphics and tiles, views, and all right. So the ones that you're hardly gonna use, I guess, is help, view. Okay, so this can be changed either way. Wait. So yeah, we can't really change this, but no, we can't do that. Anyways, yeah. So we're hardly really going to use the view button because everything we can do in the view button, we can do in the program monitor. So if the footage is too, like what's it called? If it's too laggy for you, we can always turn down the quality to a quarter. So you can see when I press play, it goes all pixelated, right? If I go to full, it's going to continue staying on the full quality, right? So let's say I go back to quarter. But the reason we go to quarter is because, you know, Premiere can get very, very laggy, especially if you don't really have the proper equipment, the proper hardware for this. So always, always, always put it on the lowest quality you can when it comes to pre-rendering. If you want to see in full quality, right, you can always just, you know, press enter and it will render from the beginning to the end, right? So yeah. We don't really need to use the view, the help. We don't really need to use the help because if we ever have any issues, we can go straight to YouTube, or in the community. You can ask for help in the community. There's plenty of editors that, you know, have already run into any problems. Window, like I said, if you're missing anything really, like if we just don't have our timeline, for example, which is pretty important, right? No timeline. Well, first of all, what you can do is you can see here on our project panel, we have, this says sequence, this says sequence, right? So this just means that we can apply to the timeline. So let's say we put round 2 voiceover. This is the one that we had before, we can see, right? But let's say we're missing our program monitor. We can just go to view, window. We can go to window and then program monitor. Simple as, right? Graphics and titles. We only really need to do this. So if we were to do auto subtitles, which I'm going to show you in a second, we can just usually use the graphics and titles to change them from a subtitle layer to a text layer. And I'll show you why that's important in a bit. So we don't often need to use this, only for like a couple of functions. Markers, also very unnecessary because anything we can do in the markers, we can just do here. So you're not going to be using much of this. So the ones that we really do need to focus on is file, edit, sequence, and window from time to time, right? So sequence is, so for example, we want to change the sequence settings. Let's say we want to edit a short out of this content. we're going to change the frame size, untick this, we're going to copy 1080, put this here, change this to 1920, right? Cool. Now we are editing in the short form format, right? And this is a bit inefficient. So let's say we're editing shorts, we can just put this all the way to the right. And now this is our new program monitor, right? Cool. This is probably what it's going to be like editing shorts. So we can just adjust this footage. Let's say we were to move this to a face cam point, we can just put full screen, right? There we go. See? Simple as, right? Simple as. So we're going to move this all the way here. All the way here. Right. But yeah, sequence settings done. Change to 1920 and 1080 again. Right. You can change you can change your sequence settings if you want to 60 FPS or 30 FPS or whatever. But if I were you, I would not tamper with this, purely because we don't want to make it harder for ourselves. We don't want to make it, we don't want to make it laggier, or laggy is like internet based, I guess, but like we just don't want to like cause any problems for our software and our pre-rendering. So I just keep it to whatever your footage is, because the footage is the heaviest part of the project file. Everything else we don't really need to touch. If I were you, just copy this, right? Copy all of this. So maximum render quality we keep off, for example, because this is just previews. So this is for this part, right? When it comes to the actual render, yeah, we'll get into that later, right? Actually, I can get into that now. So yeah, sample rate we just keep to the default. We don't really want to tamper with anything, just in case it makes it a bit laggier. But this is just generally what we use, right? So let's say I want to render this. Let's say I was very happy. Let's say I just press in and out. So let's say I only want to render this part of the video and not this part. I could do this, hold Control, press M. Okay, now it's going to take us to the render part. So you can see here, this is our in and out point, right? This is our in and out point, and this is the beginning. So we could, if we wanted to, choose the in and outs. We could do the entire source, so like the entire video, right? Or the in and out, like I said. Now it's only going to render like from here to here, right? So we're going to pick our location. Okay, we're going to change the file name to, I don't know, let's just say tester, or whatever that is. Formats, so we have H.264, we have all of it, we have plenty, right? But if I were you, I wouldn't really move past H.264. Video settings, we have, QuickTime. Actually, I did remember we do have QuickTime, which is also sometimes valid. But if I were you, I wouldn't really tamper with it. Keep it on H.264. We have the video settings, so keep it at the regular frame size, which is 1920 by 1080. Keep it at the frame rate. So this is like just copying our sequence settings. We can press more. We can scroll down. We have all this like bunch of, there's a helicopter outside. We have like this very boring stuff we don't really need to touch. And then we have like the bitrate settings. So this is the quality. Now, what you need to understand is that YouTube compresses their videos to, I think, 15 or 17 Mbps. But sometimes your clients, like sometimes, not all the time, sometimes your client will have your video at 1440p or 4K. So if that's the case, you want to tune it up. But if I were you, I would keep it at 20 to be safe, right? So we can change it here, 20, just for the sake of 20, just for the sake of being safe, because we don't want to go too far up to the point where we can see if we change the bit rates to higher. So this is our current file size. If we change it up to 50, it's going to be 50, right? It's going to take up more space. So it's going to take longer to render, and it's going to be harder to render, and it's going to be taking a lot more space. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep it at 20, because 20 is just above the threshold of compression on YouTube. Audio, right? So audio, we just, again, we keep it to how it is in 48,000 hertz because this is just the default. Not much you really need to know about when it comes to the rendering, because especially if you stick with a client, you're not going to really need to tamper with it too much. And we can press send to media encoder or export. So if you only got Premiere, then chances are, as far as I know, you won't have media encoder. But we can just press export, which is fine because exporting works fine. You can see here, done. Render is complete. So that seemed pretty quickly, but if you're editing like a full video, this is what? So between 5 seconds and this is 8 seconds of footage. So if you do like an entire video with effects and subtitles and music and like so many more layers to it, it's obviously going to take longer. Believe me, I've had videos that took me like 80 hours. That's not 18, that's 80 hours to render. So I would leave my PC on for like days to render. Yeah, nightmare stuff, right? So a lot of videos take like longer to render, depending on what you do. But yeah, that's the rendering. Now let's say I want to subtitle this, right? So what am I gonna do? First of all, what the hell is going on here? Right? So I'm gonna go to window. Oh no, we already have text. So what we're gonna do is, let's say you don't have the text panel, obviously, close. One more time, I'm gonna go to window, text. Cool. So we're gonna press create captions from transcript, right? And then this is gonna pop up, create captions. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna press down, keep it on subtitle, style. We don't really have any. I don't really have any style saved, so you probably won't either. Maximum length in characters. I don't know. No one really keeps count of that, so I'm just gonna say like 30 or like 25, I guess. Minimum duration in seconds, 1.2. It doesn't really matter how long, because sometimes, especially like clients with younger audiences, they're gonna talk faster for the sake of their like AVD. So we're going to keep it at a minimum of 1.2. Just go to the bare minimum. Gap between captions, like there shouldn't be a gap. Lines, we're going to go for single, right? Because no one has double line subtitles, right? And we're going to press create captions. So it's going to create captions, and we can see here we have a subtitle layer with all of our stuff. And yeah, so question is, why is it not showing? Go to essential graphics here. So if you don't have essential graphics, then just go to window. But yeah, what I'm wondering is, where on earth is my text? This is a weird glitch. I'm just gonna go to graphics and tiles. Actually, I'm gonna highlight all of this. I'm gonna go to graphics and titles. And I'm going to change upgrade caption to graphic. So now it's here. The question is, where is it? It's here. It says, oh, right. It was just below the, right. My bad. Okay. I just didn't see it. Right. So let's say we can remove our margins. Okay. This is our text. So yeah. This is the text. We can just highlight all of it, and we can change this text to, let's just say Gotham Black. So yeah, this is now the new text. This is what it looks like. And then you can just change it down here if you want to just waggle around. Yeah, cool. Whatever, right? Just change the text simply like this. And the best part about this is now that you've upgraded it from caption to graphic, the issue with it being a caption layer is that you can't do anything, right? You can't really do anything with it. But for example, if I want to add, if I go to effects, if I want to add a subtitle effect, I could add this, drag it here. So yeah, the issue is that there is a text here, subtitle 1, right? So yeah, change this. Just gonna remove all of this so you can see what it's gonna look like, right? cool. So with the subtitle preset, we can add it to the graphic layers. So graphic layers can, this is a graphic layer essentially. You can add text or shape layers, but in this case we have text, and they can take effects, right? They can take effects. But for example, when it comes to the caption graphics, right? You can't add effects to them. Like, you can see me drag, it doesn't work. It just won't let me, right? You can see the symbol that says no. So yeah, if you want to add some subtitle effects to your subtitles, you can just highlight them. You can see here. We go to graphics and titles, press upgrade caption to graphic, and now it changes to a graphic and it says final round, right? So yeah, that was I think we've gone over the auto subtitles, we've gone over the layouts, we've gone over the buttons, we've gone over the text, we've gone over the hotbar. That should be about it. So yeah, just very quickly, I'll remind you that all of the assets in this video, including some editing packs, some preset packs, will be found in the editing community below. So be sure to join that, and then you'll have everything. You'll have all the context, all the materials, all the assets that you need. Okay, so welcome to storytelling, right? Welcome to Intro to Storytelling. So what I'm going to cover in this one is we're going to be going over the terms. So all of the terms you might hear related to storytelling, like any words that might be thrown at you. Like, I'm just preparing you for any conversation, or any like misunderstanding, because I just want to make sure that this is made so you're never left out of the blue. Like, you always know what to talk about. You always know how to answer when somebody asks you about storytelling. When you yourself are asking yourself about storytelling, when the time comes to edit a video, like, what should I do? How should I approach this? Like, what is storytelling? And you know, when somebody asks about the storytelling in this video, what should I tell them, right? So objectives, like I said, what to aim for in storytelling. So like, storytelling is very, very subjective. So there are a few pointers that I can give you for better, more focused objectives in storytelling, right? And I'm going to get into that a bit later. So we also have the misconceptions. So what others might say about storytelling. See, when it comes to editors that you'll find on like Twitter, for example, right? They'll all say different things about storytelling, because storytelling's always been quite a big theme, a big topic amongst editors, right? It's not something that we were all generally taught. It's all something that we had to learn to adapt to. And apart from like Hayden Hillier Smith, no one's really talked about, like, I guess, storytelling or filmmaking or stuff like that, because nobody came here from like film school or film uni, right? Everyone's just here for the sake of like doing a side hustle. But storytelling is very important to learn, and it's also very dangerous to just jump on the internet and like see what random people say. Like, kind of ironic considering you have no idea who I am, but you've seen what I can do, you've seen what I've done, and I can guarantee you that there's a lot of people who are much newer, much more inexperienced than I am, talking about storytelling when they have no idea what they're talking about, right? So I want to make sure that you're also safe on this, so that the next time you talk to somebody about storytelling, you're like, storytelling is like this and that, and I like to go about it this way, and someone says, wrong, that's not storytelling, this is storytelling, and they'll give you like the most bullshit answer in the world, right? I've been there, believe me, I've been there, and there's a lot of people like this, because there's a lot of people who don't really know much about storytelling, and it's a very insecure point amongst a lot of editors, right? So yeah, it's good to learn about the misconceptions. Audience, so how to tailor your storytelling for certain audiences. So YouTube content is very, very, very vast. Like, there's so many YouTube videos out there, and it's made for so many different people. Like, YouTube is made for everyone, meaning that certain videos are now going to have to be made for certain people, right? So whereas with films can have like an age rating, a genre, and if you like that genre, you'll maybe like the film, and if your friend likes the film, then you'll probably watch that. And it's a lot more like just broad in general, whereas like YouTube is mostly consistent of personalities, and we're gonna know how to match that personality with a certain type of viewer, right? And we're gonna know who your creator, who your client is making the videos for, right? Now, let's start off with the terms and terminology, right? So, narrative is like the general story, right? So you'll hear this a lot. You'll hear the word narrative in it. It's such a big film nerdy word, right? Such a big film nerdy word, right? And it is the general story, right? I don't know how to further put it. Like it's just like it's like just summarizing what the story is, right? So Spider-Man, story about kid who, you know, gets bitten by a spider and then has to learn about being responsible in the most extreme way possible by being a superhero, right? Narrative, okay? So yeah, when someone asks you about like the narrative, it's just like the footage you get, right? Because in our sense, we don't have like scripted videos, depending on who you're working with, I guess. But most of the creators, especially when starting out, don't have that level of production. So the narrative in your hand is just what you make of it. So let's say your client gives you 3-hour footage of them playing a game, a Roblox game. Okay, this is the entire story. Now your job as an editor would be to create some sort of narrative around it, right? Now it's going to be very difficult because some footage can be very boring and not a lot can happen, and you've got to work with what you got. But other times you could be blessed and you could have like the best recording session of all time and make something great out of it, right? Like for example, if you watch more Sidemen channel, Chip Fat, the editor and manager of that channel, he says he'll have a lot of great recording sessions, and some not as good as others, but he always tries to find a way to make it as interesting as possible. And that's why a lot of people, even people who don't really watch the Sidemen that much, enjoy this series, because Chip Fat turns it into magic, right? He turns it into his own little story with, you know, whatever he's got, right? Now, pacing, the speed at which a story progresses. So you'll hear a lot about this later. Like I'll talk about this later and what editors think of story pacing and storytelling. But let's put it this way to make it easier for you. J.R.R. Tolkien, I believe, was the author of The Hobbit. And The Hobbit is a story that continues for 7 years straight. So 7 years, that's how long the Hobbit goes on for. But J.R.R. Tolkien has such great storytelling because they managed to cut it up and summarize the story in a very engaging way, and that can be covered in about, like, what was it, 20 hours, I believe, like 20 hours of reading, if that. So 20 hours covered in like covering a 7-year journey, right? Poor storytelling, or like not storytelling at all, would just be reading the entire book for 7 years straight, right? Which no one's going to be reading for 7 years straight, right? For example, like we don't read about the entire 12-hour process of Bilbo Baggins sleeping, right? We're obviously going to skip that part because it's not very interesting, right? In the same way, when you're editing a video, you're going to cut out dead space, you're going to cut out boring parts, because generally, most of the time, the audience don't really need to see that, right? They don't really care for it, and if they do, it'll cause them to click off, okay? Probably why, like, it's why you see such harshly cut editing nowadays on videos, because people are starting to go on a very extreme view of, we don't want to show the boring parts in our videos, right? So pacing, the speed at which a story progresses, but also in the sense of sequences. So for example, let's say I go to Miro, right? And I go to a new board, right? So let's say we have a 7-second sequence. 7-second sequence, right? So this is going to be our timeline. This is all 7 seconds. These are going to be the cuts, right? So you have, let's just pretend like these are some layers, right? This is the audio waves, blah, blah, blah. Now this is all 7 seconds long. The pacing of the sequence can be interpreted differently if you cut it like a lot harsher, right? So if say that you can see this little bit of dead space here, if we were to cut this all out, it could be interpreted very differently. The same way if we were to extend this timeline, this sequence, the timeline of the sequence for, let's say, 14 seconds, right? It could be interpreted differently, and people could be more willing to click off because, you know, they just give less of a shit about, you know, whatever, right? So let's just do 3 cuts instead, right? So let's just say we have the audio here and a lot more dead space, right? It could be interpreted very differently depending on how you pace this. Some people could be less interested, some people could be more interested. It just depends on the situation of the story, right? So this in its own, just even cutting a sequence and how harshly or how softly you cut your clips is pacing in itself the same way as how much of the story are you covering. So the same way you can change a 7-second sequence to a 14-second sequence is the same kind of pacing in which you could summarize a story in 10 minutes. Sorry, you could summarize a story in 10 minutes, but instead you decided to cut down a bit more and change it to 8 minutes, right? So there could be some important information you cut out that could make the story look a lot different. Or it could be dragged out for even longer, right? There could be more content put to light that also changes the story, right? Or it could just be the way you pace it, right? So for example, if you change every single sequence to be cut even softer by adding more dead space for every single sequence, that could just pile up and pile up and pile up to 15 minutes. But I wouldn't really recommend that because, you know, no one's really going to be patient enough to watch this bit of dead space for every single cut you make, right? And the reason for this, I'll probably get into this later, but I'm going to tell you now. The reason for this is that I know you're starting out as an editor, but even when you weren't an editor, you knew how to cut, right? Like, I've said this before, but you know how to cut whether you're an editor or not, because you've consumed so much content on YouTube that you know how cutting works. You know how people cut their videos. You know that they cut the dead space out. It's to the point where you can almost predict when a cut is happening. So when you can't predict when the cut is happening, and when there's so much dead space, it leaves you like high and dry, right? It just leaves you sort of like really irritated because it's like, usually you'd predict the cut to happen here, but then we've got a bit more dead space and then a bit more dead space, and it's like testing your patience, and like you'd be more than willing to give up, right? Like no one's gonna put their trust into this because generally we don't hold a lot of emotional we don't hold a lot of emotion to the YouTube videos we watch. We only watch them for entertainment and then we move on to the next video, right? So no one's going to bother to stick around for this all the time because it's testing our patience and we don't like it. Not as editors, remember, but as viewers, right? As viewers, we don't like to see this shit. Therefore, why would we leave it in as editors? Because we know this is going to piss a lot of people off, right? But yeah. So pacing, there's a speed at which a story progresses. Now, contrast, states of opposing or vastly different. So this can apply, this is a pretty vague explanation. But that's because contrast can mean more than just storytelling or cutting. Like, you can have a contrast in colors. For example, my black shirt and the white background, like the white walls and that, and the glaring sun coming out of my window. You could say contrasting with, I don't know if you can see that like on the face cam, but there's a blue and orange book contrasting, right? The same way you can have different sizes, small and big, those are contrasting. But in this case, we can have contrast in emotion or in situation. So for example, let's say you're editing for a client, right? And this client is playing Minecraft with his friend. It's a Minecraft Let's Play. So let's go back to the drawing board. So you have a client and he's playing Minecraft with his friend. That's the video, right? So it's a Let's Play. Let's Play. And it's just them two in a Minecraft survival world. So as you do with your friends in Minecraft, I'm not sure if you play Minecraft, but I'm sure you have, because it's just such a big game. But oftentimes when people play, one person will go mining to get the diamonds, and another person will go and just build a house, right? So one is a bit more intense than the other, right? So the building is just pure creativity, like I'm having fun with it, I'm doing whatever. But going and mining can be tedious, and if you run into like zombies or creepers or whatever, then it can get a bit scary for you, right? So we have two jobs, two people here. One of them is building, they're having fun, okay? One of them is going through this tedious, intense kind of could be anxiety fueled work, like especially if the stakes are high, if they're playing in like a hard, if his Minecraft is very hard for them, or they're playing on a hardcore world or whatever, right? So this means that with two of these, contrasting, I guess, situations, right? Calm job, intense job, right? We can show that in our video. So we can show the cutting. So let's say, for example, this person is humming. They're humming and they're singing to themselves. They're having a vibe. They're building the house. They're just peacefully placing their blocks. Whereas this person is in the caves fighting off like two zombies and a spider, and he's screaming all air from his lungs. Like his neighbors are complaining at him because he's screaming. He's shitting himself, right? So what we can do is, let's say this is our timeline again. Okay, I'm gonna just get better at drawing this. But like, let's say this is our timeline again. Now, this is our mining guy. So this is the mining, and as he is mining, like I said, he's fighting. So at the same time, he's gonna be screaming, right? And screaming, the way humans will naturally respond is they'll feel very uncomfortable or put off, or depending on the context, it could be funny, right? It could be funny, especially by the way we cut it, right? So let's just write intense, because it's a very intense situation. That's the mood right now. It's very intense for this sequence, right? This clip. So we have hardly much of an audio wave here, because he's humming, right? There's not a lot of audio. He's very calm. He's like, right? And I'm not gonna scream, but let's just imagine this guy is screaming his lungs out, so the audio waves will be all the way at the top, right? Screaming his lungs out. He's almost clipping the audio, right? And then we go back to the humming, right? So this is calm. This is a vibe, right? Okay, and this is also calm, and this is a vibe. So I'm sure you've seen this in videos before, and via contrast, we are seeing that one person is having the time of his life, one person is going through hell, and then we go back to the person having the time of his life, right? It's by contrast, it's just funny, right? Viewers will respond as, oh, this is funny, right? because one person is, I'm not going to explain to you the joke, I'm sure you understand, but one person is having time of his life, one's screaming his ass off, and the other back to having the calm vibe, right? And then depending on how the situation goes, you could probably include another one of these red clips, right? And then go back to just calm or whatever, right? And then you could see like, oh, he died, right? Whatever. The point is that we can see this sequence here, right? Actually, I'm going to highlight this in something. So you can see this sequence here, right? This is contrast editing because we've gone from a calm mood, and that's another word I'm going to talk about, to, you know, intense screaming and fighting, and then go back to being calm, right? That's funny because if I'm assuming if it's a Minecraft Let's Play, then their viewers have played Minecraft, right? They wouldn't be making this video unless their viewers would like it. So their viewers have played Minecraft and they've probably gone through this same experience. So as much as it's relatable, contrast funny, like contrast editing just makes it funny. Haha, everybody laughs, right? So that is just an example of how we can use contrast in our storytelling. Now, mood and tone, the differences. So again, let's just go back to the drawing board. I just talked about how this was an intense mood and this was calm, right? So mood and tone, they're both similar, and they're both terms you'll hear a lot. Someone will talk about the mood or the tone of the video, but to save yourself the confusion, yes, they both convey emotion, but in different methods. So mood, and let's just write tone. Now, tone is from just a human conveying it, right? So me, I'm conveying a certain tone right now. I'm speaking in a certain tone. I can speak in a very angry, intense tone, or I can speak as I'm now, a very calm tone, right? But the mood is based on the video, based on the realm of the situation, right? So let's just use this Minecraft example. This is an intense mood. Okay, this is an intense mood because of the fighting and because of the screaming. So the tone is him screaming, right? So sorry, his tone will be let's think of it 3 words: loud, aggressive, anxious, right? He'll be, because, you know, he's under a lot of pressure to fight these zombies and these creepers and whatever, right? And then that tone of angry, anxious, and intense will cause the video and the situation and the mood of the situation to be intense, right? So this is, let's just write the video itself, right? Let's just write the video itself because it can apply to, like, mood can apply to more than just the current clip or the current sequence. So like the mood of the actual video and the tone comes from the person. So a good video that I can reference is this Jordan Welch video. Actually, I could probably get it up now. So this is a great video because you'll see a lot of people maybe talk about it. One of the best videos on the topic I've seen. Excellent editing style. Editing is 10 out of 10. What did I just see? Something about the editing? Editing and audio design. So we're seeing a lot of comments about this editing, and you can see the cinematography I'm not going to show you the entire video because we're not here for that, but let's just like say this, right? Tone can come from other things than just a person, right? I forgot to mention that. But the point is that how it works is that tone is conveyed. So when tone is conveyed, let's think of this like a like a formula, right? So when tone is conveyed, it then leads to the mood being set. So I reckon I'm gonna link this video below for you to see, but when the cinematography like this, just blue sky, green grass, just him, no crazy detail, no other people, no loud cars, no traffic, no screaming, no music, right? And it's just him being so small in such a big frame, right? Him by the beach just chilling. And then when you'll see, like, for example, this yellow text will come on a lot, like this, and like this, you can see here on all the previews. It's very calm, right? So because of the editing, and because of how he's talking, and because of the music you'll hear as well, this is all setting a tone, or this is all conveying a tone, I mean. So because of the editing, the motion graphics, the cinematography, tone is now being conveyed. And the key word for this is calm. It's very calm. And if this is like the best word we can use to represent, then therefore the mood will be very calm. It'll be a very calm, relaxing, you know, and the purpose of it is to like sort of ease somebody's anxiety, right? And it's a great video, 11 life lessons. And generally when I see a lot of these, they're pretty dog shit. Like, they don't give a lot of good advice, but he brings up a lot of anxiety that comes from wanting to build a business. And yeah, see, like, stop taking advice. Like, a lot of people, glad you didn't try to sell me a course. A lot of people are like opening up, right? This is a masterpiece. Everyone's loving it, right? Because the great thing about this is that it was definitely a personal project of Jordan, right? And I'm pretty sure he edited it himself. So this is it's not very probably realistic. Not very realistic, but it is a good place to start when it comes to just, you know, picking on a video, right? So like I said, the visuals, the motion graphics, the music, his own tone, right? It all conveyed this. Like, this is what they were going for. Calm, relaxing, just trying to relax the viewer, because a lot of people who are building a business, his audience, for example, his audience are teenagers who want to build businesses, and generally teenagers are anxious little shits, so they're going to be anxious about a lot of things. You're probably a teenager, right? You want to build a business. This is why you're editing, right? So he brings up a lot of insecurities from the teenagers, and instead of trying to pressure them into buying some sort of course, he's just here to tell them like genuine advice, and it's pretty good advice, right? I definitely go watch it and see. You can see a lot of good responses from people, and I actually really like this video, like I said. So he's obviously hit the, you know, he's obviously done everything correct when it comes to all the factors of tone I've mentioned. So visuals, motion graphics, like voice and whatever, right? They've all set the correct mood. They've all gone for the right objective, and that's just to set a very calm video, calm mood, very relaxing mood. Okay. So yeah, that's mood and tone. That's the differences. Now, objectives. What do we focus on when we are making a video? So context, make the viewer understand. So when I was starting out, ironically, I didn't get this, because making the viewer understand a video is the number one rule of editing, right? Just simply make them so they understand what is going on. The second they don't know what's going on, you've lost them. Like, especially if your audience is younger and they have less patience, or they have TikTok brain, the viewers aren't gonna stick around. They're not gonna give you a second chance the second they stop understanding something. Some people will, but the point is, like, there's only so many times you can confuse them until they go and watch another video. So rule 1, make sure that they actually understand what is going on, right? So at some point I'll show you what to do, but I'll probably just give you the advice now, right? You're gonna have to, like, every time you approach an edit, a video to edit, you want to write down what the objective is, what the synopsis is of the video, and what you're going for. Like, you're gonna scrub through your footage, you're gonna see what you work with, and you're gonna go like, okay, this is the kind of video I want to make, right? This is what I want to go for. This is what I want to make the video about, and I want to have this narrative structure, right? Okay, so how can I make that rule 1? How can I make them understand that this is what I'm going for? This is what's important. And yeah, how am I going to do that? Simple as, right? So let's do an example. Let's go for another gaming one, right? So I used to edit for this Roblox client. And he would do a lot of Roblox challenges based on anime. So he would try and get this sword. He tried to get this sword at some point, right? This dragon sword or whatever, right? So looking back, before I actually focused on storytelling, back when I was just a little, animation VFX nerd, what I would have done if I could change that was say, okay, the sword, the dragon sword, is the main focus here. That's the objective. Okay, my client is trying to obtain the sword, so I need to show people that this is what's important here, right? This is what this is the goal of the video. Get this, right? So how is he going to get this sword in Roblox? Well, he's gonna go through a series of fighting bosses. Okay, so what I could do is structure this so that I can show them that, okay, at the beginning, we're going to go through boss 1, boss 2, right? I should probably write this down. So we're going to go through boss 1, okay, and then boss 2, and then boss 3. Obviously, I'm going to write down their names, but, I don't remember the names of the anime bosses. And then, like, boss 4. And then, we can claim the sword, right? Cool. So I'll write it on like an objective board made with a motion graphic or whatever. And then I will show that the sword is the main prize, like the main goal. The same way in which when you were going through the roadmap, you could see that there was a treasure and it was glowing towards the end. I don't know if you noticed that detail, but it was glowing towards the end. So I'm trying to show that with this sword, it is very important. This is what we're going for, right? But in order to do that, we're gonna have to go through boss 1, boss 2, boss 3, boss 4, right? So they now understand, okay, he has to go through boss 1, boss 2, boss 3, boss 4 to get the sword. Okay? They now understand that, rather than me not announcing that and just going through boss 1, boss 2, boss 3, boss 4. And especially with younger audiences, you're going to have to be a lot more direct with what is happening, right? I'm going to talk about this again later, but I just can't stop myself, right? But a lot of audiences are going to require a lot more direct storytelling. Like, some people, another term that I forgot to mention was story showing. And people like to try to convey story showing and not storytelling because they feel storytelling is too lazy and story showing is a lot more brilliant. But a lot of people on YouTube are either younger and can't quite understand what you're trying to tell them, and other people are just plain stupid. Like, I hate to break it to you, but some people are just plain stupid. So we can't apply the same laws of storytelling from films and, intelligent storytelling from films because we're not sharing the same audience. You can have some film nerd that graduated film school at the age of 23 that would watch a film. But do you think 7-year-old Timmy who watches Roblox videos is going to get the same stuff as this graduate, right? No. So therefore, we do not apply the same rules with little Timmy here. We have to be a bit more direct with him. So we tell little Timmy, oh, by the way, the sword is important, but in order to get there, we're gonna have to fight four very big bad bosses, right? Which means this sword is very important, little Timmy, right? That's what we're trying to do with editing. Just make it so that they can understand, right? Rule one, because if they don't know what the video is about, then why should they bother? That's just the foundation. Everything else about making it interesting and engaging, that comes later, but that can't happen if they don't know what they're watching, right? Next, consistent. Like I said earlier, viewers can predict a cut, so don't ruin that. You know how to cut, but that's not because you've been an editor for like a billion years. That's because you've watched so many videos. I've watched tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of videos because I've been watching YouTube since like 2008. So that goes to show my age. But I've been watching since like almost YouTube begun, right? So I've watched hundreds of thousands of videos, and I've seen the evolution in editing, and I've seen the trends and the common ground in editing. So before I even became an editor, I knew how to cut, not purely because I was a viewer, right? Like as a viewer, you know how editing works. As an editor, you know how editing works, right? So because viewers have been watching videos for so long, they might even know more than you, right? Genuinely, because they know what they want, they know what they like. They just don't know how to put it into practice. So viewers can predict the cut, don't ruin that. So here's something that I'm going to show you again. So let's say we have our consistent cutting, right? I'm just going to make another timeline. So let's say we leave a tiny bit of dead space on every single cut, right? So we can see this, like this point, okay, that's a bit much, but let's just pretend. This is also a bit much, but let's just pretend, right? So these points, let's just say they're all the exact same amount of dead space. So like 4 frames, right? 4 frames on dead space on each, right? If viewers are used to this, especially on the channel, like, actually, let me just pinpoint the amount of frames doesn't matter as long as the flow from a general standpoint, from a consumer standpoint, feels the same. It doesn't have to be mathematically correct. Like it doesn't, you don't have to like look at the specific numbers, but if it feels the same and if it feels right, and it feels like every regular cutting that they see on the other videos of your client's channel, then that's good, because that means shit hasn't changed and they can predict when the cut is going to happen. But let's say a cut happens, another one here, but then you have like two frames of dead space here, and by default we would think another 2 is here, so that makes it 4. But let's say there isn't any audio until here, so that means we have all of this room of just dead space. And what dead space is, I forgot to put that in the terms. What dead space is like when there's nothing happening in the video. So this can mean like there's no audio, no talking, no action, nothing that applies to the story. So any dead space gets cut out. So when you get footage for the first time, you'll go through 3 stages of cutting. And the first one will be cutting out the dead space, right? The rough cut, it'll be cutting out any dead space. So let's say for a video, yeah, you've got your 4 frames of dead space, 4 frames of dead space, 4 frames of dead space. And then like, I don't know how many frames this would be, but like a lot more, like genuinely like a second of dead space, or 3 seconds of dead space. This is gonna usually piss the viewer off. But let's say they're like a few minutes into the video, like 2 to 4 minutes or 5 minutes into the video, even like, or anything beyond that, right? Point is, like, let's say this isn't the beginning. So if we're past the beginning, that means they're engaged, they're ready to watch the video, they're ready to invest their time. So we're a couple of minutes in, consistent cutting, consistent cutting, dead space, right? So because they're invested, they're going to give you the benefit of the doubt that this is going to be something interesting. So again, you've probably seen this in videos before where people would be, I don't know, playing, let's just say gaming again, right? Because gaming's like the most common niche. It's a very good niche, and I'm going to use a lot of examples for it. So let's say that they're gaming, and then there's dead space, and then something funny happens, and then this guy screams, or something like a jump scare happens and this guy screams. So when we have this, what this happens when we break consistency, when we break traditional cutting, this is what's called a deviated cut. So not to be confused with devious cuts, because God knows what that means, but deviated cut, it means we're just breaking pattern, right? Deviated cut. This is only allowed when something funny or something naturally impactful happens. So like I said, when a jump scare happens, or when something funny happens, like something like that's not scripted at all, right? Obviously you're going to give it some build up to it so you can understand the situation. So this is meant for understanding the situation, or this is meant just for build up, and then it happens. So then the jump scare happens, or then the funny thing happens, right? Like just out of the blue. Or let's say somebody gets banned or they crash. Okay, something unpredictable happens. So let's actually use that keyword. Right? Let's think about that. Unpredictable. Something unpredictable happens. So like I said with this, when this consistent cutting is happening, in the viewer's mind, everything is becoming predictable. They know when the next cut is going to happen. They understand this is the general flow. This is cool. Okay, I understand what's going to happen. But then when you throw them off your game, they're like, oh, okay, this is new. This is new, right? So then nothing happens, and then boom, emotion, like something happens, right? So they predict everything else here, predictable cutting. This is when you throw them off their game, and then it becomes unpredictable, right? So when a funny thing happens, or somebody gets banned, or a jump scare happens, you need build up. You need them to be emotionally engaged with whatever this build up is for a second, so that the payoff can, the moment can actually pay off. Because let's say, for example, a jump scare happens here, right? And we cut it here, and then let's just rub this out for a second, right? So let's say it just goes from here to here. Like this doesn't happen, but the cut just happens from here to here. Do you think somebody would be scared if the jump scare immediately happened from this cut? Probably not, right? Because we need a bit of silence, because as far as they know, it's just the same noise, right? We can see here there's some audio, and then there's some more audio. As far as they know, it could probably scare them a bit, but we need complete silence to contrast the loud, aggressive jump scare and, probably the person screaming, like the client screaming at the jump scare, right? We need the silence to seep in a bit. So obviously we don't know what's happening. We're like, okay, this is new. He's just looking around. He's not talking. He's focused. What's going to happen? And then a jump scare happens. We need that to throw them off their game in order so that the jump scare works. We're jump scaring the viewers, right? So the viewers can also feel like they're part of the video, right? This is very important. And it's also because we sometimes need deviated cuts to keep things interesting, because if we keep consistent cuts forever, it's going to get predictable and boring. We sometimes need this to happen. You'll probably notice this in TV shows, but when there are TV shows that go on for like 7 seasons to like 12 seasons or whatever, like sitcoms, for example, or like anything with 10 seasons, like, okay, let's say The Flash, Suits, Seinfeld, right? They go on for such a long time because they have they have an equation for their cutting, for their storytelling, right? So nothing interesting ever happens. There's no deviated cuts, purely because everything's so formulaic. The humor is formulaic, the writing is formulaic, the cutting is formulaic, which is why they got like, which is why they managed to bang out so many seasons, so many episodes, so much content, right? Because everything was a formula. But if you're keeping things interesting, things are different, things are always refreshing and new, you'll probably only see this in any TV series or streaming series that's like 2 or 3 seasons long, because things are different, right? This is based on like an actual storyline and not some formula. And you're going to see this a lot. And this stuff like deviated cutting keeps things interesting. So if you were to have the same cutting for every single video for your client, viewers are going to get bored. We need deviated cuts. We need changes. We need times to throw off the viewers in order to keep things refreshing. But let's say we have a deviated cut, but nothing interesting happens here. Nothing remotely interesting happens. You just says something. Well, then there's been no payoff. So all of this build up was for nothing, right? All of this build up was for nothing, and there was no payoff, and all you did was just piss the viewer off. They're like, "What the fuck was that? I thought something was gonna happen." They've seen deviated cuts before, and usually when a deviated cut happens, it's something interesting. So if you make a mistake and leave this out, then they're gonna get pissed off. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck? Where's my jump scare? Where's my funny moment? Where's my unpredictable moment? You've just wasted their time." So we only really use this when we want to keep things fresh, or we want to include something that just happens off script, something like, you know, in the moment happens, right? That's when we use deviated cuts. But yeah, other than that, if we just use deviated cuts and nothing happens, all we did was we just broke the consistency in cutting. We broke the consistency in flow, and we've broken our flow, and people get pissed off, right? Viewers can predict the cuts. They can predict when a cut happens. The only time you can change that is when something impactful, right? When something impactful, or what's the word, like on the spot happens, or whatever like that, right? That's the only time you can break your consistency. Other than that, don't break it. You just can predict it. Immersion. Make them forget that they're on YouTube. So, I'm sure you've heard that. So let's say on YouTube, right? This is how it works on YouTube, right? So we have all these videos, right? All these videos, and let's say I click on a video, and then I'm like, okay, while I let this play, while he explains what the video is about, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna swipe down like this, so it plays in the bottom right, and then I just keep scrolling and see if there's anything more interesting. And you're like, oh, okay, this looks more interesting than this video, so I'm gonna click on this because now this has caught my attention. But then what do? You do it again. So you swipe down, and then you just look for another video, and then you're like, oh, no, this, I like this because this seems more interesting. Okay, and then you scroll down, and then you're like, okay, I'm just gonna get, no, this is interesting. This is it, right? So YouTube, it's gonna require a lot more intensive care and a lot more focus on storytelling if your audience is more likely to watch YouTube on the phone or the tablet, right? But when it comes to watching on a monitor, for example, you just click on a video, and if they're interested on the first few seconds, they're gonna go full screen, they're gonna have their food ready, or even better, right? If they watch on the TV, the way that the TV HUD works is that they make it as hard as possible for you to want to click off, because you don't have the luxury on phone where you can use a mini player. You can drag down like this and you can watch for something else, right? So then your main video takes up a tiny bit of the screen, and then the wanting to find a new video takes up the entire screen, right? How it works on TV is that you have your whole video, your entire screen is the video, but if you want to find another video, you're gonna have to scroll down the bottom, right? And TV remotes are really annoying to use. So chances are, if you watch something on TV, it's gonna be like a big 24-minute YouTube documentary on how like somebody got cancelled, or how the world works, right? So anything like intellectually engaging or emotionally engaging, engaging is like the word we're looking for, right? So anything like that will keep them hooked. And if you can just keep them hooked, then you could probably get them to watch the entire video, therefore higher retention rates. But immersion, something like achieving this isn't like easy, believe me. It's just trying to get as many people as possible to forget that they're on YouTube, which causes them to have the highest AVD and highest retention rates, because it's not even that like they couldn't find anything else to watch, but they were just so engaged with your video that they didn't bother to even look for something else. So kind of like this. So you know how I showed you on the YouTube app that you can just leave it down here and keep scrolling? Like, it's like having a backup, right? Okay, I have this, but like, you know, this is just a backup video. Like, sorry. This is just a backup video in case, you know, I don't like it. I can look for something else, like, right? This is just a backup, right? So, bigger screens, they don't have backups. You just watch the video or you don't. And if they click on it, you know, they're gonna think this is TV worthy content, and 99% of the time it's gonna be good enough. But we don't have to worry about this just yet. Let's just focus on keeping it consistent and keeping it easy to understand, right? So retention, get the viewers to watch us for as long as possible. So this is kind of like immersion, right? Immersion is what we do to... Immersion is an effect of keeping them so immersed that they forget they're on YouTube. Therefore, we get higher retention. But retention is what a lot of creators are looking for in the editor, because the higher retention, the more they watch throughout the video. And if they can watch towards the very end, that means they can watch more ads, and the more ads they watch, the more money that the creator makes, right? That's why they care for retention, because it makes them more money. So yeah, this is essentially what people are going to be looking for, and you're going to see me talk about this a lot because it is pretty important. But don't stress, because if you can't get retention rates, then like no one's really going to know about that. Like no creator is going to know that you can't get retention rates unless you advertise it. But if you can get retention rates, then like high retention rates, then you can advertise it, and it will like improve your chances of landing a client. But creators don't often, unless they're friends, they won't just share their ABD and pin it on you for not giving them good retention rates, right? Because that they're at fault for hiring such an incompetent editor, right? But yeah, like I wouldn't worry about this. Like this a lot of editors try to worry about this, but you know, this isn't, like 99% of the time, this isn't your problem. Like this isn't your main constraint in a business. This just helps, right? This is not something that, oh, I'm lacking, therefore my business is failing. This is just like, oh, it's nice to have, right? And if you're good at retention, like getting high retention rates, then that's something you can use to your advantage. But if not, don't stress, bro. Like, don't stress. And then the synopsis, match the synopsis as much as you can. So especially when you work with higher paying creators, like higher level, more experienced, bigger subscribers and whatever, high production, they'll give you a sheet. I think it's called a prep sheet or a synopsis, basically just about the planning for the video, what the video is, the story, like generally what we're trying to achieve here, and what you can do for your narrative is try to match the synopsis. But if they don't really have an idea, if they just give you footage, then like that's up to you, right? That's up to you to just write down the synopsis and then create your narrative from it, right? Now, misconceptions. You're doing storytelling wrong. Now, what I love about storytelling so much is that you can never get it wrong. You can never, like storytelling is subjective. It's not objective, it is subjective, meaning that there is no right and wrong. It's all opinionated, right? It's all opinionated. It's what people think. So you can have the worst storytelling, like people can just think that nothing makes sense and nothing is like, it's so hard to understand and everything's so delineated. Like Like, for example, the intro of the video is at the end of the video, and the end of the video is like halfway through the video, and everything's jumbled up and muddled, and the flow is inconsistent and whatever. Like, you could try to make it as bad as possible on purpose, right? But it still won't be wrong. It'll just be very, very, very unconventional and very hard to understand, but it cannot be wrong. You can never do storytelling wrong. You can always improve it. You can always make it better, but you can never be wrong, right? It's subjective. Like, Quentin Tarantino edits his movies in a non-linear fashion, which means that we don't go from start to end. Like, it's not just like start to end. It's like start could be here or end could be here, and then like random stuff, right? Like just random points of the movie, and it's all just it's all just just very, very random, very non-linear, right? So linear just means like standard, like start to end, just very, very straightforward. I don't really know how to like further break down the word linear, but like non-linear stories essentially just means like non-conventional cutting. It's just non-conventional cutting, and Quentin Tarantino has that, and you can't really understand the movie on first try. Like, people genuinely tell you, okay, if you want to watch, like, for example, Pulp Fiction or Kill Bill or something, you can't understand on the first try. It takes you a few times because it's just genuinely just that level of genius, right? But yeah, you can never be wrong at storytelling, right? You can be non-conventional, you just can't be wrong. Storytelling is the most important thing as an editor. Storytelling is good, but you don't need to be like the most emotionally engaging editor in the entire world in order to please people, right? Like, if you're looking out for your own interests, if you're not really emotionally attached to your job, if you don't really care about editing and being the best, you just care about getting paid, that's fine. I don't blame you. Like, I get it. There's other things to focus on that will make you look like you're a better editor, and you can focus on other stuff and like neglect your storytelling, which probably wouldn't be the best thing, but you can still succeed without focusing on storytelling. Like, you don't have to be the most compelling person on earth. It's not like you have to be like super emotionally engaging. It's not like you have to like make everybody cry or make everybody laugh their ass off, because sometimes some videos don't entail that. Some videos just don't need that, right? For example, if I edited one of Joe Willer's videos where he explores haunted houses, I don't need to make them go through a roller coaster of emotions. Maybe I just need to make them feel one emotion for the entire time, right? Depending how he wants it, right? So I don't need to be like crazy good at storytelling, but it helps for sure, right? But I guarantee you, it is not the most important thing as an editor. Storytelling is just having good pacing. So I mentioned this earlier. A lot of people just say, you'll probably see like some posts on Twitter and somebody will say, I love the pacing of this. Like, I love this storytelling in here. And it's like a 13-second clip of like some motion graphics or something. So they obviously have no idea what they're talking about. But storytelling is more than just good pacing. It's so much more than that. It's so, again, when it's subjective, there's so many factors that can come into play that can impress people, that can make people feel certain emotions, right? And it's not just good pacing. Pacing is a factor of storytelling, all right? Next, the best storytelling comes from the fastest cuts. No. So when it comes to like, a lot of people will try to get the best retention rates, and their idea of this, you probably heard like Mr. Beast and Hayden Hillier-Smith and like a bunch of other people like talk about this. And if you haven't, a lot of people will try to think that the best storytelling comes from the fastest cuts, like no dead space, super fast, crazy level stuff. And I'll explain that, I think, in one of the next week's modules, or maybe this one. I forgot which one. I've made so many PowerPoints, but I guarantee you it does not come from the fastest cuts, and I'll scientifically explain that at a later point. But the one thing you need to understand is the best storytelling does not come from fastest cuts. Even if certain audiences need faster cuts, you don't need to be the fastest. That just ruins all engagements, like all potential engagement that can come from this, right? If it happens too fast and they don't understand it, you're losing all chances of your audience connecting with the video. Now, audience, perfect timing. When finding your client's audience, you need to think to yourself, what age range most likely watches this content? So, like I said earlier, Roblox video based on anime, who's more likely to watch that? 7 to 13-year-olds or 24-year-old uni graduate? Probably the 7 to 13-year-olds, right? Because Roblox is more suited for that audience. Same with anime. Same with Roblox anime. And yeah, you need to think about like who's watching this. Number one. Number two, consider what device they're watching it on. Remember, some kids, like for some people are gonna watch on phones, some people are gonna watch on computer, some people are gonna watch it on TV, right? It depends on the person. So for example, I'm just gonna go until the end, right? So imagine where and when they'd be watching your video. Using all this advice, create an avatar for the video. So let's just go through all of this, because all of this basically means to create an avatar. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna summarize. So okay, Roblox video, it's Roblox anime. Let's write that. Anime, right? So Roblox anime video, it's probably gonna be like between 7 to 13-year-old kid, right? And what do 7 to 13-year-old kids watch it on? Well, I don't know if 7-year-olds have phones nowadays, but if they do, they could be watching on their phone. But as far as I'm aware, they're iPad kids nowadays, and yeah, these kids are either gonna watch it on the family iPad or their own iPad or their dad's laptop, but most of the time it's the tablet. So let's just write tablet, right? They watch it on tablet, mobile device on a larger screen. So it's not like phone size, but it is like, you know, slightly bigger. Oh, it is like slightly bigger, right? So let's just write tablet. Where and when they'd be watching a video? Well, kids finish school at 3 p.m. I'm assuming. I don't know how it works in like America, but I'm gonna imagine little Timmy here. Little Timmy here is from America. So the US of A. Tablet, America, 7 to 13 years old. So I'm assuming he's watching this at like 8 p.m. before his bedtime. I don't know, man. Like I'm guessing like 8 p.m. before his bedtime. You know, he's watching Roblox late at night, or perhaps better yet, he's watching this at 5 p.m. So he's maybe finished any homework that he has. He's gotten changed into his regular day-to-day clothes instead of his school uniform. Actually, they don't have school uniform in USA, so whatever. He's watching at 5 p.m. so that later on in the day, at like 8 or 9 p.m., he can actually play Roblox when his dad's no longer working. So when his dad gets off at like 6 p.m., he can go on his dad's computer or the family computer and play Roblox. But for now, he's just watching his favorite creator play Roblox at 5 p.m. Right? So we've established that he's come home from school. He's from the USA. He's 7 to 13 years old. So he's come home from school. He's watching on the tablet. And he's watching at 5 p.m. so that later on in the day, when his dad is done with working on the family computer, he can play Roblox. So 5 p.m. This part generally doesn't really matter because that's down to the client's upload schedule. But it's good to put an image in your head of who your avatar is, who your like kind of audience is, right? So we've established what they're watching on, where and when, and what age range watches this content, right? this just helps us put a face to, you know, just a face to things, right? It just helps understand who we're making this for and how they'd enjoy this. Otherwise, as far as you know, you'd be taking like advice from some like film nerd graduates and telling you about like the mise en scène and like how the colors should be and the structure of the frame, and I've been to film uni, so I know what those people are like, and I would not take Roblox editing video advice from them, okay? Because as far as I'm concerned, they turn it into like the most boring piece of content ever, right? And audiences like Little Timmy wouldn't care for, you know, film nerd stuff, okay? They just care for colorful imagery and, you know, crazy sound effects and you know, relatively to the point cutting, right? That's what they care for. So yeah, this is good to just put an idea to who you're making this for. So yeah, to summarize, we've equipped ourselves with the correct terminology. So at the very beginning, if we go back all the way to the beginning, right? We know narrative, the general story. We know pacing, the speed at which the story progresses. We know the contrast, the state of opposing or vastly different. We know mood and tone, and we know the difference between them two, right? Shit, now I have to go all the way back, right? We know the correct. We know the technique for approaching a video, right? So we've talked about this. We know that we need to focus on making them understand. We know that immersion can help us get better retention, right? We also know that we know how to cut, not as editors, but as the audience, the audience, you know, themselves, right? We've been the audience, and we still are the audience. Like when we watch videos, we are the audience, right? So just because we're editors doesn't change anything, right? We can actually use our knowledge as an audience member to edit better videos, right? We know the information to avoid and what's correct. So we've gone through the misconceptions of storytelling only being dependent on pacing, right? And faster cuts being better. We understand that is wrong because a lot of people will think that, but Mr. Beast himself stopped doing that. And he says he's been getting a much better retention rate since and much better feedback since, right? We can know how to find our audience for every video. We create ourselves an avatar. We think about Little Timmy, 7 to 13 years old. He's watching the Roblox video, right? Or if it's another video for more mature audiences, then create an avatar for that. And this isn't like extreme stuff. This takes you like, we did it earlier, right? It took me a couple seconds to think of this, right? So that's not very difficult to do. So yeah, that's all. That's like the basics of storytelling, right? You know the words, okay? You know what to do when you're approaching. You know not to stress. When you're going to talk about this with somebody, you know what to talk about now. So yeah, good. Let's move on to the next video, next module, next lesson. Now, one thing that I haven't mentioned is that although I've given you this entire big, beautiful guide to get started with your editing, the next problem to be solved is, okay, but now how do I actually make more money? And you'll usually make more money by charging higher prices. So you start charging like 100, 200, 300 and so forth, right? And I've given away like the first portion of my paid program completely for free, right? And you'll find it, guess where? school.com/editingcommunity. Or if you want to make it easy for yourself, you click the first link below, right? So if you haven't joined already, be sure to join, because after you go through this entire guide and all of the other courses that I've got over there, because once you've finished all of this down below, right? Once you finish this entire guide, there's going to be the next problem, scaling your prices, and you'll have the first portion of my program over there, so you can get a good idea of how good it really is, and that you can also take the first step forward into becoming a better editor. So be sure to join below. The link will be the first one below. And if not, school.com/editingcommunity. I'll see you in there. Okay, so welcome to the cutting specifics module. So this is now week 2, right? We're in week 2. And essentially what this means for you is that instead of just like learning about the theory of things, instead of just me talking about things, this week is going to be a bit longer in terms of video duration, I believe. Like, I'm gonna be actually showing you the the workflow, like how things are gonna go, right? I'm gonna be cutting a video from start to end. I'm gonna be showing you how how things will usually look for you. And yeah, like, we're gonna start off with the mere basics, right? As soon as we receive the footage, the first thing we're gonna do is start cutting it, right? And the next module will be about visuals and then sound and blah 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 blah. And you'll know how it goes, right? You'll know, like, from start to finish how the workflow goes. So yeah, let's get straight into it, because in cutting specifics, we're gonna be covering the workflow, so how to cut as efficiently as possible in step-by-step fashion, right? And then also the techniques, so different techniques used for cutting, right? Now, this is the fundamentals, right? These are the mere fundamentals. This doesn't mean the basics. This doesn't mean, like, okay, this is just like small stuff I should know now and then, like, reject later on. No. People always seem to assume that the fundamentals are only for beginners. The fundamentals are for everybody, and, like, even the top editors seem to forget their fundamentals from time to time. Sometimes they just get so lost into, to different things and to different approaches, and they feel like they should really step up their game, and every single time they feel like they should be stepping up their game and advancing in the game of editing, that they eventually realize that they've gotten lost somewhere, in, like, just somewhere lost in translation, right? But you never forget the fundamentals, right? This is basically for everybody. But I'm showing this to you so that you can learn faster than everybody else. You can learn faster than me, faster than, like, all the other top editors. Like, this is exactly what you need to know, no matter where you are, right? So to start off with our workflow, right? Cutting up a video is like building a house. Each part of the workflow has an equivalent. So, for example, the rough cut is the first stage of your workflow, right? The very first thing you do as soon as you get your footage, the first thing you're gonna do is look at the rough cut, right? So it's like drawing up the blueprint and framing the structure. So we're just taking a general idea of how our video is gonna look. We're just taking out things that we know we don't need, right? Just like at this point, you're gonna take out any dead space, any random, like, external, any external stuff that ends up in the video does not need to be there. We take it out, right? This is gonna take us a couple of seconds, if that, right? This is the fastest part of the workflow, okay? And of course, like I said, I'm gonna show you how that looks later on. And then we have the narrative cut. So this is the second part. This is where we're gonna be, like, taking a look. This is gonna be like sort of creative control. We're gonna be looking at what goes in and what doesn't. Like we're starting to, like, close down on our structure here, right? We're actually gonna start taking a look at, okay, what clips go in, what don't. We're gonna look at our plan and say, does that look right? We're gonna look at our blueprint and say, is that right? No. This goes out, this goes out. That doesn't match with what we're going for. That does. Okay, that does. So that's gonna go in, right? So this is like plasterboarding, wiring, adding the interior, like the functionality of it, right? So we look at our blueprint, we say, does that work? Does that align? No, don't need it, right? And then finally, on the workflow side of things, we've got the fine cut. So this is polishing, installing fixtures, making it livable, right? So as you would with the house, with the final parts, before you start adding in the furniture and stuff, you want to make sure that all the tiny intricacies are in place. Everything looks good. Okay, this is what the fine cut does. We're looking at the intricacies of our cutting, making sure that everything is good. There's no rough cuts. There's no no harsh cuts, right? Nothing too dragged out either. We want to make sure that everything's consistent so that viewers don't feel, icky when they're watching it. They're like, oh, what the hell is going on? They're like, who the hell is this editor, right? Like, we're just proof checking our shit, right? We're proof checking our shit. And yes, like I said, all of this is going to be shown in practice. Now we're going to go over this now. So yeah, let's just jump straight into Premiere, jump straight into Premiere, and show you how this is going to look. So I've got my Premiere Pro here. Let's start right with our workflow. So we've got ourselves our entire footage here. For why it's not updating the timeline is beyond me. Right, so let's zoom out so you see everything, right? So we can see the entire bit of footage here. So now let's run a refresher course on our theory, right? What did we learn? Well, we learned that the cutting workflow happens in 3 steps, right? Step 1, the rough cut. So this is like cutting out all the dead space, anything we know we don't need. Step 2 is the narrative cut. So anything that you feel like doesn't add to the story, anything that you feel like doesn't hold any narrative weight. So narrative weight, if you don't know, it just essentially just means like things that you feel that add towards the story. And then step 3 is going to be the fine cuts. So you go into the intricacies of every single cut, see how they work, if they work, if you can apply some different techniques. That one takes a bit more time, so with each step is going to take a lot more time. Rough cut is going to be very quickly. Narrative cut is going to take a bit longer, and then fine cut is going to take the longest out of these 3. So now that we've imported our footage, we're going to be on step 1, obviously. So we're going to start off with the rough cut. Now I'm seeing something big here, right? Let me first of all just turn up the audio so we can better see the audio wave. So I'm going to turn it up by 10. Right click, audio gain, and then 10. So now you can see the audio waves a bit better. This is how we're going to judge if there's dead space. So you can see here from this point all the way to this point, there's no audio. Well, there is a bit of this, but let's be real, that's probably not anything important. So we're going to cut from here to here. Nice. And then we're going to cut from here to here. Just a rough cut. It doesn't have to be perfect, guys, because remember, the perfection is for the fine cut. So we're going to cut here and here, here and here. Sorry, let's just delete all these markers, right? So let's just let's cut this out, this out, this out, this out. Cool. So yeah, right. Anything else? Let's look on a larger scale just to speeden up our workflow. And if you don't know what I'm doing, by the way, these gaps, they're going to come up with just white filling. This means that if you just press backspace on your keyboard, you can ripple delete, meaning you can take everything from the timeline forward. So you can see here, if I move this all the way to the back, I ripple delete, I make this white bubble, and then I press backspace. Okay. So now we have a bit of a better rough cut. See, the original length for this video was 58 minutes. It's now 35 or 57 minutes, I mean. So we're going to delete these as well. Okay. So these could be like repeated takes, right? But I'm not going to bother with that until I get to the narrative cuts stage. Right, so I'm going to delete this. There we go. We're looking much sharper. Right, let's zoom in a bit here. And also, if you have a problem where you want to cut somewhere, let's say you want to cut here, but you can't because your razor keeps snapping onto the playhead, just press S on your keyboard. You can see here the magnet changes every time I press S. So I'm going to turn it off so that way it doesn't stick to the playhead or any layer for that matter. So you can see me, I'm being a bit more careful for some reason. It's not like it really matters. I'll just delete anything that doesn't really serve much of a purpose. Right. If I want to change it, I'll change it later. Crying out loud. And then I'll delete these too. Delete these. Right. So now soon as we're done with these final gaps, we're going to move over to the narrative cut. So for this is like a talking head of mine. So all we really need to do is look out for, first of all, we're going to look out for any repeated points. Like when I fail a take and I do it again, we're going to look out for that. And then we're going to look for things that I feel like don't add up, right? So things that don't really add to the story. So first of all, let's watch. The best thing you can do is, okay, so I messed up there. So we're going to keep watching until I stop saying the best thing you can do, because that's obviously how I started. Like the best way of eliminating the chances or reducing the odds, I say like here. So like the best, which means that we have to make your audience. The best thing you could do as an editor is to make the best thing you could do. There you go. So I say the best here, meaning that we can cut the rest of this behind us, right? So let's see. The best thing you could do as an editor is to actually, there you go, right? But now I'm not one to advocate for telling. So what was this? What's the context here? Now I'm not one to advocate. Okay. Now I'm not the one to advocate. Did I say it earlier? I'm not the one to like advocate for. Okay. So I did say it earlier. How many times did I say it prior to this? Don't forget that they've even been watching on YouTube this entire time, right? Like they could have front row seats. Make them feel like they have front row seats to this watching it, or they're called immersive editing. Advocate for editing. Now, I'm not the one to. Okay, so now this is all of this is just me repeating the same take. Let's see if I do it here. Now, I'm not one to advocate for. Okay. Now let's see if I say it here. But here, like that's how you're gonna find. Now the first principle. Okay, so this seems to be the take where it works. So I'm gonna delete this and ripple delete. So now I've got my editing. I'm not the one to advocate scene. Now I'm not one to advocate for telling people how to actually edit because, you know. Okay. Now the first on. Now the first, that's a failed take. Now let's see if I keep saying now the first principle somewhere else. It's kind of like if you think about it, it's kind of like adding different elements together and seeing what kind of reaction you get, right? If you add the right ones, my animations to look like they're messy and they're in your face and you know all this. Okay, you need to. Okay, so it looks like this one works, right? Now the first principle is, so it's kind of like if you think about it, it's kind of like adding different elements. Now a trick that you can do, all you're really looking for when it comes to failed takes, like let's say there's a scripted video or a talking head or something like that. Like generally in gaming is very off script, like it just happens. They're mostly like let's plays and stuff, and so if anything's scripted, right, if anything requires a script and there are failed lines, we just want to hear out for the failed lines. Like in this one, so this isn't scripted, but you can obviously hear that I'm trying to say something specific. So what we're going to do is I'm going to double press L to speed up the footage so I can hear, so I can, you know, try and listen out for any patterns, speaking patterns, and cut out the first take. So you'll see what I mean. Now the first principle is called chemical editing. So it's kind of like, if you think about it, it's kind of like adding different elements together and seeing what kind of reaction you get, right? If you add the right ones, you'll get something nice, you'll get what you expected. If you add the wrong ones, or if you add too many, it'll just blow up in your face, right? Now the first principle is called chemical editing. So it's kind of like, if you think about it, it's kind of like adding different elements together and seeing what kind of reaction you get, right? If you add the right ones, you'll get something nice, you'll get what you expected. If you add the wrong ones, or if you add too many, it'll just blow up in your face, right? I don't want my animations to look like they're messy and they're in your face, and you know, all this editing, all these slides, and you know, all this crazy motion, making people feel sick from actually having to video, right? That's the wrong elements. Okay, you make sure you need 70% split, right? 70% based on the actual subject, right? So this is also designing and motioning, right? Every scene should have a subject, right? Remember? And then 30% split on the rest of the scene, right? The effects go towards the rest of the scene. But everything else in the scene is actually made to serve. Okay, so this part looks like it's been repeated a lot because I'm waving my arms all the time. The effects should go towards the rest of the scene because everything else in the scene is actually made to serve this main subject, right? All those back. So let's see if I say talking about something about the main subject as well, right? Every scene should have a subject, right? Remember, and then the 30% on the rest of the scene. Right? And then the 30% should be spent on the rest of the scene, right? The effects should go towards the rest of the scene because everything else in the scene is actually made now to. This was an awkward cut here because it felt like it ended far too late. But now's not the time to be worrying about the fine details. We're going to be worrying about that on our third step of cutting workflow, the fine cut. Right now we're just looking to see what is going to make the cut, like what's of the footage is going to make the general story, right? That's what we care for.
Because everything else in the scene is actually made to serve this main subject, right? All the background effects are made to serve the actual subject, the hook of the screen, right? So every time you see dark backgrounds, it's there to serve the hook, which would be like right text, right? It's much easier to see. So I just bring up all the details. Now I just bring up all the details, right? I like it's actually,
so this was a failed take. What we're going to do is just going to cut this out.
Actually, I just bring up all the details, right? Second time with the video, and everything
More repeating.
I was like, so right? But I'm set money, and every effect I use is, cost money, right? I have to use that money. Okay, now I don't have to actually assign, you have to go through every single effect in the library and set, and then have to do right? But when we right? Let's say you have to sequence, transform something very dynamic, use for a lot of motion, a lot of change in sequence, right? As soon as there's a change to your original frame, right? Those effects will be expensive, right? So for example, let's say transform like $2, CC action like 50 cents, or takes like $1.50, where like it doesn't matter. The actual movement is you walk into it like this, right? So you don't add too much, right? But at the same time, movement is hectic. For example, I think energy is like the first like this show is 0%, and you know that is like get the show made, right? But you get the point.
Okay. So all of that seems to be one take, which means that all of this can come in. If there's any repeated points, like we just need to hear pattern recognition. So if I start talking about the same subject, it doesn't have to be the exact same words, but if I'm talking about the same subject twice in a row, that means I'm just yapping and repeating myself. But so far, we haven't heard anything of the sort, meaning we can continue to use it because it obviously means something important, right? So if your client starts to yap and he starts to continue, if on something that seems scripted or some sort of video that seems to follow a script or a story, if anything seems repeated, we want to take it out. Unless it's seriously used for emphasis and he tells you to keep it in, then we want to cut that out, right? So we're going to continue watching.
It's simply
Double
just
Triple L.
managing and finding balance, right? So in a way, it's simply just trying to find and manage balance in your like it's simply just a matter, and it's simply just a way of managing to find balance in your.
Okay, so a lot of this seems to be me repeating myself, so I'm just going to cut down a bit here.
Like it's simply just a matter, and it's simply just a way of managing to find balance.
So we're going to delete this, delete, and then ripple cut.
In sequence.
Triple L,
so let's say
double L.
you have to spend a certain amount of money in order to live, right? If there's a certain amount you need to live. So let's just say rent for the month and food for the month and any extra expenses, anything luxury device, right? Your priorities aren't going to be spending on luxuries, but you can't pay bills, food, or your rent, right? So if you focus on these first, right? And these three editing will be SSCs, right? Remember, it's effects. Okay, now if you focus too much on the luxury, right? The ones that are absolutely crazy. Okay, like I said, transform. Okay, then you focus too much on singers, so you're overseeing this video, and now visuals will explode, right? Focus on these three. Those three SSCs.
Okay, actually, I was following a script, fair enough. Probably why it didn't come out. Anyways, we can see that I finished here, so I'm going to move on to the next bit of text. Oh, there's some dead space here. We want to remove this.
Now think of it like you're managing money. It's simply just a way of managing to find balance in your editing sequence. So let's say just like, let's say like you have to spend a certain amount of money in order to live, right? There's a certain amount you need to live. So let's just say rent for the month and food for the month, bills for the month, and any extra expenses, anything luxury device, right? Your priorities aren't going to be spending on luxuries, but you can't pay bills, food, or your rent, right? So you focus on these first, right? And these three editing will be SSCs, right? Remember, it's conscious effects. Okay, now if you focus too much on the luxuries, right? The ones that are absolutely crazy, okay, like I said, transform. Okay, then you focus too much on singers, so you're overseeing this video, and then you right? Focus on these three. Now think about like managing money, right? The same way. Now think of a way as trying to find balance. So the same way that you would budget.
So yeah, it seems like I repeated this entire point, so I'm going to delete this. Because these are both, you can see here, you can see me talking, like listing things and talking about bills. Like you can see, look,
rent for the month and food for the.
Okay. Now if we go here somewhere.
You're not going to go all out on your luxuries, okay? In this case, this would be like your transform effects. You wouldn't go out on this, but these three are right? Like, for example, why would I buy a PS5 if you need to pay in order to live?
Okay, so I'm talking about the same stuff here, so I'm going to delete this first one. I'm going to keep
now
this
think of it like
one.
You're managing money, right? The same way.
And it looks like I
now think of it a way
here,
as
so I'm going to delete this as well.
Budget in real life. Okay, let's say in order to live, right? If you need to spend a certain amount of money in order to live. So let's say rent, food, and bills, right? These three you need to pay in order to live. Okay, and then your fourth one you have your luxuries. Okay. Now think of it as trying to find balance. So the same way that you would budget in real life. Okay, let's say in order to live, right? You need to spend a certain amount in order to live. So let's say rent, food, and bills, right? These three you need to pay in order to live. Okay, and your fourth one you have luxuries. Okay, you know what luxuries. Okay, in this case, so we got transform effects. You can go out on this, but these three are right? Like, for example, why buy PS5 if I have pay rent, if I have food, if I have bills, right? All this stuff is that's your luxuries.
Okay, there was a stutter here. Let's see what happened here.
For example, why would I buy a PS5?
So this is going to get cut out because I stuttered.
Wouldn't go all out on this when these three aren't being paid, right? For example, why would I buy a PS5?
There you go. Now we'll continue.
Pay my rent if I haven't, food, if I have bills, right? All this stuff is that's foundation, right? Let's focus on the design first. Okay, let's focus on maximum constructors. Okay, let's focus on foundation. If you focus on bills, then eventually just spoil them, right? The same way as you add sugar to cookies, right? I show you use right? Just the way completely spoil it, right? Rush yourself, like I says, the best way to tell the video is if you pay your which I can't do, right? This is immersive editing.
Okay. I want to delete this stuff as well.
And I can't agree with that more, right? And like I know this is true because I've been so you just actually putting faith that your views will stick by what you praise, actually being able to praise a good story, right? So good story consists of good plot, and good story. Okay, so I went off script there, just started like
Good
rubbing
story
my eye or whatever. Good plot, good. And it looked like I didn't finish my point, which means that I'm probably gonna retake this.
And a good story just, you know, fucking shit.
Just melting them, smooth as rain, right? And then you've got faith, right? Faith is actually putting faith that your views will stick by what you praise, actually being able to praise a good story, right? So something
story consists. So good story consists.
So good story consists. That sounds like the exact same thing as beginning here. Let me just check.
And a good story just consists.
Yeah, good story consists. So we're gonna cut this out as well. There you go.
Story here, right? And a good story just
consists
of
keeping a narrative with a straight line with no open ends, keeping script actually somewhat intellectually stimulating and having editing that's clear, right? Clear, concise, and you know, kind of like emotional sense, right? You're right. I mean, it's engaging, right? Either way, you're right, you're keeping it right. You have to keep it. That's what it means to have potentiality. See, what is that? Okay, so there's some stuff here happening. So at this point, I'm kind of just like. I'm kind of just going through the narrative and the fine cut. I'm starting to notice because I've been recording for like 20 minutes, meaning that we can hammer this thing in like 20 minutes really. I can genuinely like cut this thing down in like 20 minutes by doing both narrative and fine cuts, right? While I'm just reviewing the footage. But the fine cut mostly happens once you've scrubbed through all the footage. I've only gone through 7 minutes of it. I still have another like 18 minutes of scrubbing to see. So after that, I'm going to be watching over again, but without speeding it up to see if I made any mistakes. That's where the real fine cut happens. Like you actually really take a look without scrubbing through. You actually just watch the entire video from start to finish, right? But yeah. It looks like I'm doing like a bit of both, but it's mostly just narrative cuts right now.
See, the issue was that people like Matthew Beam, or like
so yeah, more repeating.
See, the issue with Force is that, or like even like to be supporting something going on, right? Is that it's not really looking at the video, and so it's around so that they just saw the video, something. And that makes sense because let's say you have and keep stalling. If the video sits there, right? There's absolutely no reason to accept the fact that you want to learn, just go learn as well, right? I show you a video, and you tell me if you think that this is appropriate for a editing, is that short form, you tell me if this sort of editing is as appropriate for growing platform. If it has sequence, right? If it has sequence,
okay, so it seems like I repeat myself there.
If this video single law, we have to tell now if you implement the framework, you'll eventually start serializing.
Okay,
you'll start direction from force.
Why is it not
VFX
there, bro?
Design, graphic motion design. So how do you still use
there we go.
I have useful SDs, right? These are subconsciously stimulated effects. These are subconsciously stimulated effects, right? These are
okay, so I seem to repeat myself there again. Now you're probably thinking like, oh, wow, he can spot so well, but this is just pattern recognition. I'm not looking for the specifics of what this guy's talking about. I'm simply listening to pattern recognition. So if I hear myself repeat myself, if I hear the footage repeat itself, then I'm just gonna delete this.
These are called
These are called.
How do you actually still use, regular parts?
So there is no these are called. Like neither of these points start at these are called, which means we're safe.
These are subconscious effects, right? These are small things, right? Small means you're looking at your soil and you don't notice. Now you're called SC, right? So this means I'm using SC, right? Now SC stands for.
Okay, so it looks like we repeat ourselves again twice. So I'm gonna delete this. Let me just check if this one is as well.
These are small dynamic effects.
So I did that again.
So these are just used for like the sort of regular. You could use it anywhere.
Okay, so it looks like this, if I'm correct, is also talking about
small dynamic effects that happen like sort of subtly that people don't really notice, but it happens like they're the back of their mind.
Okay, so there's no these are called, right? It looks like we've introduced whatever concept I'm talking about here of these SSEs. So now
I use SC, right? Now, SC stands for subconscious stimulating effects, right? So these are small effects that you use from your side, right? So these are small dynamic effects that happen, like, don't really notice, but it happens like the back of their mind is, it's right? So stuff like handle shakes or vignettes or subtle overlays and dynamic backgrounds, all that. So these are just like sort of regular, right? People don't notice if there's happening or not. Like so much can change the entire handle shake and zoom in to sort of face yes, rather than anything. It's definitely possible. People just don't really consciously notice, right? And so it happens a lot of times. I have very like emotionally engaging content. It's pretty vital. The next thing the project normally also like feel really like that Barcelona, the more emotionally engaging, the more intellectually engaging parts of the video come up. So this next principle, I'm about two words here, and it's talking about, right? Especially those who are very little or you're interested in narrative stories like this, right? It's mood and tone, right? Now these are both not the same words, right? These are not the same things, right? They both have sort of when it comes to conveying emotion, they're not the same thing. Mood is the sort of emotion you want to put onto your views, right? You want to feel social, right? The mood is the mood, right? Whereas tone comes from something, right? I can make sense of tone right now, right? I can get seriously, set the tone here, right? I set the mood with my tone, okay? Both different things, right? The mood is the general feel of how things are in the audience, right? So let's do the audience.
I'm going to term in VFX, right? It's a term that I use in VFX. So it's kind of like setting the mood with the video going for in your scene, right? So for example, let's say we have a spending 3 hours in a haunted hotel video, right? So 3 hours, subject is now the haunted house, right? This is spooky things, some spooky going on. So when we use visuals, you can go using like crazy stuff like what extra and FX fonts, right? You can go using like animation sound effects and God knows what, right? Are we using happy music? No, like most of the time we set the mood with spooky themes, right? We want to make sure we use our tone correctly through our VFX visualizing style. So anytime we add something, it's always make sure to enforce that sort of mood, right? That sort of spooky haunting mood, okay? Otherwise, we're breaking the entire illusion of the idea. People take it seriously if you're taking this as a haunted house. So let's say this is actually trying to make this, right? You want to use much less. You keep it longer, you include some more random moves, like it's not happening, it's not happening. You keep them on there, so keep it. Let's say this is like a challenge video based on the house. It isn't really effective, but it's not very serious. So it's not very serious. It's not very spooky. What we're going for is well using motion. At this time, we're still using it. For example, we use puppet heads and ghosts, and you've got colors for motion, rather than the shit you do, right? So now remember, we want to set the mood. Okay, set the mood. So very 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 more how we motion, right? Set the mood. You realize how much a lot of people miss out on this. Just look at our in VFX style. Just look at our VFX style. Theme, remember, colors, music, pacing. For example, when I set it was a house and it was a house, right? And let's serious video. Remember, let's go graphics. Quiet music. Try and make the focus on the actual house, right? Make everything completely original, right? Like you don't really drop into this.
Now it looks like I've just reset the entire thing back to the beginning of the haunted house. So this is just pattern recognition again. I'm not hearing the.
So just to recap
everything word for word.
So just to recap, ambience in VFX can be stuff like.
Okay, just to recap. It's a recap. Okay, so I'm just gonna delete this just because I'm seeing it right. Let's just continue.
Music. For example, when I set it was a house and it was a house, right? And let's serious video. Remember, let's go graphics. Quiet music. Try and make the focus on the actual house, right? Make everything completely original, right? Like you don't really drop into this. Otherwise you really have to have scary. Long cuts, right? Pacing, okay, music quiet. Anything that you just throw on, right? Like some weird specific things like oh, we do that time, right? Colors, dark colors, right? We want to serious things. Now, first thing you need to use right? Let's say it's video. Okay, like I said, we'll use copies of ghosts, dark and bright colors, right? Scratchy text. Okay, we're using visuals. Okay, we're using possible order, right? We're using a certain color palette. And it's actually right? If you're writing if 3 words that come to mind when you think of what it is, right? Pacing. Okay, that's completely up to you, right? How the color set is up there. Okay, but remember there's a very very clear distinction between how people are going to be taking it and your face, right? So first thing like this, right? So you share not really shit. If I watch, there's nothing there. If you all the sense of change straight away with a very very active, well then you're not really keeping them as how you were earlier. Then yes, you do, right? How all this stuff is out of the right? And like I said, naming these understanding this is very very important. Something completely wrong, right? Some people get wrong video, right? YouTube and TV is the same, right? So if you watch films, if you watch cinema, your investment was the 20 $30 you paid for, because right? But when you use VFX games like you can simply click again, right? It's not as easy for them to have videos right? So small things like this between you and so okay. It's very important for you to understand there's a lot of information that tells you about big results. Now the third final result, is repetition, right?
Yep, so I keep to repeat myself here. So things need to be like
repetition, right?
So I'm gonna delete this. Repetition, what are the odds?
Now the third principle is repetition, right? So this is like dead easy to use, right? Viewers on YouTube, videos, people film are long so
it looks like we're nearly finished here. Now I'm not gonna go through the entire video from start to finish. But what I am gonna do is I'm gonna go over some of these little harsh endings, right? So I can do something like that, right? And then make a small transition. Okay. Again, that just sounds very similar to the others. So I'm just gonna wait. I should probably finish most things, but. Okay, so it seems like we've got the entire narrative cut down. This doesn't mean that we can stop. Like now, what I'd usually do, but because this is a 20-minute video, I'm not gonna watch the entire thing start to front. But what you have to do is just for the fine cut, look through it without scrubbing, so no double speed. We look at it.
The best thing you could do as an editor.
Regular speed, face value, and then we make changes, tiny changes to cuts like this, for example. Or if we want to make any more narrative cut, like changes to the narrative, see what big chunks of the video can go in and what can't. That's fine as well.
If you're taking the piss out of a haunted house, so let's say
now this feels like it ends too fast, and this ends too early. Cool.
So let's. So let's say just for the sake of this, let's say they're actually
cool
haunted house. So let's say just for this
now, I'm gonna show you some techniques to use. So there is a few things. One called an L cut, another called a J cut, and the third called a deviated cut. You may have heard of me talk about this before, but deviated cut is not a real term. It's a term that I use, but it's essentially used for rhythmic disruption. But I'll get into that later. However, I'm going to talk about L cuts and J cuts for a second. So L cuts and J cuts are essentially like when you, let's say for example, I hold like Control here, Alt and Control at the same time. It means that I can move where the cut is happening. So for example, like this looks like the letter J, right? Because it goes down and then left. And this would look like the letter L because it's down and right. So for example, if I were to like draw it here, down, right. So down, right. Or then like down and left would be sort of like the J because it goes down and left, right? So down and left. So this is what a J cut looks like. If you're taking the piss out of a haunted house. So let's say, just for the sake of this, let's say they're actually, okay. Now, this is often used to let the message settle for a second, right? You want to let the message settle. Like you'll see this in documentaries. So let's say we're doing a documentary on Pablo Escobar. And let me just take a screenshot. This is Pablo. Now let's say this screenshot of me is Pablo Escobar for some godforsaken reason, right? We are going to put a scale to this, so for some reason it's not zooming in. I think that's just because my my software, my hardware is dog shit. But essentially, let's just keyframe it to zoom in 147. There we go. Taking the piss out of a haunted house. So now, oftentimes in documentaries, you'll see these moments where they talk about somebody. So like within interviews, people are going to ask about their experiences or what they know. So that, like, if this is a documentary about Pablo Escobar, and let's say this picture of me is Pablo Escobar, we would say that they would be interviewing people that knew Pablo, or people that had experienced, like people who were victims of terrorist attacks from Pablo, or people that knew him, or people that were family members that worked for him. They would talk about him. So let's pretend this is like an interview. Otherwise, you're going to break the entire loop with a random person. By the way, just somebody that knew Pablo or somebody that works for Pablo. Of the video, and people aren't going to take it, like no one's going to take it seriously if you're taking the piss out of a haunted house. And this would be like a dramatic picture. This is just like a templated example. This would be like a picture of Pablo Escobar zooming in out of a... and then we would have him like zoom in for a while out of a haunted house. And then here, let's say, so for example, this would be like... This would be our J cut. So the audio dies here. The audio dies here, and then it continues going over here, right? So it goes all over here, probably a bit for too long. Of this, let's say they're actually trying to make the video scary. So how it works, okay, this is probably a bad example, but how it works is that whatever I'm talking about here, to be haunted house. So let's say I keep the video on that, like despite the fact that the audio for the next clip is playing, I want the audience to sink in with whatever's happening here. Like, I guarantee if you watch any documentary, they're going to have J-cuts. They're going to have J-cuts to settle, to like, let whatever they told you settle in, right? I don't know why I talked about Pablo Escobar for a second. Probably because I just finished up watching Narcos, but haunted house. That's irrelevant. Haunted house. So let's say, just for the sake of this, let's say they're actually... So that's the J-cut, and now this is the L-cut. Of the video, and people aren't going to take it, like no one's going to take it seriously if you're... Now this rarely happens for real footage. This happens for like B-roll most of the time. Like for example, let's say we switch locations to, I don't know, like Danny's house. Like this would be like B-roll of my house, and then like this would be like B-roll of Danny's house from here to here, and then this would be like an interview of Danny in his house, right? So we would use L cut sometimes to transition into new setting, and J cuts to let the message sit. But there's no definitive use for it. Like when you go through your fine cuts, try them out and see if you think it works. Whether it's from an editor's perspective or a viewer's perspective, just see for yourself, because the best way of learning is to just try things out yourself. But those are just traditional uses for both L cuts and J cuts. So look, this is how it would look for in this footage. Well, I'm gonna take it like no one's gonna take it seriously if you're taking the piss out of a haunted house. So let's say, just for the sake of this, let's say they're actually. So if I said I like that and it worked, then I'd continue and I'd move on, right? On to the next part of the fine cut. Like no one's gonna take it seriously if you're taking the piss out of, but it looks a bit awkward. So what I'll do is this, or maybe I'd go for a J cut of a haunted house. So let's say, just for the sake of this, let's say they're actually, now it doesn't have to be anything too deep or too crazy, but sometimes it's just visually interesting to have J cuts and L cuts. I've had a client before who told me to use a J cut for every single cut of the video. I don't recommend that. I think things like this, special cuts, should have significant purposes. For example, deviated cuts. So I've spoken about deviated cuts before, but what the actual term is rhythmic disruption. So I have a video here from the Beta Squad, my favorite Beta Squad video, because of a certain moment. So let me just quickly explain to you how deviated cuts works if you didn't quite understand before, or if you don't know how it works. So I've told you this before, but you know how to cut already. And the reason why you know how to cut already is because you've watched so many videos on YouTube, you know, like the general flow in cutting, to the point where you can almost predict a cut. So you can see here we have, like, let's say this is 2 frames of dead space, this is 2 frames of dead space, 2 frames, and then 2 frames of dead space. So it's not a numerical thing, it's just like it's flow, right? Flow is what we feel. We feel how what the editor or what the creator was going for. So we'd watch this, we'd understand, we'd feel comfortable, like, okay, we know how the next cut is going to go, because again, everyone has watched, like, our audience have watched so much YouTube, and even you've watched so much YouTube to the point where you know how cutting generally works. But let's say at some point you include a clip where the flow breaks, right? So this is an extra long clip. These all last like 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. So these are each 1 second, and this is like 10 seconds, right? This is like a 10-second clip. I don't know. Let's just say like this is a 10-second clip, and the audio waves don't start up until here, like 4 seconds in, which is 4 seconds is a lot more than 2 frames each, right? So if the viewers don't know what's about to happen, then they'd feel uncomfortable. They'd be like, oh, what's going on? Why is there no talking? Because they're used to people talking immediately. Why is there 4 seconds of nothingness? Okay, now you've disrupted the rhythm of the video. You've disrupted the flow, right? And this is a deviated cut, which just means that you've broken pattern. Deviated just means breaking pattern. And you've broken pattern in cutting, right? So, why have you done this? Well, some people do it because they mess up, but we're not supposed to mess up, because we know how audiences are so sensitive to like editing mistakes, because editing is so, it's like I said, they can predict cuts, right? So they don't like it when something like this happens. So when can we use deviated cuts? When can we break rhythm, right? When something significant happens. So when something completely unscripted and funny as hell happens, or when a jump scare happens, we need a bit of space to throw them off balance. Otherwise, the jump scare wouldn't work. We need a bit of build up. Like, have you ever seen those Instagram reels or TikToks of people saying like, oh, I just saw something. And then after a while, there's a silence, and then like a spider jumps onto the screen and it gives you the biggest jump of your life. Well, that's because there's so much build up to it, right? There's so much build up to it, right? So we need a bit of 4 seconds here. We need this 4 seconds. Let me just actually do it in red. We need this 4 seconds to build it up. Now, let me show you an example of this from this video. This is a beta squad video. It is about like 20 minutes long, so I'm not going to show you everything, but I'm going to show you the general cutting. Like, I'm going to show you how generally like they would cut, how fast their cuts were, and then you're going to notice when the deviated cut happens, when they break, when the rhythm's disrupted, like rhythmic disruption, right? You're gonna see when it stops. Okay.
He's been filming them this whole time. So what I'm now going to do is switch with Josh and start filming them for the 5 minutes before the gates open. Can you catch me now? I'm done.
Can I just get this? The chips and the drinks.
So you can see it's kind of relatively quickly.
Alright, let's swap.
So, relatively quick cutting. Okay, we know how the gist works. We know how it goes because we've watched videos before, especially if you've watched beta squad videos before.
Josh is now me, and I am now Steve.
What's happening? You know, you part of this? Alright, come with me. This guy's with me. Hussein is now part of my plan. The SWAT guy's looking for us in this building. We're gonna switch clothes right now, let's do it. Put this on. You didn't think your day would be like this, right? No. Alright, so the plan is to send Hussein in. You're just gonna make as much noise as you can, pretend to be me. Have your hood kinda up, look down, kinda celebrate, be like, yo, I won. They're gonna hunt you down, sprint. Okay. Just run for your life, right? And they're gonna chase you down properly. From this, okay, you don't look like me. From this angle, maybe this angle.
I'm joining them back.
We've caught 3. Agent Nicole still to go. 15 minutes left. It's your chance to reach the evacuation zone. The gate is opening.
What?
What is it?
Patrol around this area. Cool, I'll look around here. Go that way. Okay.
I got it! Randy's trying to climb from behind. We've got another man over here. No way. See you later, son. Put the fires on. See you later. Oh my God. I thought they were gonna get me.
How did you let that slip?
How did I let it slip?
I can't believe that's just happened. He's got away from us.
Just make it dramatic.
I can't believe he's got away from us.
I thought you catch him on the other side. Never mind. Still got to come back
Run
this
that
way.
way. 10 minutes to stay here. I'm staying on this side. We're gonna get him.
Talk to me, Bradley.
It's not long left. We're gonna get him.
Good. Anything else?
I gotta. I've got a feeling I've worked something out.
Oh, really? What?
Oh my God, I knew that was you.
Who got through? Oh my God.
What's good, my friend? I made it! I made it out of prison!
Oh my God.
Since the filming earlier, that. So, I'm gonna explain to you a few reasons as to why this is my favorite video ever, because of this moment. So, we saw. Let me just mark this as the end. This is the beginning of the sequence. So this is the beginning. Nope. Yeah, actually, yeah, maybe. So up until here, right? Right, so yeah, it basically plays up until here. Let me just delete this marker real quick. So yeah, all of this is what I want to show you, right? So if I just quickly delete these. So we saw that the cutting here was relatively quick. So you can see, look, it takes like less than a second to cut, 36 to less than like 37 very quickly, and then 30 frames later, right? So even like out here,
Come with me. This guy's with me.
like a second if less, right? So around a second. Let's just do, for math's sakes, a second to cut, right? Now we get to this point, right? We get to this point. I'm gonna mark this. This is when Nico starts talking to
On this
what's
side,
his name?
we're gonna get him.
Bradley.
Talk to me, Bradley.
It's not land left. We're gonna get him.
So we watched this sequence and we know there's no cutting until here. So this is about 40 seconds, if I'm correct. Yep, this is around 40 seconds of not a single cut. So let's put that into perspective. 1 second. Okay, so let's just put it here, right? Let's actually do this. From what we've just watched, the video has a 1 second cut at maximum. Sometimes it's even less. So 1 second, 1 second, and then this entire sequence is 40 seconds. That's 40 at times as long, bro. Okay? Do you know how much that is? So, and what I love about this is on a second point, like this isn't even just like an example of deviated cutting. Let me explain to you why this is my favorite part. So we watched Nico dress up. He told us he had a plan. I'm going to switch with Josh. Okay. My plan is to switch with Josh, and he switches. Okay. So now we know that this is Nico. We know that this is Nico. Okay. We know that he's trying to escape the prison. This is called, we challenged a SWAT team to hide and seek. Their aim is to escape, right? So if you haven't watched this video, that's a bit of context, but I would highly recommend you go watch this video. I love this. So now we know. So now when he steps out here, if my thing will load, I'm going to turn it down to a quarter. So now we know when Nico steps out. When does he step out? He steps out here. We know when he steps out, they purposely show him. Now, this is what's called dramatic irony. Dramatic irony means it's when the audience, for example, us, when with the viewers, when we know something that the people on the video / movie / TV show, basically / piece of media, don't know. We know that's Nico. These two, this guy and Bradley, the guy that Nico was talking to, him, do not know that this is Nico. You can see here, they point out that's Nico, right? Dramatic irony. We know something that they don't know, which means that this is super suspenseful for us, because what if they catch him, right? What if they catch him? So when we do all of this, we can see here, we have subtitles here.
On the other side, never mind.
Still got to come
Run
back
that
this
way.
way.
Subtitles.
I'm staying on this side. We're gonna get him.
Talk to me, Bradley.
And then Nico subtitles, literally pointing out it is Nico camera. We're making it as obvious as possible to the viewers of the dramatic irony here, right? We're trying to point it out. And then from the deviated cut, people can tell after a second. So after a second, because they've been so used to watching 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, now it's been
On this side. We're gonna get him.
Talk to me, Bradley.
2 seconds plus Nico's voice. Okay, so now at this very point, At this very point, let's just label this. We know, right? We know that something's been broken. We know that the deviated cut has happened. We know that the flow, the rhythmic disruption has occurred. Okay, we've broken pattern, like the editor has. Okay, the editor has, I guess. And now we watch this. There's no more subtitles. Look, no more subtitles apart from Nico, because again the editors want to push it in our face about the dramatic irony, right? But nothing from Bradley. We used to have Bradley subtitles. You see, we used to have Bradley subtitles. Now we don't. But we can see his face change. I love this part. We can see his face change and realize. Okay, we can see. We feel the dramatic irony. And then eventually he realizes.
I've got a feeling I've worked something out.
Oh, really? What?
And then the music starts. I love this part, right? It makes us so aware of, again, the dramatic irony. And it's a perfect example for a deviated cut, or I guess rhythmic disruption, right? I like to say deviated cut because I'm talking about cutting here, right? I'm talking about cutting. And this is, I really recommend, I'm going to link this down below for you to go watch. In your own time, I guess, or if you want to do it straight after this, do it straight after this. It's a very good video. I just hope it doesn't lead you down a rabbit hole of VFX Squad videos, because this is generally like the only one I really like a lot, by the way. I like this is generally like a good example of deviated cutting and rhythmic disruption in storytelling. So we've now covered the entire workflow. I've shown you step by step the entire workflow, except for the fine cut, because that's going to take a bit longer, right? But I've shown you L cuts and J cuts. I've shown you how to do them. And if you just quickly, if you don't remember, what we do is we hold Alt and Control. So that way Control will do this, but Alt and Control will only do it for one layer. So that means we can have a J cut, or we can have an L cut, right? Or we can just have regular cuts. And I've also shown you the narrative cut part of the workflow. I've shown you the not the fine cut, I've shown you the rough cut side of the workflow, and I've also shown you deviated cuts as an extra sprinkle on top, right? But this is the fundamentals of cutting, right? This is the fundamentals of the cutting workflow. Okay, now that we know how to do this, let's now move on to the sound design of things, right? So if I go back to the presentation, I believe, yeah, we've summarized it. Now it's time for the sound design part of the workflow. So now let's move on to that. Hang on, very quickly, I'm very sorry to interrupt your learning progress. I know you're probably loving it right now. You're thinking, Danny, would you please get out the way? I'm trying to watch this right now. But one thing I want to bring up very quickly is networking. Networking is a bit of a pain in the ass, right? It's not easy to find other like-minded people quite like you. New year, new you, meaning new friends and new acquaintances, okay? So you can't be stuck with the same people who do nothing. You're now a changed person. You're here to learn video editing to become even better. And now that you're starting up, you're going to need to find other people just like you to push you and to keep you accountable for, where you want to go. So if you want to find a place where there's hundreds of other editors just like you in the exact same position you are right now, join the editing community below. It's the first link there. It's completely free. It costs nothing to join, right? You'll find so many other people just like you in there. So be sure to join below, school.com/editing community. I'll see you in there. So welcome to the sound design module for the fundamentals of sound design, right? So what are we going to be covering in this one? First of all, sound design. What is it, right? Just simply put, what is sound design? What is the importance in sound design? Music, so purpose of music, why do we use music, why do we listen to music, the impacts of music, and it's pretty straightforward. Hopefully it should be a shorter and more straight to the point video, but yeah. Now let's start off with, what is sound design? So Foley, creating a realistic sounding sequence, right? So fun fact, every time you watch a film, especially if it's like a high production film, 80% of the sound you hear is made, it's Foley, made to sound realistic. So when you're watching when you're watching, let's say two knights in a castle, right? So you know knights, you know the big sword and shield wearing motherfuckers with their helmets and whatever, right? Two knights in a castle, and they're sword fighting. Every clash you hear, every chainmail, every armor movement, every shield block, every footstep, right? Every sound you hear is a sound effect used to make the sequence sound real, right? It's Foley to make it sound real, right? Foley will literally be like realistic sound effects to make things sound real, right? Music. Use music to flow between sequences. So I'll talk about this a bit later when it in a different one, but yes, music is used to flow between sequences to also reflect, or to also like carry on tone, and you know, set a mood, right? But to flow between sequences is a very, very nice way. So generally when you're editing a video, your music shouldn't last for longer than 20 seconds, longer than 15-20 seconds, right? Every 15-20 seconds you're going to want to change, especially between different parts of your narrative, different acts, different sequences. You want to change up the music a bit, right? So yeah, use music to flow between different sequences. Voiceovers, using non-diegetic sound to assist viewers. So I'm going to get into this. So non-diegetic, you're probably thinking, what the hell does that mean? Well, you have diegetic and non-diegetic sound. I'm going to be talking a bit about that later on as well. But yeah, generally throughout the video, viewers are going to want to understand what is going on. And a lot of times with bigger production videos nowadays, you'll notice that creators are using more voiceovers in videos. So if you watch like Nico Milano for a video, for example, in a video, you'll see him narrate a lot, purely because it's the most direct form of storytelling, actually telling them what is going on. Because we can't take our chances with YouTube viewers. We can't take our chances with YouTube viewers. We have to be a bit more direct with them sometimes to say, this is happening, by the way, feel shocked. And they're like, oh, okay, I'm shocked now, right? Sometimes we need to be a bit more direct, and voiceovers are a good way to assist viewers to help them understand what is going on. Sound design importance, manipulation. Music is manufactured to manipulate emotion. So, this is true. Like, whether you like it or not, every time you listen to music, you use it not only to stimulate your brain, but music is used to manipulate you into feeling some sort of emotion, right? So this is actually the reason in the religion of Islam, the reason why it is sinful to listen to music is because they consider music to be the whispers of the devil, right? Purely because like music, shit you not, is actually made and manufactured to manipulate you into feeling certain emotions. And that is very powerful, right? That is very, very powerful. So if you're going to use music in your videos, use it to manipulate the viewers into feeling some sort of way, right? Now, you're going to hear me use the word manipulate a lot, but that is because manipulation doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing, right? It just means to change somebody's mind a bit, right? It doesn't mean like you're permanently like making them change, like think a different way, but in this sense, we just want to make them feel a certain emotion for the video, right? It's the same way with every sort of piece of media, every source of entertainment, right? We manipulate them to feel a certain emotion. And I think the best way of me explaining to you how editing works is by going into the science of it, and part of that requires to talk about manipulation, right? So yeah, music is manufactured to manipulate emotion. Listening is more important than watching. We listen to videos more than we watch them. Now, you may not realize this, or you may not have ever really thought about this, but you can, for example, if you have two monitors, as I do, you could be listening, or let's say editing a video or playing a game or something, and have a video or some sort of TV show to the side over here, And if you're focused on your editing and you're watching your editing, you can still hear, you can still listen to your song, you can still listen to your video, whatever it is. Like, let's say a video, for example, you can still hear your YouTube video, but you're not watching it. You'll watch it every now and then. You'll keep looking back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, but you'll never stop listening. So listening is more important than watching, because if you watch an entire video the whole way through, you've listened to 100% of the video, but you may have only watched like 40 or 50% of it. But if the audio is providing enough context, and if the audio is providing enough stimulation, that should be enough for everybody to just watch the whole way through, right? And not a lot of people realize that, right? It's the same with us. So for example, you could be like downstairs, you could have like a YouTube video or a series on your phone, just chilling there, and you could be like cooking or something, right? You're gonna listen out to the thing a lot more than you will watch it, right? So yeah, so the purpose of music, right? So first off, tone, to evoke and express a certain emotion. So to use that Jordan Welch video that I used in, I think, the previous lesson, tone goes hand in hand with things like voice projection, the VFX of your video, the cinematography of your video. Music expresses a certain emotion, right? A certain tone, which therefore results in setting the mood for a video. If you can't seem to align that, if you can't seem to align all of your factors with, if you can't seem to align all of your factors together to try and express a certain mood, if they all have different tones, they can't express the same mood, right? And music is a part of that, okay? And you know that a lot from experience, because you may listen to music, or you may have heard music in videos or films or TV series or whatever, right? They use this, they focus on this exact thing, right? Pacing. Changing music tracks ensures progression. So if you're not changing it every 15 to 20 seconds or something like that, then people will start to realize that this track has been going on for a long time, and therefore this video has been going on for a long time, and it's testing their patience, and they can click off, right? So instead of focusing on like faster cuts, focus on changing your music, realizing that the story is progressing, right? We're moving on. We're moving on to new and bigger things every time. We're not staying in place, right? Like there's actual progress happening in this narrative, and we can use that with music, right? Ambiance builds the realm of this video. So you're gonna hear a lot about this, like you're gonna hear a lot of terms about like this world building stuff later on in editing, not right now, but world building is pretty important, and it all leads to building an ambiance. So stuff like your mood, stuff like the themes that you use in your videos, stuff like the general plot line and the narrative, everything all builds this bigger picture, which builds an ambiance, right? So including stuff like music, including stuff like VFX and cinematography and everything all builds to a certain ambiance, and music is a part of that, right? It builds the realm of the video, which like ambiance leads to immersion, right? You're trying to create this sort of immersive experience for the viewers, and music plays a big part in that. Next, support. It supports guiding viewers and supports the narrative. So what I mean by that is, you probably watched like a TV series or a movie, like for example a superhero movie. They're best recognized for this, or for example like the TV series The Boys, right? Homelander, the main, I guess, villain you could say, or the like antagonist of this TV series, he now has his own motif, right? A motif is a song directed for a certain person, right? A certain character. So like if you've ever searched up like Spider-Man 2 theme or Homelander theme, or just I don't know, theme of this movie or theme of this series, you're looking for a motif, right? A motif is designed specifically for somebody or something, right? And music, you can use that with music, right? So it supports guiding the viewers to understand what is what. It's kind of like the most direct form of editing music, right? Using motifs, and it supports the narrative. So here are some examples I have over here on my streamable, right? So I have this one. This was just like a general template I used. So not a lot happening purely because this wasn't finished, but the music that I used for this was this is probably a poor example because I don't have the video on me, or at least on this website, but this was used to go from just like regular, you know, exposition, setting up like, okay, here's the challenge video, we're gonna do this, we're gonna make a comeback, and then I used this, and then we actually got into comeback time, right? It's time for action, and I use this theme in a way to show, like, literally in the most direct form of music editing, say, okay, this is where the action begins, right? So I didn't have any sound effects for this light sweep. I didn't have any like transitions. Well, I had a transition later on, but this was just the general template, right? And the music was to say comeback time, right? This is what I was trying to reflect here. So that's not enough. I have another one here. So for every transition I'd have for this video, I used the same track, right? This is the motif, right? I guess applied in like for transitions, really, not for like a certain person, but you'll see here.
The government.
I have another account. Let me log in on that.
That
I was about to
is
say.
all right, everyone. Damn. Slashes has 7. I have 10. Liam is 15. Jacob is 18. But the more fun.
I don't know
I'm here
how-
for the Slash's comeback, bro.
Movie magic.
So you're gonna have to excuse the poor, very, very poorly done transitions,
Oh, don't
right?
worry.
But these obviously weren't all together. These weren't like back to back. For every time they finished a round or like, you know, a game of GeoGuessr, I would put in the next one. So for the first game, they had the USA edition. And this was the music that I used. You can see I only ever use this music for these sequences,
18.
these transitional sequences.
But the more fun.
I told you.
And then this is obviously cut down to later on in the video. So yeah, like I said, excuse the poor transitions, but this was used to guide the viewers, right? To be a bit more direct, like saying, okay, transition time, next game, right? That's what I used. That was the whole point of the track, right? So to summarize this video, sound is designed to manipulate. We know that, but manipulation doesn't necessarily mean this is a bad thing, right? Unless you're just morally against it, I get that. But you know, editing requires music, and I get, you know, if you don't want to do that, then editing might not be for you, or you're just gonna have a, you know, fucking difficult time trying to land clients without it. But yeah, sound is designed to manipulate. That's just how it is. It's literally scientifically made to manipulate human emotion. That's how it is, and that's how we're gonna be using it for editing. Sound design is a big subconscious focal point. So, like I said, we listen to videos more than we watch them, right? The same way, the way we know that, as a viewer, we know when the story is progressing because the music is changing, right? We know when someone is coming on screen because of a motif, like a certain track may be happening, and we recognize that track from, okay, that track comes from this character. This character, every sorry, every time he comes on screen, this music is playing. So we know what's going to happen, right? Like in the sense of like, you maybe see this in the movies, but that just goes to show that sound design is a big subconscious focal point. Like storytelling, sound design is subjective. You cannot do sound design wrong. You can have poor sound design, but you can't do it wrong, right? It can be very poor to the point where it makes no sense, but it can't be wrong, right? So just keep that in mind. Don't stress out. You can just always get better at it, but there's no right or wrong, right? Right? But yeah, that's essentially it. Okay, so welcome to the sound implementation course, right? We've gone over the cutting, we've gone over the visuals, and now it's time to bring those visuals to life with some sound, right? So what are we going to be covering? Okay, this is a practical module, so there's going to be a lot more doing than there's going to be explaining. So yeah, this is going to be a short presentation, but first of all, we're going to be covering diegetic and non-diegetic sound. So if you don't know what that is, then don't worry, like that's going to be all explained. Music frequency, how often do we use it and how important is it, right? And then we're also going to be covering crescendo, so definition, purpose, and frequency. And so yeah, with this one, we've actually got a free gift. Okay, I've brought in another editor to, you know, give you guys some free stuff. He's known for his sound design. He's incredible at his job, and he's worked with a lot of big creators, like a few mainstream creators as well. So I can't wait to show this to you guys. Diegetic. Whoa, what the hell? Okay, let me just increase the thickness of this. So diegetic and non. Oh, diegetic. Yeah, excuse the poor handwriting. Let's just pretend like we know what this says. But diegetic and non-diegetic sound effects, right? So what does this mean? Well, when it comes to sound in like any motion picture media, there's two different kinds of sound, right? You have diegetic and you have non-diegetic, right? Diegetic means that it is within the realm of your recording, and there's source to this sound. Like there's an actual source coming from the sound. Non-diegetic means that it is outside the realms of your recording or whatever, right? And there is no source. So what I mean by this is, for example, let's just give some examples. With diegetic, if I were to take a packet of gum and start shaking it, okay, and let's say the mic didn't pick up, right? Let's say I was recording and the mic didn't pick that up. I would find online somewhere. I would search up like bag of rocks, or, you know, chewing gum packet or something, or I'd search up some sort of sound effect that emulates the shaking of my chewing gum, right? Or like vice versa. Let's just say there was a scene and there was some like maracas, or there was a bag of gravel or rocks, and there was no sound effect that I could find online. I would record it and I would use something like this to emulate it. Okay, so this is because that within the recording there was a packet of there was some rocks. That was actually a poor example. Let's go for another one. Let's say in the video there's a TV being turned on, right? Somebody turns on the TV, but you can't hear any clicking, you can't hear the TV. So what you do is you'll go online, you'll find a sound effect of button pressing, and then you'd sync it up with the same time that somebody turns on their TV, right? Or another example, let's say I got a phone call, but again, there's no audio. You can't actually hear the phone call. Then I'd go online and I'd search up for a sound effect of, a phone call sound effect, right? And then I would sync it up with, the same time I receive the call to make it sound as realistic as possible. That there's an incoming call. So essentially, it's just like, look at your video and see, is there a source? Like, is there a source that this sound would be coming from? Well, yes, like there would. The phone is calling, but like that's simply it. Okay, well then that'd make it diegetic, right? Another one. This is like a more common example. Let's say something were to move across the screen very quickly, and then obviously when you start moving things very quickly, you can hear this sort of whoosh sound effect, right? Then we'd go online, we'd search up for a whoosh sound effect, and we'd use it. But we would try to use it and make it sound as realistic as possible. So it actually sounds like when I move something on screen, the whoosh actually happens. Like the whoosh actually sounds realistic enough to sound like, okay, I can imagine him moving actually made that sound, right? Whereas when it comes to non-diegetic, non-diegetic implies that there is no source. So no source, right? But what does this mean? Well, let's say there was music playing, right? You play some, you add some music tracks to the video, or you add a voiceover to the video. Well, where's the voiceover come from? Like in everyday life, you don't just suddenly hear a voice talking to you. There's got to be some sort of source. If somebody was talking to me, okay, then yeah, okay, that voiceover would probably make sense, because in that case, it wouldn't be a voiceover, it would be dub. It would be dubbing over, right? But in everyday life, somebody just doesn't randomly talk without actually coming from someone's mouth, okay? So voiceovers, they are not within the realm of the video. Music, not within the realm of the video. If your footage had some what's it called? If your footage had a speaker playing, and your client's like, okay, make it sound like music is coming from the speaker because it's a pretty important part of the video. You're like, okay, now this would be diegetic because I have to make this. I can import some music. I'll edit it a bit to make it sound realistic, and it also sounds like it is coming from that speaker. Okay, this would make it diegetic because this is within the realms of the video. Okay, voiceovers are not. Voiceovers, they obviously happen after, and people know that voiceovers aren't actually within the. Like, you can't hear voiceovers in the. I don't really have to further explain it, but like it just depends on what sound is within the realms of the video, and this isn't just about like footage. This is more so just like the sound that you import, right? You're gonna be using sound effects. You're gonna be using music. You just gotta separate between which is diegetic and non-diegetic, okay? But believe me, it's not that difficult. Like you'll know which one's which. But it just matters on how you use it rather than if you use it. And if you use it, like for example with diegetic sound, you need to, I can't stress this enough, you need to really focus on making it sound realistic. Because a lot of editors will use diegetic sound, but they won't like take the time of their day. Like they won't spend a couple hours just trying to make their sound effects sound realistic. Okay? And I want to give you not a prime example. I want to give you a bit of an exaggerated example, but it's enough to let you know that it's enough to give my point off, right? So this was a video that somebody posted, got 41,000 views, a lot of dislikes, few likes, right? And this shows exactly how to make your sound effects sound unrealistic. Like, look at the video, watch the video, look at the assets move on screen and tell me, can you imagine the movement of these images actually make this sound? And if you can't, that's the result of a lot of editors. Like a lot of editors fail, or at least are too lazy to try and actually make it sound realistic. So as a result, it won't exactly sound like this because this is a bit exaggerated, but it might as well be. Because at the end of the day, if it doesn't sound remotely possible to sound realistic, then there's no point. But yeah, let's just get straight into it.
Speed's journey started when COVID was started on December 2019. Everyone was confined to their houses and government announced lockdown. But how does this connect with Speed? Because at this time, Speed has the biggest advantage to work day-night on his content until there was no cure for COVID. So Speed also realized he has the biggest advantage to boost. But what changes he applied in his content that he gained 22 million...
Yeah, I don't really have to show you anymore. I think that was enough to, rot your brains a bit. But essentially, like, not only were his whooshes out of sync, that's bad enough, by the way. Like, the fact that your sound effects won't be in sync is bad enough. But he applied whooshes to instances that have that warrant no use of it. Like, for example, like here.
Until there was no night on his content, until there was...
What? There was no need to add a whoosh for the sake of highlighting. Like, when I fucking highlight something, I hear a highlighter. I hear, like, that little pressing sound, of the material wiping itself across the paper. I don't hear a fucking whoosh. Why do you hear why is a whoosh here? Right? When... like it doesn't make any sense.
There was no cure for COVID.
And with these, oh, it's muted. With these,
Speed's journey started when COVID was started on December.
Like, I can't imagine every single whoosh. First of all, having the same sound effect. If you're going to use whooshes, please use a variety of sound effects, so it doesn't sound obvious that it's like the most unrealistic shit on earth.
December 2019.
Make them subtle, because this is
everyone was
very
confined
loud
to their houses and government announced lockdown.
And there's no need for like whooshes and everything, right? So a few things that we need to take care of when it comes to diegetic sounds. It's like, obviously you're not going to get it first try, and I don't blame you, right? If this was this guy's first try editing, I don't know, but if it was, then better luck next time, I guess. Like, just keep working at it, because you're not going to get it first time, and that's fine. Like it's not very easy to make things sound as realistic as possible. Like, they do it in films. Like, for example, everything that you see in a film, like especially like those high production films or like a Hollywood film, you may not realize it, but everything there is voiceovered or dubbed or sound effects. Like, something simply as I don't know, like literally everything. Like, if I pop open this again, they're gonna put that in post. Me typing, they're gonna put that in post. Me turning on a monitor, they're gonna put that in post, right? Me setting up a mic, they're gonna put that in post. Almost none of it is from the actual camera, right? So yeah, it's a pretty difficult job, but the second you get it, like the second you actually start applying this to yourself, the second you actually start working on making it sound realistic, you're putting yourself ahead of a lot of editors. Because I've seen a lot of editors who fail to even attempt this, right? So what are we looking at? So with diegetic sound effects, you need to think of, first of all, a variety of sound effects. So if you're not making it subtle, right? For example, like if it's not subtle, then that's one thing. But if it's not subtle and you don't have a variety of sound effects, then people are going to notice that you're using the same sound effect over and over again, thus breaking any possibilities of it sounding real, right? Like, you need to make sure it sounds subtle so people don't think about it too much. And you also need to make sure that you have a variety of sound effects to use based on different impacts. Like, some things are going to move slower, some things are going to move faster, right? And this is not just with like any movement, this is for everything. Like, if I were to punch something, if I were to punch a wall, I could punch it very softly and hear like a knock. Or I could punch it very hard and it would break, right? Or I could punch it super hard and it would break, but it would be an even more aggressive and harder impacting sound, right? Which is why it's important to have a variety of effects, so you can at least match up which one sounds like the most realistic outcome of, I don't know, whatever happened on screen, like me punching or me moving something very quickly, right? So yeah, keep it subtle, have a variety, and when it comes to like frequency, not everything, like not frequency as in like the measurement of pitch, but as in like frequency as in like don't use it for everything that moves. Like not everything needs a whoosh sound effect. Not everything needs like crazy Foley, right? Because in YouTube, we don't have as long a deadline as people that edit films do. They have like a year to do whatever, or like 6 months, right? Or fuck knows how long. But like they have a team of people and they have a lot longer than us. So you don't have to like focus on frequency too hard. Just on things that, like, I think first and foremost, look at the visuals, like any motion graphics or effects that you do or any animations you make. That's when it should be the case, right? But other than that, don't focus on frequency too long. Like no one's gonna beat you up about it. But it is very important to implement sound effects because people listen to YouTube more than they watch it. I'm not sure if I've said that before, but you got to keep this in mind. People listen to YouTube more than they watch it. I could, for example, be working on something here on my main monitor and then have some YouTube to the side. If my eyes aren't on it, my ears always will be. Like I'll always be listening to it. And if I'm just judging it off of its sound, and I'm not looking at it and judging it with my eyes, then I'm gonna listen to this and think, okay, there's not a lot of sounds that are stimulating me, so I'm gonna click off. Like I'm gonna click off and watch something else, right? Not even watch something else. I'm just gonna have something else playing in the background. But either way, like no matter what my intentions are with this video, it harms the client. So, yeah, find a balance when it comes to frequency. Don't go too crazy to the point where you sound like this guy, and don't go like to the point where you've got almost no sound effects, to the point where people get bored of your videos, right? So there are a few things you need to take in mind. Keep in mind when going for and editing diegetic sound effects. So the frequency, variety of sound effects, the subtlety of the sound effects, and the source of the action, right? And with non-diegetic sound effects, there's not a lot you really have to focus on. Flow and transitioning would be like one thing, for example. Like most times, non-diegetic sound effects, because they're not actually a part of the video, we only use them for external factors. And in this case, it would be to keep the video moving or to transition the movie, like the video onto the next part, right? So I think I may have something to show. I'm not sure if I've showed it already, but just in case I haven't, where are my videos? Where the hell are my videos? Okay, never mind, right? But yeah, I'm sure I've already shown it before. But it was the transitioning onto different periods, right? Non-diegetic is mostly just for that and for providing further context. Like a lot of YouTube, you might realize this, but recently YouTubers have been using voiceovers a lot more with their content because they feel like they need to provide further context with their videos, right? Like especially if they're big videos and it's like kind of difficult to follow, right? You have your non-diegetic sound. So yeah, I've shown the video and I've shown you non-diegetic sound. Let's just quickly take a look. What else? Music frequency, right? Yeah, so we can cover this here, like music frequency. Right. So when it comes to music, you don't have to use it along the entire way, right? You don't just put like 2-minute tracks and just fill them out, right? When it comes to like actually how long you want to keep your music at, you don't go over 15 to 20 seconds. Like that's the maximum you're gonna go, 15 to 20 seconds, and then you change it up. But yeah, but you don't have to use it all the time in the sense of there are some moments, and I'm sure you'll catch on to this quick, but there's gonna be some moments in the video where silence is a lot more appreciated and silence is a lot more needed than music. Whether it's something very like when you need to be in the moment, right? Instead of just the viewer just watching and chilling and just looking at the video, say there's a moment of emotion or a moment of just like any heartfelt moment or any nerve-wracking moment or anything, any sort of jump scare, any deviated cuts, right? Remember the term deviated cuts at any time there's anytime you break your flow with your videos, right? Anytime there's a deviated cut, then also no music, because the whole point of that is to build intensity, and music breaks that. You see, music is designed for emotional manipulation, and sometimes that can take away from the moment. Like if you have a moment where music isn't required, the reason why music is not required is because that moment has enough raw emotion already. Like it's already good enough. It doesn't need any more. You don't need to go over the top with it. And what that essentially just entails is that music is there to keep an illusion, right? And any raw moments that you have, or any moment that doesn't require music, is a moment to bond with the viewer a bit more. Like you're gonna see this a lot in Logan Paul's videos. Logan Paul has some great editors. Like he's got a good rep for hiring good editors, right? Like they'll have a lot of moments where music is not needed. Sometimes music is there to amp things up, right? No matter what the emotion that he's going for, like the editor, right? So whether like sometimes it's there to be amped up and sometimes it's there to just chill out, right? Just the chill moments. Now I understand that we're not all going to be editing like Logan Paul level production content, but that still applies for any sort of motion picture. Like this is just the sort of fundamentals of how humans respond to music and how humans respond to motion picture media, right? It's a chance for them to connect. It's a chance for them to relate. It's a chance for them to unwind. And music can just sometimes really piss you off if it's ruining a good moment, right? Because if anything relatable, anything funny, anything like super in the moment, that's actually a perfect way to put it. Anything super in the moment is the perfect chance to bond with your viewers, and music kills that. Music literally just kills that. Music is there, like in videos and like YouTube videos, just generally to just keep up the flow, keep it progressing, keep the viewer to continuing to watch, because you know we've gotten so used to having music play across the entire video, so it just builds this sort of like this border between you and the creator. But the second that music is gone, it's all out in the air. I don't know how to describe it. That's just what raw moments mean, right? Like you're gonna see a lot of examples of this in film. Again, with a lot of YouTubers as well. But a way you should just think about it is go back to the deviated cuts. You see, because with deviated cuts, the reason why we use them is because something has happened in the moment, right? It doesn't have to be something like emotional or heartfelt. It doesn't have to be something like cutesy or sad. It can be something funny as hell, bro. Like it could literally just be something funny as hell, or it could be something like surprising, right? So this is our deviated cut, remember? Let's just get the red out. So this is our deviated cut. Now, when we're adding our music, let's say this is our music track, we can just sort of kill it off. We can either like fade it off, right? or we can just straight up just like kill it off here by the deviated cut. We can just straight up just kill it off, and that abruptness of cutting off the music, that abruptness of it brings questioning. The same way that breaking flow here brings questioning. Imagine if I was a viewer and I was sitting back and just relaxing and watching my video, and I was like, okay, it's consistent, the cuts are consistent, everything's consistent, the music is still there, and then bam, deviated cut, suddenly the flow's changed. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? The music just suddenly stopped. Why'd the music suddenly stop? And now I'm locked in. I'm like, what is going on? Okay, now this is when you're something funny or something in the moment, right? This is the perfect way to put it. Something just in the moment, right? Music has its moments, and sometimes stuff like this is where you stop using music. But in terms of just like for the sole purpose, like you got to think about like what music's purpose is. Originally, it was just designed to manipulate human emotion into making you feel a certain way. Like you could listen to pop and get hyped up. You can listen to like I don't know, like some sort of breakup song and feel sad. You could listen to jazz and just feel like in a really happy mood. Like, you know, that hence different genres. But when it comes to YouTube videos, it depends what you use really, but most of the time it's just used for stimulation, just to keep them going, keep it going, because it feels a bit too empty without your music, right? Keep it going, and it's always going to be in tone, right? It's going to be in tone of the video, which is good, okay? So we're going for tone, and B, we're going for stimulation, and C, what was the word? Okay, it'll come to me another time, right? But yeah, sometimes we don't need stimulation, sometimes we just need pure entertainment, something, whatever happens in the moment, right? But yeah, that's music frequency as far as I can remember off the top of my head. Okay, now we have crescendo. Aha, okay, this is going to be a good one. So, when it comes to crescendo, this is going to be a good one, because I think I could use a deviated cut example once more. Let's say this video, to put into perspective, it's a gaming video of 4 friends, right? So you have 4 people, multi-POV, or not. Actually, that doesn't really matter. That doesn't really play into factor here. But let's just say this is 4 people playing a video game, but it's not like any video game. It's like one of those weird Steam games where you have fun. It's one of those games you play one-off, like Jackbox, or that game where you have like these little characters and you just wrestle each other and throw each other off the map, or Fall Guys or something like that. Just one of those games, right? Let's just say this is it. And then this is just them having consistent fun, and then all of a sudden somebody has like the biggest fail of all time. But in order to really enjoy, in order for us to really appreciate the epic fail, we need to see the context behind it first. We need to see this guy, the build up to it. We need to see just him doing whatever, and then, oh, something happens here, let's say, and then a while goes by, and then they all just start like bursting into laughter, right? And then we just feel like it's just this, right? This is our new audio waves, and they just start bursting into laughter like they've seen it happen, right? So this is an epic moment, okay? In the epic moment, epic fail moment, right? That's the situation. We could have our audio track playing here, but instead of just any music, what we could do if we wanted is have it so it was building up to it, right? So a crescendo essentially means, let me just write this down. crescendo means build up. It just essentially just means build up, right? So the music, the audio waves could just be building up to this, all the way up to here at the very peak, and at the very peak, right? We can see here it just cuts off. At the very peak, it just cuts off, and then nothing happens. So when viewers are hearing this build up, they recognize it as a build up. When the cutting is going consistent, they're like, okay. But with build ups, we often know what to expect. Good example of this, like a pack opening from like way back in the day. Let's just write like FIFA 15 or something, right? Like a good example of crescendo would be going back to one of these like FIFA videos, and you can hear the build up, right?
And skip.
We can hear the track, and we can predict when the peak is, right?
And Falcao will keep him, but no.
So, being 4 minutes into the video, let's just look at some examples of how the cutting looks, and then we can see that a deviated cut happens.
Please don't tell me I've broken a thing. Come on.
So cut.
Come on. Oh, okay. Yes, we got our players. Wait, where's Hazard? Wait, there he is. There he is. We got Hazard. Thank God.
Cut.
And
Cut.
Skip. Oh,
Cut.
That's no Bentner. And then anyone.
So actually, let's take a look over here, right?
Let's go. That's all right. We are. Yes. Okay. Holy
So cut here, cut back.
Yes, okay, there we go. We can finally
and then so cut again, cut again, right? So relatively quick cutting, but then let's see what happens when the crescendo starts.
There he is, there he is. We got Hazard. Thank God. And skip. Oh, that's no Bentner. And then anyone, shitty Torres. And Falcao will keep him, but no, that's shit. Really? Skip! And we get no one again. Fake Hazard! No, 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 no.
Okay. So. Okay. Let's just like take some notes here, right? So usually when it's what happens with his cutting, when he finishes a pack, we cut to him and then it cuts immediately to the next pack. But now the music has started, the crescendo has started, and people know. Like back then, if like I don't know if you watched a lot of FIFA content, but when somebody would open a pack and music like this started, it essentially means that something is coming up, as crescendo, like as a regular crescendo does, right? This implies that something is coming up.
Oh, that's Falcao. We'll keep him.
And we can see here his pack is finished, but prior to this, when he opens packs, it cuts to him, and then cuts straight to the next pack.
That's shit.
But we're not seeing a cut, not a full screen. He's opening the next pack and he's going straight to Twitter. As far as we know, this is what's going on. We are in this dead space here. Like, why the hell are we watching this guy go to Twitter like with his, TikTok brain, right? Like, this just looks like accidental. Like, this looks like it was accidentally put in. If we take away the music, it sounds like it was accidentally put in. But because of the music, because of the crescendo, because of the build-up, we know that something's happening. Right?
Skip.
That's the difference. Like that's how impactful sound is, right? We take away the music, we're gonna think, okay, he probably put this, didn't mean to put this in. Like this was probably just a clip put in by accident. But because of the music, we now know, okay, something's gonna happen. And lo and behold,
no one again. Fake Hazard. No, 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 no.
Something does happen. And you can hear the sync up when the peak of the crescendo hits as soon as we get the reveal. Right? Okay. That is the point. That is the point of a crescendo. Now it doesn't have to be necessarily FIFA. It could just mean that the crescendo of music happens at a certain point. Like, you can sync it up with whatever, but the point is, when it builds up to something, it builds up to something. Okay, this is just to sort of push that message of, oh, by the way, something's gonna happen, right? Like, this is like an important part of the video, so like listen up, right? This is why we use crescendos, just to essentially just say like, oh, by the way, listen up, right? Listen up. Okay. What else did I say? Definition, purpose, and frequency. Now, honestly, when it comes to crescendos, there's also sound effects. We have rises. So if I search up like actually, I have a riser effect. Let me just show you real quick. So that is a riser to build up suspense. It literally says here cinematic suspense. Okay. I hear these way too often. See, when it comes to frequency, this is just generally how frequency works. This is how rarity works. This is actually literally how rarity works. So listen up. The reason why diamonds are so valuable is because there's not a lot of them in the world. The reason why watches like Richard Mille are so talked about and so expensive and so respected when somebody has it is because there's not a lot of them in the world, and they, hence why they cost so much. So when there's a low frequency of something, this usually implies that whenever you do see whatever it is, in this case, a crescendo, it means that this is important. If I were to have 50 of these across like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, right? Whether that's a riser sound effect or whether that's some music, then at what point as the viewer can I say, okay, but when does this shit ever actually build up to something? Like, I keep getting teased and nothing ever happens, right? It's just so many of these. But if I had like 1 or 2 of these across like the entire video, then as a viewer, when I come across a crescendo, when I come across a build up, I'm like, okay, something's happening here. Like, this is building up to something. I can trust that because there's low frequency to it, right? It's rare. It's rare, meaning it means something. If you were to, for example, if you were to get followed, another example, if you were to be followed on Twitter by somebody who follows 900,000 people, but he has 1 million followers, that wouldn't mean as much as somebody who has 1 million followers, but only follows like 100 people. So let me write this down just in case you couldn't pick that up. So one of the accounts follows 900,000 and has 1 million followers, right? Okay. But now let's say there's another person and he follows 30 people and has 1 million followers. His follow matters more because there's a low frequency of follows. Therefore, it's rare to be followed by him. But this person just mass followers. Like if I was this person, I shouldn't give a shit about my 1 million followers because the point is like it means nothing to be followed by me if I follow 900,000 people. Like John Cena follows like 400,000 people. No one gives a shit when he follows him. Well, like when he follows them on Twitter because he has such high frequency of follows. Like it doesn't matter anymore. There's no rarity. It's like finding soil instead of finding diamonds, right? So obviously, if somebody were to be followed by these 2 people, they'd care about this one more rather than this one because of the high frequency. So when somebody's to listen to 50 crescendos, they're not going to give a shit. If somebody was to listen to just a handful, they care. They care a lot more because of the rarity, okay? So keep your build-ups at an appropriate rate, right? When something big happens, make sure it sounds big. Okay, but if you're making a very very random part of the video seem so high and mighty and so important when it really isn't, then you're breaking trust with your viewer. Your viewer's like, how the hell can I trust you to actually build up to something important if you just add on rises and crescendos to every single little scene on the video? That this is not retention. This is just pissing me the fuck off. Why should I watch this now? Right? So, yeah, that's essentially it. That's essentially like the reasoning and mostly frequency behind sound, because frequency is very important and not a lot of people seem to pay attention to it. But yeah, that's it. Now let's move on. Okay, so now we're in Premiere. All I'm gonna do now is, let me just drag this down here. Cool. Right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start off by making a shape. Okay, we're not gonna be using any footage just yet. Okay, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna be going for we're gonna create some sound effects. Right? We're gonna try and make some sound effects sound as realistic as possible. Okay, just to give you an idea of how what you should be going for. So first, I'm gonna create my usual shape. So I'm gonna increase the stroke, turn this white, and then add another shape. Right? Cool. Turn this in the middle. Actually, we can just turn the scale down on this, can't we? There we go. There we go. Right, so I'm gonna turn this up. Now we're gonna go and let's just move it first and foremost, right? So I'm gonna click on the layer and then position it a bit so it moves. Wow, there is no space for this. Right? So it moves to the right. So let's see how this looks. Right. Let's, yeah, that sounds about good. Okay. Now, there's no movement here. But what I'm imagining is because of its just sort of, you know, very linear, slow, and kind of off-putting nature, I'm gonna add in some sound. So I'm gonna clear this. I'm gonna enter Mango's complete sound effects pack. I'm gonna go into the sound effects, and I am going to search for, there we go, chalk slide. So we have some chalk slides. Okay, these sound about right. So let's just hear what these sound like. And then I kind of like this. This is very rough, kind of like the movement here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna double tap this. So move this here, and then I'm gonna go to the front and the end, so the head and tail of my in and out points, and then I'm gonna go back. So you can see here that it's cut down the audio a bit. Let's mark the. All right, it's all the way over here. Oh wow, that's long. All right, let's keep it up to about here. So we want our keyframe to go this far. So let's see. All right, we're gonna need it to come a bit earlier. Actually, let's just delete this marker and then start from the very beginning. So I'm gonna move it a bit forward, add a bit of a fade. Okay. And then it's gonna end around here. So what I'm gonna do is, first I'm gonna cut down the layer so I can have a better view of the keyframe graphs. Now I'm gonna adjust my my graph, my keyframe graph, so that it aligns with the sound effect. So I'm gonna wait to hear the peak, and I'm gonna wait to hear the dying, like how it dies off, right? So Okay, so how it looks to me is that this is the peak of my audio track. So I'm gonna make sure that the peak of the speed happens here, right? Because it's got the highest pitch. Therefore, I'm assuming that the movement of whatever this is. Let's just turn this into a square to make it easier, right? Right, to make it a bit more realistic, we'll turn this into a square. Okay, so like I said, the higher the pitch of the sound effect means the peak velocity it's going at. So I'm gonna adjust this so the graph peaks over here somewhere. Okay, nice. However, it does keep moving towards the end when you can't hear anything. So, alright. I'm going to need some audio scrubbing. So I'm going to go to Premiere. Or is it, yeah, Premiere Pro. So settings, audio. And then play audio while scrubbing. So now when I scrub through my timeline, you can hear the audio. So the keyframe ends a bit late. I'm going to move it just about over here. Okay, I'm going to need it to peak a bit more obvious to the point where it peaks here. There we go. Should be slightly better. There we go. Okay, that feels like it moves far too quickly earlier. Okay. Otherwise, we would be having a bit of a transition here. That sounds much better. No. No, because it doesn't sound like it's slowing down. It sounds like it's just sort of stopping. So what can I do to change this? Let's just play with the graph a bit more. Again, you're not going to get it perfect first try, and by the looks of it, it looks like I'm not getting it perfect first try, but it definitely sounds much better than what it did before. Okay, this is looking far too artificial, so I'm going to tone it down a bit. Much better. I like that. Now, I'm going to move over to the effects. I'm going to search up pitch shifter, apply it here, and then I'm going to click edit. Now I'm going to have my edit here, and then I'm going to go to the end here. I'm going to press O. I'm going to press playback, right? So now when I play it, the problem with this is that it's too short. It's far too short for the audio to catch up. So I think for now I'm just going to turn it off. Let's hear it. Right. I think the audio playback is screwed up because now there's no audio playing. I'm going to delete this, see how that sounds. Better. Better. Now for the pitch shifting, okay, I'm going to turn down the pitch a bit by like maybe 1 semitone. Okay, I don't like that. Let's, instead of adjusting the semitones, let's go for the cents. So, to explain how pitch works, okay, so you understand how this goes, I'm going to put it in this way, for example. All right, let's go back to the drawing board. Have you heard of auto-tune? I'm going to assume that you have. So when people apply auto-tune to their singing, auto-tune is like, it's like aimbot, right? It's kind of like aimbot. So in a note or a tone or a semitone, yeah, in a semitone, you have 100 cents, right? So let's go from here, so all the way over here. This is 0 and this is 100, so 100 cents. In every single semitone, there is 100 cents. And when you're singing, people judge singing based on how consistent can you kind of get it, is, if you know what I mean. Like, if I sing and I sing terribly, right? Let's say I have, you know, all these different tones, right? If I was singing horribly, my voice would be out of pitch, right? Which means that it would go like this, right? It would be like all over the place. But what auto-tune does is that it gets it direct, like straight on 1 cent, or depending on how strong it is, maybe it'll go between a few cents, right? Maybe it'll change a bit to make it a bit less obvious, but sometimes it'll just straight up go like dead in the middle, just a singular, like as close as you can to getting that pitch, right? So in editing, this is kind of just adjusting the pitch, right? So we have our 100 cents, which is 0 to 100, and then we have our semitones, which is like just all of this in general, right? So instead of just adjusting the semitones, I'm gonna go. Sorry, hang on. Let me just start that again. So by adjusting my semitones, I would be jumping from this to this, or maybe to this. But instead of going that far-fetched, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna like go over here, maybe, right? Just a tiny bit. I'm gonna adjust the pitch tiny bit. It's like doing math with decimals. That's a good way of putting it. It's like doing math with decimals. So instead of doing like 10 minus 3, okay, that'd be 7. That'd be a huge deduction. We could do like 10 minus, we could do 10 minus like 0.3, right? And that would be 9.7, which isn't that bad of a deduction, right? So we're taking baby steps here, right? Baby steps. So I'm going to adjust it by maybe about 15 cents. Let's hear it now. Now let's do by maybe 50. Okay, now let's go to 100. I like that. Right? Now, let me show you what if I were to do minus 1 semitone with minus 100. Obviously, it's much deeper. So if I were to go to minus 12, well, the reason... You can see here that it's just reset. You can't really go in the minus of cents, right? Like, you've gone the lowest of low here, right? If I were to do 11, I could do a minus 100. But because it's the lowest of low, you can't go any further than that. It adjusts. But let's just listen to minus 12. It sounds like a lion's roar, doesn't it, right? So I'm going to go to minus 1, and I'm going to boost it by maybe 30 cents. 100. And then what if I were to like change it back? Okay, it's very light. So I'm going to do minus 63. I still need a bit more. Let's go for minus 1 here. Minus 36, I mean. Okay. I like that. Now, it sounds a bit too crisp. I want it to be a bit... How do I say this? Like a bit... I want to dumb down the sound a bit. So I'm going to go to low pass. I'm going to add some low pass to this. And then what low pass does, it muffles your sound. So the lower I go, the lower the cutoff goes. So for example, if I was to turn this all the way up, you wouldn't hear anything. Right? It would just be the regular sound. But had I changed this from 19,000 and I changed it to 200 instead, it would sound like this. Okay, let's go to 800. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to go for 2,000, a cool 2,000. Okay, let's go for a cool 4,000. Let's go for 3.6 thousand. Nope. I like this. Okay. Let's go for even like lower on the semitones. I like this. Okay. Now, why does it sound even lighter than before? Let's go for -4. Now let's turn down the audio a bit, actually. That's much better, okay? So it just sounds, because it's a lot more subtle, it's a lot quieter. It's like a less impacting sound. Because with that much movement, that doesn't sound like it warrants enough force to be a loud sound. Right? It's got to be very subtle. If it's going to be low, if it's going to be low pitched, and if it's going to be muffled, it might as well be quiet. I like that. Okay. Yeah, that's like a very short tutorial of like some movement. We could do some more. Let's make, you know what, let's do something with some whooshes, because whooshes are going to be pretty popular. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new shape here. There we go. I'm going to copy this shape. I'm going to paste it here. And then I'm going to adjust the shape to go here. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in some of my own effects, my own presets. Let's do coat hanger ricochet, right? Oh no, this doesn't really apply here. I want to use this coat hanger ricochet. Oh no, that's a stretch. Let's do some whooshes. All right, let's do this one. Right. So this is a very chill effect. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to Mango's sound effect. And then I'm going to go for some whooshes. See if he has any whooshes. Yeah, he does here. All right, let's listen. Okay, there's a few here that I could use. Okay, let's just try a few of these. Okay, I like this for the ending. And I like some of these. I like, all right, let's just try this out, right? It doesn't have to be correct. We don't have to use it if we don't want to, but I'm going to go for this. Let's go for the peak of the movement, which is up here. We're going to mark this on the layer, press M. I'm going to go to our, I'm going to double click this. Looks like this is around the peak. So let's go over here, I guess. Right. Go back to our program. Sync these up. Okay. Now, let's adjust this. So first we're going to go back to our pitch. Right? It is over here. Okay. Maybe a bit more if we want. Okay, let's just keep it like this for now because I'm not gonna have a definitive answer. Now let's go for parametric equalizer. Right. Now this one's a bit more complicated, but the best way to figure out how something works is just go for the extremes, right? So we have all of these. Let's just turn this all the way up, see how it sounds. Okay, still have no idea. Let's turn this up. Let's turn this down, actually. Turn this all the way down. Okay. Let's turn this back all the way in the middle. Let's turn this down. Still have no idea what that does. Alright, it says hit a gain frequency at different points. Aha. Let's say if I turn this up. Okay, there we go. That one has a bit of a kick. Where's it gone? Where the fuck's it gone? There we go. Okay, let's... I like that. I like that kick. See if we turn it down. See if we can turn this all the way down. Let's turn this all the way up. Okay, maybe not. Let's turn this one down as well. Okay, this one's looking a bit too... It's doing too much. Alright, we need to turn it down. We need to make sure it sounds a bit more subtle, but we can start off with the audio sound, so... Okay, this sounds far too... Like, there's got far too movement in it, right? So let's adjust this. Turn it all the way up. Still have no idea what that does. Right? Oh, we have some presets as well. Forgot to mention, so we could just try out different things here. So acoustic guitar. Beefy snare. Heavy guitar. Wow, none of these are helping kick. None of these are helping full reset. Wow, these are shit, bro. Okay, let's go back to what I once had. Okay, let's add a bit of a low pass. So right now we're just trying to get to understand the your first point when it comes to audio editing is just understand how things work. Okay, you don't have to get it off the bat. I understand. Like even I'm pretty inexperienced with this sort of stuff. Like if there was any audio editing needed, the clients would usually just hire one. But it's always good to know how to do this stuff. Let's turn this up to 600. Okay, we need to slow this down or just kill the pitch. Like straight up just go to -12. Which is not the answer. It could just be the fact that we've got the wrong sound effect. It's got too much of a peak. How about we try this? Okay, let's mute this. Let's make that faster. That is far too annoying. Let's turn this down. Let's turn this up. I don't like how that dies off. That's the issue. Could I have a bit of reverb here? Just gonna add this. Alright. Oh, there's not enough. There's not enough space to be using a reverb, is there? Oh, that's very annoying. Not enough. Not enough. That sounds goofy as hell. I like the pacing of this, like the pacing of this sound effect. It's just very to the chase, right? Which is kind of like this effect. But it needs like a lasting. Wait, what even was this? Ooh, what if we try something here? Let's mark this. Let's change this to 200. Let's move this all the way up here. Let's mute this. I like that. That's much better. Now if we just adjust these and move these here. Okay, I don't like neither the pitch nor the low pass, so let's move this to 4000. Let's move this to like, why the hell is that minus 12? Okay, the peak could be a bit here, so we can move that by about a few frames. My question is, why does it start so late? Okay. This also feels like it's doing far too much. Okay. What if we just slapped on like a huge reverb to it? Turn the decay up. Did this. Let's turn this up, see how it sounds. Okay. Let's just adjust it a bit. Right. Now let's move this all the way down to -9. Let's turn this down a bit. Turn this up. Okay, I like that. Let's just turn this back up and turn this all the way up. I like that. The only issue is when it comes to spinning, I can't really hear the spinning. I'd need some sort of spinning effect, sound effect that I could add. But to keep it short, I'm not going to do anything like that. This is purely just for this part of the effect, where it goes up and down. If I were to mute this part of the effect, it would just be it going up, right? But because there's a spin, right? Then that's a problem. right? Not a problem, but it's like I could add more to it, but we'd be here for hours, okay? I just want to keep it short. So we did cover some of this, right? And this, okay? Now, when it comes to sound design, I don't really consider myself to be the most experienced. I just know the theory. Like, I have more theory knowledge than I do practical, right? I've always been very, very vanilla with my sound design. However, the person that was very kind enough to let us have this pack here, Mango, he's great with his sound effect and his knowledge. He's even made a few tutorials and a few presets based on how he goes through his workflow, and he's really impressed me. Like, I honestly thought when I first saw his work, I thought it was just a bit bullshit, but then I saw this and I was like, fair enough. So if you want to learn more, then you'll have these as well. Like, you'll have this as linked as well. Very quickly, if you do want the Mango sound effect pack, you can find that for free in the editing community below. The link is the first in the description. It is completely free. Grab your assets there, grab your sound effects there. It's an incredible pack. I love using it, and he's got a lot of stuff over there that you usually wouldn't be able to find elsewhere. So be sure to join the editing community below, and let's get back to the guide. So thank you so much to Mango. Okay, let's just quickly go through our sound implementation. So we had non-diegetic and diegetic sound, which is something that we had covered, right? Remember? Why is this so? Yeah, diegetic and non-diegetic sound. We went through crescendos and rises, peaks, raw emotion. We've had music frequency as well. Whoops, right? So frequency, we talked about the frequency of things and how it just sort of connects to rarity and trust with your audience, right? And we've also just had a quick show of sound design, right? But generally, when it comes to like animations and stuff, you're gonna need a lot more than just the one sound effect. So like this, quite like VFX, has like so much to learn, so much to learn. Like there's an untapped world of knowledge when it comes to sound. And I'd love to see somebody to, really work on that. But yeah. Okay, so welcome to Visual Principles. I'm so excited for this one, man. I'm not even joking. Like, I've got a lot of shit packed. Like, I've seriously conjured up some nasty stuff here, right? And I can't wait to show you. So let's just get straight into it, bro. Like, what are we looking at, right? So we've got the first off. We're gonna go for first principles. So first principles, like in case you're wondering, it's like I'm going to be digging so deep into the science and philosophy behind like visuals in editing. Like I'm going all the way to like how the hell does the brain work and why do we think and shit, right? And I'm going to be directing it towards like how we react to colors and movement and stuff like that, and so on and so forth. I'm going to be talking about something called compound effects. So this is huge when it comes to wanting to improve editing. A lot of people don't focus on compound effects, and that leads them to just have such mediocre work. And they struggle to scale. They struggle to improve. And I'm like, well, have you ever bothered like stacking your effects and going for compound effects and looking beyond the face value of effects? And they're like, what do you mean, right? And it's like fair to them. But then once you figure this out, like you're chilling, bro, right? I'm gonna show you exactly how to do all the practical stuff like that in week 2, like I said. But now we're gonna just learn about like visuals so that you never have to worry about visuals ever again. You just know, like the formula for it. All you have to do is just work, and then you become like the best editor of all time, right? So compound effects, definition, scalability, and creativity. And you've also got light and heavy effects, and we're going to be focusing on the functionality of them, right? Cool, right? Let's begin with the first principle. So What am I going to cover when it comes to the first principles? Well, I'm going to be going over colors. Oh, whoops. So I'm going to be going over colors, movement, and audience and tone. So let's go straight into a Miro board. Right? Let's create a new one. Cool. So we don't need that. So we are going for the sheer first principles of visuals, right? So first of all, why do we use visuals, right? So why do editors, especially on YouTube, why do they always use, like, why do they always create animations? Why do they make stuff? Why do they add, like, keyframe stuff? Why do they make animations? Why do they make sequences? Why do they do this stuff, right? What is the point of editing videos? Okay, let's take a chill pill, and let's actually look at what is the point in editing. Like, what is the point of editing, right? Ultimately, the viewers, the audience, the people that we are serving, the people that we are doing this for, they watch YouTube to be entertained, right? But what does it mean to be entertained? Well, it means to be somewhat engaged, right? So they have to be engaged, not like marriage-wise, but like intellectually or emotionally engaged. That's entertainment, right? It's essentially entertainment. And in this case, the easiest thing to go through is like emotional engagement. Now, emotional doesn't have to mean sad or happy. Come on, we're not like 4 years old. We can think of more emotions than that. Okay, they could feel inspired. They could feel scared. They could feel confused. They could feel focused. They could feel motivated. I don't know if I already said that. They could feel anything, right? Point is, they want to feel stuff. Imagine coming home, like, for example, from like a 9 to 5, and you just feel dead inside. You just want to feel something. Stick on some YouTube, right? So ultimately, that's the point of that's just the point of like just making videos in general, right? But in order to make these videos, we need to have editors. This is our purpose, right? So we need to help these creators create engaging videos to make their audience feel something. All right, cool. So we've got that down. And how do we do that? Well, we do that with a bunch of stories, right? Stories is like the oldest, like probably like the oldest, one of the oldest forms of entertainment ever, if not the oldest form of entertainment ever. Like, cavemen would probably make up random stories or have stories and tell them if they even knew how to communicate with each other, right? Or like, you know, those paintings on the rocks, those were stories, right? Stories are the ultimate form of entertainment. Think about it. Books are stories. Films are stories. Almost anything could be a story, right? Everything has its own story. All right? The way this airport case was created, there's a story behind it. Probably a very boring story, but there's a story behind it. Okay? It's the ultimate form of entertainment. So, that should be our main goal, right? With just videos in general. How do I go from here? All right, let's just go do this. So videos, or let's just do stories. And then let's do videos. Oh. Okay, videos. And videos are basically stories, and stories keep us engaged. And engagement essentially means that they need to feel some sort of emotional connection, right? It doesn't have to be emotional. But let's just go with that, right? Cool. So we got that down. What does any of this have to do with visuals? I'm getting there. Okay. So the visuals, the VFX, the animations, the motion graphics, the whatever you want to call it, really. They are a part of said videos. But how does it fit into this weird little rabbit hole over here? Well, remember, visuals are a part of the video, right? It's a part of the video. Therefore, visuals are made to push the story, to create the story, which then ultimately means that they were made to create engagement, which then ultimately means they were made for emotional engagement, right? But then, like, how do we get to emotional engagement? How do we do that, right? Humans react to other humans based on something called their tone, right? So when I scream at you, when I start screaming at you, okay, you probably get, I don't know, scared, I'm hoping, or maybe not, maybe you just thought it was a bit cringe. When I start getting angry, when anybody starts getting angry, when your parents start getting angry at you, right? When somebody just starts shouting at you, by nature, your brain is telling you, uh-oh, there's a threat. You're gonna feel threatened, and you're gonna feel scared, right? That comes from the tone of anger, right? So we respond to tone in a very, very, very sensitive manner, right? We are very, very prone to tone. See? Right? So let's play on this, right? This is how filmmakers approach things, right? Via tone. Tone is super important. Okay? So let me get into this a bit, right? So let's take an example in which different visuals, right? I'm going to take two pieces of content, right? Two different pieces of media, motion picture, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to show how different components, different factors of these different factors of these pieces of media, right? These videos. And I'm going to talk about how they give off certain tones, right? And then I'm going to further explain how that's important, right? Okay, so I've compiled a few screenshots of the visuals or cinematography from two very different pieces of media, right? With two very different audiences. And I want to talk about the impact of tone in here, right? So we have Christopher Nolan, who is a multi-Oscar winning director. Incredible work. And his signature cinematography style is very sort of isolated with a lot of dark and depressing, dull colors, right? So you can see here, everything's very gray. And then we have a channel, a kids channel, with around like 30-40 million subscribers. And I've taken screenshots from 3 of their most recent intros, right? You can see the vast difference. Like the first thing we're going to talk about is the vast difference in A, color, B, hierarchy, and C, so A, sorry, I just went silly brain there for a second. So A, colors, B, hierarchy, and C, what was C? Oh yeah, movement. However, movement we can't really judge movement off of still images. So I'll show some clips later on after this, right? So first we're going to be talking about the color, and then we're going to talk about the hierarchy, and then finally I'm going to pause the video for a bit so I can go find some videos for us to look at the movements on screen. So let's actually, instead of movement, let's just write down dynamism, right? So dynamism essentially just means like how much movement is on screen. And pacing, right? Because pacing is also a big part of your visuals, depending on how everything is set up. Like how every factor of your visuals was set up for tone. So first of all, we can deduct that the color here, very dull, very, very dull. But that's on purpose. That's not to say like he's just very boring. This is his signature style. Like you can search up, like even in one of his, if you search up like The Dark Knight, which is probably something that everybody's watched, The Dark Knight, you go here and you can see a lot of it is blue from the posters. But if we just search up like Dark Knight cinematography, we're gonna see some gray pieces here. This was like the first few minutes into the Dark Knight film, right? So it's obvious there's a pattern going on. Some of these are Matt Reeves, some of these are Christopher Nolan. So yeah, this we could even add this to the list, right? Where is it? Here we go. We could add this here. Okay, so we're sensing when it comes to Nolan, we've got dark colors. Let's actually write this down. So we've got, let me just do a list, a bullet point. So for Nolan, we've got dark colors, or, you know, sort of like dull colors. The hierarchy here. So when it comes to the people are often very small. So people are insignificant. I don't know if there's a word for this in hierarchy. So what hierarchy means is there's a few different things that define the hierarchy in your I guess in this case your pictures or your frames, right? And I'm not going to go into all of them, but what I'm going to say is that hierarchy essentially means like a position of power. What has the most power on screen? And we can see here that the people generally very small in comparison to everything else. Small in comparison to everything else. Well, that's a medium shot. And to be honest, this is a bit unfair because there are multiple shots in different kind of shots in Nolan videos. But when it comes to his most recognizable cinematography, he generally likes to go for the longer shots, right? So, or we could just use like /long shots. Yeah, I genuinely forgot what it's called, right? And when it comes to dynamism, we'll go back into that later, and same with pacing. So for now, we're gonna have only these 2 bullet points. But when it comes to Lanky Box, right? These remember this is like within the first few seconds of their videos. So we're seeing like vibrant colors. What looks to be what I'm picking up here is just overwhelming number of assets on screen. So there's a lot going on. What else? The colors, well, we've already gone over the colors. But when it comes to hierarchy, like we can see here, there's always something huge. There's always a subject of the screen, right? So they've always got their hierarchy in place. Okay, so, right? So we know what to focus on, right? There's obviously a huge difference, and like I said, it's easy for me to say because I've picked these, right? But we're here to discuss the change in tone and like how it's very, very obvious, right? So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick some clips in which we can show the dynamism and the pacing. I've literally just searched up Christopher Nolan clip, and we've got a montage of some of his cinematography, and we've also got like the latest Lanky Box video. You can see here it was uploaded 28 minutes ago, right? So we're gonna start off with this, and we're gonna be going over over all assets really. We can go over color, hierarchy, dynamism, and pacing, right? And we'll do the same with Lanky Box, right? Okay, so we're not gonna watch the full 30-minute video. We've gone through 30 seconds, and I'm already picking up some trends, right? So, for example, everything here, when it comes to the hierarchy, right? Everything feels, it makes you feel so small. It makes you feel so alone, right? So, for example, we've got the plane, which is the focus, right? Usually in hierarchy, the one thing you'd focus on is whatever's the biggest thing on the screen. So right now, the biggest thing on the screen is this frame, right? This entire frame, like I'm talking about on my video, not even on like this video. I'm talking about on the video that you're watching, this current lesson. The biggest thing that you can see would be like this big green box right here. It takes up most of the screen. Okay. But when it comes to this video, usually the best form of hierarchy would be like whatever's the biggest on the screen. But instead, the one thing that we focus on isn't the biggest thing. It's this tiny little plane in the corner. And then again, we have it with this, which is what I'm assuming we're just in the middle of space. And we had it earlier here. Again, this, the smallest thing on the screen. Christopher Nolan's cinematography makes you feel so small. It makes you feel so alone. All these colors, this music, it's so depressing. It feels like it makes you feel alone. Like these are all empty hats. Okay? The colors are always so dark and brooding, right? And it's so slow. It's so, you know, kind of longed out, I guess. Right? I don't know what this is. Okay. Now let's compare that to this, right? To this Lanky Box channel, right? So we're going to be going over, so we can see here, let me just like write some notes. When it came to the dynamism, it was very slow. Not a lot of movement. It was very in the moment, right? Generally, everything made you feel small, a bit lost, kind of like you were the only one in the world, right? Kind of like you were, like, just to put into perspective how small we are in this world, right? And that's what he does, okay? And in terms of pacing was slow as well. But again, that was to make it very, not only just digestible, but maybe just like, even if you were to just watch a montage of his cinematography, it's to make us reflect. So perhaps reflective, right? I'm going off the top of my head here, but we're going for a tone here, and it's obviously not a very happy tone, which doesn't have to be a bad thing, right? A lot of people, myself included, see a lot of beauty in Nolan's work, right? And like, if you're not a person that watches films, I get it. Like, no, I don't get it. But I'm not gonna force you to. But if I were you, I'd definitely start watching. I'd understand what kind of business I'm in, okay? And whether you like it or not, like, other forms of editing that aren't in YouTube are also part of editing. You could learn a thing from editing if it was on film, if it was editing in like mainstream media, like TV shows, or if it was even like on the news channel editing, or if it was TikTok editing. You could learn editing from anywhere. And I really suggest that you take a look at some of this stuff, because Christopher Nolan is a genius, right? I love his work, and It's the fact that he can have all these words used to summarize his work, and it still feels so like poetic and so beautiful, right? And then we have this, right? So now moving on, we are gonna look at some of this kids channel content, and then we're gonna be taking a look at the difference in. We're going to be taking a look at the difference in, again, color, hierarchy, dynamism, pacing. Okay, so this is one of the videos. We see here we took a screenshot, but we're going to be looking at mostly pacing and dynamism so we can note it down, right?
Roblox Cake Off is a super fun game where you get to bake a cake and decorate it however you want.
You have to match a theme, and then everyone votes on who has the best cake. And in this video, we actually get the donut cake theme, which is Lanky Box's specialty. Let's go! Okay.
We are going to design the best cakes ever in Roblox with help from Foxy, Boxy, and the rest of the Lanky Box plushies, and see if we can actually win a game of Roblox Cake Off.
Are you ready?
Okay. So what I've noticed was that it is much faster in terms of pacing. So faster pacing. And I know this isn't relevant because we're talking about visuals here, but music is also a part of tone, and we might as well get this out of the way while we're here. Music and sound was overwhelming. Sound was overwhelming. It felt like it was there to just fill a void, right? Which is kind of ironic because this felt like it didn't want to have any silence or any sense of, you know, loneliness or like any kind of lone. And then Christopher Nolan's was the complete opposite, right? So sound was overwhelming. It was faster paced, like a lot more effects. Dynamism was crazy, so a lot of transitions. Dynamism made the video feel like it was moving faster than what it already was, right? So it feels like it was moving faster than it already was, okay, because of the dynamism. And what I mean by dynamism is like all of these effects and transitions and zooms and camera movements from the gameplay, the cuts, the just effects.
We actually get the donut cake.
Like for example, we had a shot. We have a shot of the donut cake, and then we have a transition to the donut cake again, just for the sake of, again, filling a void, right? It just wants to feel like it was filling a void, so there was no... Like, have you ever had an art teacher tell you, I don't want to see any white color on the canvas, or I don't want to have any white color on the page, like fill up every single part of the page? It felt like that, right? It felt so... no room to breathe. And these are two very different. So because of all of these characteristics, I'd say, of their video, all of these details you'd noticed, if you took your average like audience member of a Nolan film and you put them on the front of a TV and you stuck on Lanky Box, they'd think, why the hell would anybody watch this? This is so hard to watch, right? Like, what is going on right now? And then if you were to take an audience member from Lanky Box and you put them in front of the TV and stick on a Nolan film, they'd get bored in seconds. So what we need to understand is that when you're going for tone, which is what all of these things did, right? All of these things, they went for tone. These things, they went for tone, and this was the result of it. So the next time you are editing, right, and you're going for tone, remember that this is going to tailor a certain audience, right? So when we're doing this, it is for, engaged, but we're doing this for a certain audience, right? Because everything is Everything is tailored towards different audiences, and the tone in your editing, and I mean this on like the most purest form. I mean like from the cutting, the visuals, the music, the colors, the everything, the you know, the effects that you use, and the dynamism of said effects, right? The hierarchy, everything. Everything that you do is setting a tone. And if they don't match up, it just feels odd, right? But most times it's gonna match up. You're going for something, right? And if you're trying to copy something that's already been done, if you're trying to copy editing styles or, you know, different forms of editing that you've already seen before, whether it's on Twitter or YouTube, then that means that it works. So you don't really have to worry about getting things out of tone unless you're trying to change it up a bit. But you don't have to worry about, like, you know, being out of tone with things. It just means that whatever you do, it's going to set a certain tone, right? It's going to go for a certain tone. And whatever that may be, it's going to target a certain audience, because certain, like, different age demographics will respond to, you know, different color, different dynamism, pacing, hierarchy, music, cutting, fucking you name it, it's there, right? Because all of this, every single bit of editing, every sort of like editing technique, every single bit of editing workflow, again, okay, that includes visuals. So we're talking about visuals only, but like everything, right? Everything included, okay, is made essentially for tone, right? All made for tone. And that tone is going to fit a certain audience, right? Which is exactly the people that we were targeting in the first place, right? So remember when I said about first principles? This all leads, okay, essentially, we're just breaking things down. We know that we're making stories here. We know that we want to make those stories engaging, okay? And in order to make them engaging, we need to think about the audience that we're doing it for, okay? Well, this video seems like it's tailored for more mature audiences. They're going to be a bit older. Maybe they've just graduated college. They like to watch something a bit serious, something that they can understand, or something they can relate to, something that tackles real world problems. I'm just going off the top of my head. Okay, so then maybe not this, because this looks like it's obviously tailored to more towards children, right? This is tailored towards more mature audiences. Okay, not everyone's gonna like a Nolan film. I understand that, but realistically, out of these two, more mature audiences, like I said, people who are out of college and stuff, are gonna be more likely to watch a Christopher Nolan movie than they would a Lanky Box video. Okay, and that's not like implying anything about the Lanky Box channel. That's just saying that, you know, certain people are attracted towards you know, certain tones coming from these factors, right? Like it's just human nature for us to be to just grow up and move on, right? Which is it's why we have age ratings on stuff. Also because, like, you know, some stuff is sensitive. You don't really want to show too much. Like if it was gore, you wouldn't show that to like a 13-year-old kid that's kind of messed up. But you know, you get the point. Like all of this stuff, like when somebody tells you you can't watch this, you're not old enough, sometimes it's not because they just don't want you to watch it. It's just because you won't get it. Like you'll probably watch it now and think, oh, this movie sucks. Why the hell am I watching this? It's so boring. You might not like it now, but in like years' time, when you're old enough to watch it, you're gonna watch it and think, oh, that makes a lot of sense. I can relate to this, right? It's because we're targeting a certain audience here. And everything that you do, everything including the visuals, does that. Right. So now, wrong one. Right. So now that we have covered audience and tone, we've covered movements, like aka dynamism, and colors, all of this stuff. We can now move on to light and heavy effects, right? So when it comes to light effects, there's a term that I use called SSEs, which stands for subconsciously stimulating effects. Okay, and the purpose for that is subtle dynamism, and in terms of frequency, well, the effect frequency ranges on age demographics. So like I said earlier, when it comes to movement and dynamism, okay, well, what do we have here? We had slow, not a lot of movement. It was very in the moment. But for this, we had a lot of transitions. Dynamism made the video feel like it was moving faster than what it already was. So this was fast, this was slow, right? And depending on who you're targeting, remember, when you start a video, you're always going to want to like think of a target audience in mind. You're going to think of an avatar, right? Whether I mentioned it or not already, but what we're going to do is we're going to think of a person. So for example, we're going to have a name. We're going to have Alex, right? So Alex is 6. He's 6 years old. He watches his videos on the family iPad, right? His sister used to use it, but now she's a teenager. And when he can, he likes to play Roblox on his dad's work computer when his dad's relaxing. So that's usually on the weekends or like after work around 6 p.m. because shortly after that he has to go to bed. So he watches everything on the iPad, and he loves to watch LankyBox. And whatever LankyBox shows, they will go and play later on. So if they play this donut game, he's gonna want to play the donut game, right? So he watches it on an iPad. He's 6 years old. Okay, that's all we really need for now, right? What are we gonna do to convey the correct tone that attracts Alex? What the hell will Alex want to watch? Well, for example, if he likes LankyBox, let's study LankyBox. Let's see what they do, right? Well, vibrant colors, overwhelming number of assets, hierarchy / focus, faster pacing, blah, 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 blah. We get it, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to write, we don't have to write. We've got to think about, okay, we want to attract Alex. So I'm going to use a lot of bright colors because, you know, Alex is younger. He's more attracted to that. And just in general, like when it comes to colors in general, and movements, for example, everybody is attracted to both movement and color, right? The most attractive thing you're seeing on my face cam right now isn't me, although like I don't understand, right? It is the microphone because of its color, right? Red is the most attractive color there is on the color wheel. Now, let's say, I know you've done this before. I know you've done this before because I've done it too. And it's just human. It's in human nature for this to happen, right? We're all attracted to colors and movement. So have you ever sat with a friend or a few friends? And if your like answer is already no, then like I feel bad for you. But if you've ever sat with like friend or a few friends and you were talking, right? You guys probably had like a deep conversation, or you had like a funny conversation. You were just hanging out, or it was pretty boring, right? Doesn't matter what it was, right? Whether it was boring, you had the time of your life, or it was like getting really deep and emotional. No matter what, I can guarantee you, if there was like a TV, right? If there was like a TV playing or something, or somebody was on the computer watching something, I can guarantee you were looking at that like 80% of the time. Because a TV, when playing, consists of, again, the two most attractive things to the naked human eye: colors and movement, or like dynamism, right? Colors and movement. So the two things that LankyBox prioritize most is colors and movement. You can see a lot of movement and you can see a lot of bright colors in comparison to like your average Nolan film. You can see a huge difference, a huge contrasting difference, right? The two things you focus on most, just in general. And like, that's just by nature, right? That's just by nature. And humans, adults, older humans, whatever, the older you are, the more filtered you become, okay? The younger you are, the more not unfiltered, but like, yeah, they are like, kids are unfiltered, but the word I'm thinking of is a bit more inexperienced. Like, the less experience you have, the more prone you are to just regular human stuff, right? So I can enjoy myself like a bit of Nolan. I can enjoy watching his stuff. Of course, by human nature, I'll be attracted more towards colors. But now I've you know, I'm older now. I'm a bit more filtered. I like to watch something a bit different, which is this. But younger kids, they haven't gone through that yet. Therefore, they are more prone to watching stuff with a bunch of colors and a bunch of movements, which is going to be stuff like this. Okay? Cool. Which means that Alex is probably going to be the same. He's so young. He's very inexperienced. And he's going to be prone to a lot of colors and a lot of crazy movement. Right? We've got those two down. Now, obviously, because we've got the Lanky Box example, we could just copy them bar for bar. But I want to take you through the process with me. Right? So, now when it comes to movement, what can we, what can we do? Well, I want to talk about a bit about this, so we don't go back to, we don't have to go back to like first principles, right? So let's talk about light effects. Purpose is subtle dynamism, and in terms of frequency ranges on age demographics. So, when it comes to SSEs, which is, remember, stands for subconsciously stimulating effects, right? This ranges depending on who, the age demographic. So, kids are, especially if they're used to watching this kind of content, which has a lot of movement already, their wants and needs when it comes to dynamism and movement on screen is going to be a lot more demanding of movement. So stuff like, let's say like convenient zooms, which are is the base form of movement. So when you do linear zoom ins and stuff, like just regular zoom ins, like just linear keyframe scale 100 and then linear keyframe scale 105, the purest form of just movement on screen, they're going to be a lot more demanding of that, right? Whether it's faster movements or more movements, right? They're going to be more demanding of that. Okay? So more demanding. And when it comes to audiences like what's it called? Nolan films, well, they don't really care for it that much, right? They won't really care, so they'll be probably less demanding. Okay? Because Nolan doesn't really go crazy on the effects quite like they do. So it's going to be less demanding. And again, like I told you, if you were to switch, if an audience member that watches Nolan were to watch a Lanky Box video, because they are less demanding, they don't really care for movement that much. If they were to be, if their needs, let's say we have a limit, right? This is your average Nolan film watcher, viewer, whatever, right? Their needs for movement, in order to meet their needs for movement, you have to be here, right? This is gonna be Christopher Nolan viewers. Lanky Box viewers is gonna be over here, right? Lanky Box viewers is here. Christopher Nolan is here. So if they were to watch a Lanky Box video, which was all the way up here, they would feel overwhelmed, overstimulated. They wouldn't like it because all they need is this. You go any further than that and you're overdoing it. You're killing the video for them, right? So this is why it's so important to look at your audience before you start editing. Okay? Now, there's not a lot of crazy detail. It's sort of like pretty easy to tell who watches these kind of videos. Okay? Everyone knows who watches, what. Okay? So we don't need to do any crazy research for this. And vice versa, if we were to take a Lanky Box view and we were to put them in front of Nolan, which was this amount of movement, right? So very slow, very subtle, very just like calming movement, if not like a lot of it, right? they're gonna be bored out of their mind because their needs haven't been fulfilled. Like they're not feeling stimulated, which is like exactly what LankyBox is going for. Pure stimulation, right? Just pure stimulation. Okay, so let me just check here. So yeah, in terms of frequency, it ranges in the age demographics, and we've covered that now. We can see here it ranges, right? This is just a child, and you just need it less as you go on, right? Have you ever shown your parents like a video or something, or have they ever seen you watch a video that you like and they'd be like, how can you watch that garbage? I don't even know what's going on. Well, like, yeah, no shit, like the stuff that you like to watch has like the longest cuts ever, right? Because they're used to a bit more slow media. When they were a kid, right? When they were a kid, the stuff they had on it for kids was a lot less evolved, right? Some of them may not even have had colored TVs, right? So yeah, like different age demographics require different. No, they have different. I guess limits to, like, you know, fulfilling their needs, right? Their needs are fulfilled at different effect frequencies. Okay, so more effects will fulfill them, but will overwhelm them, and less effects will fulfill them and underwhelm them, right? Because this is just their needs, right? This is like the need meter. Let's just write down need for movement. Okay, need meter. Cool, right? So, purpose, subtle dynamism, right? So in terms of SACs, the problem where LankyBox goes with their editing, I'm sure whatever they're doing is working for them. But if you want to create you watching this, okay, if you just want to create something that's actually meaningful, if you want to create something that actually has some sort of emotional engagement, okay, now, again, emotional engagement, not just stimulation, because everything here has gone completely. This is why I don't like taking on kids content for commissions, is because they go completely over the line when it comes to effects, right? So the reason why these kids, partly why these kids demand so much movement and so much crazy colors and pacing to feel stimulated, is because they've gotten so used to this, they've become desensitized. Like, these guys have become so formulaic with their editing, they've gone over the line, right? Now, SSEs, they're stuff like, give me a second, I think I've got some notes here, right? So, SSEs come from things like, sorry, let me just check. I just need some, right, so SSEs can come from stuff like vignettes, convenient zooms, handheld shakes, subtle overlays, animated backgrounds, and dynamic effects. So, in terms of hierarchy, in terms of what the things that we focus on, SSEs are at the bottom of the barrel, right? So remember, hierarchy is power scaling. That's what it is. Power scaling. The brightest colors will have the most hierarchy. The biggest assets, the biggest images, the biggest things on screen will have the most hierarchy. What else? Really, I'm already out of ideas, right? Anyways, doesn't matter. Point is, it's about power scaling. So SSEs, the things that are supposed to be subtle, the things that the back of your brain, your subconscious, when your subconscious acknowledges SSEs and not your conscious, you've done the correct, like you've done your job properly, right? Convenient zooms aren't supposed to be something that you point out as a viewer. it's supposed to be something that you almost just expect because you've seen so many of them, right? So all of these stuff that I've listed, vignettes, convenient zooms, handheld shakes, subtle overlays, like keyword, subtle overlays, animated backgrounds, and dynamic effects, right? Just general dynamic effects. Maybe not even that, like that could be scratched out. But the whole point of these is so that whatever's got the highest power scaling, whatever's got the most hierarchy, while that is becoming the subject, right? So let's just say I've got my fist here, that's the biggest thing on screen. Everything else can just do its thing, right? Everything else can stimulate, but the main story is in the subject, the thing with the biggest hierarchy. So let's just say we just made a graphic, right? We just made some motion graphics, and there's this big thing in the center of the circle, right? So whatever this is, let's just pretend like there's a design, right? So let's just pretend there's a design. This is the focus because it's the biggest hierarchy. But then, like, let's say we add like an animated background with all these little spots, right? These are meant for stimulation, not for focusing. So this is supposed to just keep it moving along, like you know, kind of like sneakily going, yeah, keep watching, keep watching, keep watching. So we're fulfilling the needs of stimulation, but we're trying to tell the story with the main focus, okay? That's what we should be aiming for. But you see, what they have done is that they've used the focus of the video to stimulate, and they've used the stimulation as just triple the amount of stimulation. So it's just purely just stimulation. Just keep going, keep pumping color and movement and make it more crazy and more crazy and more crazy, right? So that the kids can be like, okay, I know what's going on, and I'm just going to stick with it because my brain is rotten, right? No, my brain is rotten, my brain is underdeveloped, and it doesn't know what it's watching, right? They've completely killed it, and I really don't agree with that because it seriously fucks with kids' heads, and they're going to be ending up so different when they're older, right? So I'm really against kids content because the competition between it is just, yeah, let's just do this, like all of this stuff, right? And I don't agree with it. So it should be focus, and this should be like tiny stimulation. Like the split should be 20% and 80%, so we can focus on story. But if we need to, we can, like, if we need stimulation, we can do that like a tiny bit, right? But this is like, at this point, it's like 50-50. Or if it's not even 50-50, then it will be 0 and 100%. Because at this point, you can't, like, it's difficult to tell what has the most hierarchy here. This is just color on color. This is more just color on color. This is just color on color. Like, to be fair, like, I'd understand this is just an animated background and he's probably the main focus here. But with most, like, just in general, like, this isn't to pinpoint this channel in specific. This is just to point out the entire niche of this, is that this is what they do. And there's no way to indicate any sort of hierarchy because it's all so crazy all the time, right? Like, realistically, you won't hear somebody talk about, like, how this is cinema, but you'll hear people talk about how this is cinema, right? So yeah, let me just see if I've covered everything. So we've got our SECs, we've covered that. There, the subconscious stimulating effects. We've covered the subtle dynamism. That's what it's supposed to do, right? Just in case we need it, we're going to use it to, you know, subtly keep the video moving, keep it stimulated, whilst the main subject of the video is telling the story, right? So, for example, another example, just one more, just in case this wasn't very good. Sorry, what is going on? Just in case this wasn't very good, I can do this. Imagine just me. Imagine just me if I go full screen. And then imagine if, like, you were watching a video and it was, like, slowly zooming in so that you would see less of the background and I would start, like, appearing bigger. What the hell is that? Okay, Discord just started bugging out. But yeah, let's go back to that. So let's just say there's just a screen of me, right? And then everything is just sort of zooming in, and it almost appears like I'm getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So instead of just me leaning in, the screen would get almost smaller, but I would become bigger, right? And SSE, I'm sure you've seen this before, right? You've probably used it before because it's like the most simple form of editing. It's just like increasing the scale of your image to make a subtle zoom, right? A subtle, convenient zoom. So that's one. 80% me, right? 80% because I'm the focus of the video. I'm telling the story. But the 20% would be the subtle stimulation of the linear zoom in, right? So let's move on to heavy effects, right? Heavy effects. We're going to talk about the function. So on top of function, context and design. So these are the two, I guess you could say the two purposes of heavy effects: design and ambience and tone, motion, frequency and digestibility. So in a sense, we're going to talk about the same thing with like that we did with light effects, but we're going to apply it to heavy effects. So when it comes to heavy effects, this usually means that it's going to be the subject of the video. So remember how I said like me, I would be 80% and then the zooming in would be 20%. Well, let's just say there was a part of a video where we didn't have any B-roll, we didn't have any extra footage, we didn't have any we didn't have anybody talking into the camera, we didn't have a face, right? So you'll see this often in documentaries because documentaries are mostly, I think like the documentaries you see on YouTube, they're just mostly visuals, which is a bit of a problem because it demands heavy visuals across the entire video for documentary videos, right? Which is a big problem, but that's a conversation for another time. So yeah, heavy effects would be the main subject. So when it comes to motion, we don't want too much motion. Let's just start off with motion, I think, yeah. So frequency and digestibility. If it's going to be, so let's use this one more time. If, I know we're not editing a film, but let's just use these because I can't be bothered to search up for more examples. So if we're going to have a subject, right? Let's just say Oppenheimer here, right? If we were to have a subject, we want to make sure that the frame is on him. The camera, I say camera, but it's footage. We're going to be using footage. So the frame is going to be on him at all times. We don't want him to be moving around a lot so we can't focus on him. Okay? When we're watching videos, our eyes are going to be glued to the center of the screen like 9 times out of 10. It's going to be glued to the center of the screen. Like, it's not often that we're going to be focusing on like the right side or like the complete left side, the edge of it, right? We're going to be focused on the center most of the time, which means that we're going to have the subject in the center as well. Don't fuck with that. Don't have it start moving around all over the place because viewers can't follow that. Okay? So in terms of motion, I'm not saying no motion at all, okay, because that's boring, obviously. But don't make your viewers go through the trouble of having to track the subject with their eyes, right? Guarantee you, if somebody's going to have to watch you do this and that with the subject over and over again, they're going to click off, right? Don't make them do the work. You're supposed to do the work. Make the main subject not to move in quite as much, right? That is a very cool shot. Sorry, getting sidetracked. Look, I've got a TikTok brain. What can I say? So yeah, did I write anything with heavy visuals? No, I didn't. In terms of moving, like, there's no need. If it's the main subject, like heavy visuals are there to serve the main subject, or they are the main subject in this case. So for example, if we go to my portfolio, right, I'm going to show you some examples in which I have both heavy effect and light effects, and how I don't focus too much on the movement when it comes to heavy effects, right? Okay, so that took a while to load. So, just to quickly show you, this is my some of my work. So I'm going to take you to the visuals. So, from what I understand, Sharky runs this football channel, and the football channel was very popular with people between the ages of 15 at the very least to like people in their mid to late 20s. So I don't want to go for anything too childish, which was lucky for me because this was called Football Mastermind. I thought it was the perfect time to use some chalk and blackboard stuff. So I went for this. This is the subject, right? This whole Football Mastermind brain stuff is the subject. You see all the little chalk drawings and the dust. Those are SSEs, right? Those are SSEs.
SDS Football Mastermind. The rules are simple.
Right?
There are 4 rounds and 25.
You can see all this dust and all these movements. No one focuses on it, but it's in the back of your brain, right? This is the main focus, right?
Welcome to SDS Football Mastermind. The rules are simple. There are 4 rounds and 25 points to play for. Each round is a different format of a football quiz that will...
Again, all right? So that is essentially just to show you how it works. The same with this. So Neko actually has, for his second channel, he's got a younger audience for sure. Like, I know a lot of people who, like, there will be some teenagers, but to be safe, I know that he's got like 10-year-olds that watch his stuff. So, and also we can't forget that it is like language based. So we've got the world, and when it comes to countries and cultures and the earth, like the blue and green earth, there's a lot of color to go with it. So I was pretty lucky in that sense. However, I'm not gonna lie, there were a lot of glows and stuff and a lot of things to appeal to the younger audiences, right? Everything looks like very pixelated and sort of gamified, right? You can see here as well, also kind of like pixelated, glowing, gamified, which is the kind of vibe I was going for, right? That's just to show you. Now, when it comes to when it comes to here, for example, when it comes to 80 and 20, right?
Absolute waffle. For every language you get right, it's 3 points, or if both teams get it wrong.
So this is the main. This is the main. Sorry, we can see here. So the main subject is, well, this entire screen really, but it's mostly just sort of the points to look at the point system. And in terms of SSCs, we've got mostly just the moving background and the moving letters, right? So that was just an example to show you how that works, okay? So with heavy effects, context, and design. So we've done motion. So there wasn't a lot of motion in those videos that I've just shown you. Have you seen? In terms of design, ambiance, and tone, we've covered tone, but a collection of tone leads to specific ambiance. Like, for example, if you ever see like an abandoned room, you think this place gives me the creeps. This place just creeps me out. I don't know what it is about it. It just gives me the creeps. Like, for example, if I was to show you like abandoned room, just gives me the creeps, right? And if I told you what is it about this place that gives you the creeps, you could list a bunch of things, right? But all of these is built up to give the ambiance of creepy as hell. Okay, this is just creepy vibe, creepy ambiance, right? And when we edit, we want to give a certain ambiance with our design as well. Okay? And that is conveyed via tone. So when it comes to color, hierarchy, dynamism, pacing, okay, so the same could go with the Nolan films. Do you remember what I said earlier when it says people are insignificant when it comes to hierarchy, feels very slow, makes you feel small, maybe a bit lost, and as part of the ambiance, right? Okay, I can't really say anything about this. But with the Nolan shots, as we could see earlier, it makes you feel so small. doesn't it? And it's such a big fucking world, and it's so scary, isn't it? So much about it. It's slow, it's steady, but fucking hell, look at that. If I fell into that, this shot alone, oh, it's like looking from heights, right? So yeah. Yes, we've covered. So when it comes to function, okay, I'm gonna finish this last one. So function. Again, let me just repeat myself. Visuals are made for a reason, right? They're made to push the context in the story, right? They're made for stories, right? But the way that we can make stories make sense is via context, okay? So in order to just have a good story in general, so when it comes to just all of this, right? Let me just write this in red. When it comes to this isn't even like, okay, context makes them engaged. No. In order to like have a story in the first place, you just need context, right? You just need context. That's step one, right? You just need context. And visuals do that, right? Visuals are meant to push context first and foremost. And then after that, we can focus on like tone and emotion and design and all of that stuff. But first and foremost, make sure that we're pushing the context. Make sure that people just understand what is going on, right? So understand. That is like that is just your job, right? That is first and foremost just your job. Okay? After that, all of the stuff after that comes in later. But it's like, think of it this way, right? Think of it this way when you want to have a story, okay? When you want to create a good video with a story and visuals, okay? Now let's say you have really good visuals in terms of design and in terms of how cool the motion graphics look and in terms of how your animations look. But your cutting sucks, nothing makes sense, people don't know what's going on half the time, and to top it off, the visuals just look confusing. I'm like, how the hell do these don't even match up? I don't even know what's going on anymore, right? Nobody would even get to that point of watching everything, but let's say if they did, your visuals, your nice looking visuals, your motion graphics and stuff, that would be like the cherry, the icing, the sprinkles of your cake. If you're making a cake, it would be the cherry, the icing, the sprinkles, that sweet, sweet stuff, right? But the cake, the story that makes no sense is just a poorly baked cake, right? It's burnt or it's undercooked and it's watery, right? If it's underbaked, why the hell are you putting like, you know, frosting and cherries and sprinkles in it? What's the point? What is the point of trying to sweeten a cake if it's ruined, if it's spoiled, if it doesn't work? Why focus on stuff like this? Why focus on, you know, cool looking visuals if no one knows what's going on in your video? Don't focus on this. Focus on fixing the cake. Fix your cake first, right? And by fixing your cake, you just need to make sure that there's context so people can understand what is going on. That is just rule one of making stories, right? Make sure people understand. That's the least you could do. After that, we can start creating visuals, right? We can start getting them to be engaged with whatever creative ideas and, you know, whatever comes into motion, right? That can come later. So, we've covered function, we've covered design, we've covered motion, right? We've covered light and heavy effects. Now it's time to move on to compound effects, right? So, what is compound effects? Well, it's a series of effects compiled together. So, when you open up Premiere Pro, there's going to be a library of effects. And whether you've started or not, when it comes to editing, whether you're an editor now or whether you're just about to start or you want to start, something you need to know about effects is that once you start getting into it, you're going to look at everything at face value, right? That is going to be, that's not even just like what I'm telling you to do. This is just how you're going to react. It's like labels, right? Just labels, right? So if I told you, can you guess what the effect mirror does? Like, just mirror. Could you guess what it does? Right? So whether you know this effect or not, if you know what the word mirror means just in the English language, then you would know that it literally just mirrors something. Right? Like, imagine duplicating me but flipping it. It mirrors it, like you're looking into a mirror. If I told you what the effect grid was, would you know what that is? If you guessed it makes a grid, you'd be correct. It makes a grid. Okay? If I told you what the effect blur did, could you guess what that meant? If you said it makes the image blurry, you'd be correct. So by this and a lot more effects like it, once you apply these, once you look at these, once you use these, you will look at them by default, by just pattern recognition and by understanding how labels work, you're going to look at all of these by face value. Every single time you want to make something blur, you'll use the blur effect. But you will never use the blur effect for anything else. Only when it's time to make something blurry, you will use the blur effect. You will never use it for anything else because of labels, which is good, right? Labels are good because it helps us understand what things are. If I said, think of a hat, you know what a hat is, right? You know what a hat is, okay? That's a label. If I told you, think of a watch, you know what a watch is, okay? That's a label, right? We just give names to these things. We label them. So a blur, that's a label. The mirror effect, that's a label. But with these labels, with the labels in general, we look at them at face value, which is a big problem, but also, as much as they help us, it's a big problem. You will never look at the blur effect as anything else. You'll never look at it beyond its label, right? You'll never look at it for what else it could do. Now, the reason why compound effects are so important to learn, not important, but so valuable to learn, is because almost every single editor I've seen on Twitter, okay, does not impress me. They do not impress me because they will look at all the effects at face value. They will edit just like everybody else. They'll never bother to think outside the box. Compound effects are the perfect example of thinking outside the box. If you've unlocked my like huge course full of like tutorials, there's going to be a folder called compound effects. You're going to see me talk about how to make this compound effect with a bunch of tiny little effects inside of it. Every single time I make one of these, I think about how I can go beyond just the face. I try to look beyond the face value of every single effect. Instead of looking at the effect and like using it once and think, okay, I know how to use this. I'm going to use it next time I want to use a blur, for example. Try to understand it's just functions, right? Think about what the values do. Think about just how it changes the effect beyond its face value, right? Could I use this blur for anything else? Maybe. I'll try it out. I wouldn't know, but let's try it out. Let's not only use a blur for the sake of a blur. You know you can make a glow out of a blur. Did you know that? Did you know that out of the blur effect, you can create a glowing image? I'm sure you didn't, I don't know if you knew that, but it's possible. Okay. With the grid effect, you know you can make your script screen look like a TV with a bunch of other effects on top of it as well. But the grid adds to that. Right? People will look at these things and think it's like that diamond meme. It's like this, but instead of just this, right? Instead of just this, imagine there was like one diamond here, right? Imagine there was like just one diamond here. So then I'm going to do a bit of blue. So there's a diamond here, and this guy's mining out, and he finds the diamond, right? So let's say he finds the diamond. He's like, okay, cool. I've got a diamond. I can now go home and I can feed my family because I found a diamond, right? This is looking at the effects at face value. This is looking at them and thinking, okay, whenever I need a blur, I'm going to use the blur effect, right? Cool. I don't blame you. Like, that's normal. But do you know how much you can improve your visuals if you looked just beyond the face value? You'd find all of these diamonds, right? There's so much to explore with compound effects. It's like, for example, like with locks, right? There's so many different combinations out there. You need to look at effects as not something that you can just use, like I said, at face value, but think about like how you can turn that into a formula, into a compound effect. See what you can do with it. What on a bigger scale? Always try to think on a bigger scale. How can I improve this? How can I make this better? What can this go towards? Right? What compound effects can I make? Right? So, creativity, unlimited ceiling for creativity. There's so much you could do, and like possibly even billions. When you look at all the effects on the Premiere library, okay, what am I talking about? It's not even just billions. It's an infinite number. It never stops. It's an infinite number of things that you could create, right? Unlimited ceiling for creativity. There's so much you could do if you just look beyond face value of the effects, right? So motion, frequency, and digestibility. Okay. When it comes to motion, frequency, and digestibility, now I've talked about this quite a bit before when it comes to the heavy and light effects, but I'll say it once more. Whatever it is, if you're using a compound effect, this could just be my personal belief, right? But most times I've used compound effects, it was for the main thing. So for example, with these, I believe this is a compound effect. Like this is a lot of effects compiled together to make a buzzer. That looks like a mushroom, to be honest, but it's supposed to be a buzzer, right? Same with like just any of this stuff, right? Like this, that took a lot of effects to create. I used a lot of effects to make this. Okay, that's a compound effect, and it's usually made within the subject. So say, for example, it's the subject. Okay, say there's a lot of effects. Chances are, if there is a lot of effects, it's a lot to digest, right? It's a lot to take in. Therefore, keep the movement at a low, right? You know, unless you're, depending on whatever your audience is, keep it, where is it now? Am I crazy? Here it is. Keep your motion low, keep it digestible, right? But first and foremost, before you even look at motion, before you even look at digestibility, just try to create something new, right? You can go take a look at the tutorials, and you don't even have to look at, just for the sake of, you know, looking how to make certain things, right? Just look at what effects I'm using, look at what they do to the images, and try to create a compound effect of your own. And if you manage to create a compound effect of your own, please share it with us. Put it in the community, share it with us. Say, I made this compound effect. It is blah, blah, blah. It does this. I use these effects, right? And I will personally respond to you. I'll be like, thank you for being a symbol of greatness amongst editors, right? Because compound effects, they're so big, and it's kind of like hard to imagine, right? Because when you look at things at face value, I'm gonna go to the extremes here, right? I'm gonna use a completely extreme example, right? So for example, look at all these colors, right? We know what these colors look like because they've been, well, we just recognize them. Now imagine if I told you, try to create a new color in your head. Like, you won't be able to do that. You won't be able to think of a new color, okay? It is so extreme because you're not used to inventing new colors. It's impossible for the human brain to do so, right? But here's the thing: when it comes to creating new effects and compound effects, right? Editors seem to believe because of the labels, right? because of these labels, they seem to think there's no other way of using these, right? That is just a belief in your head. This isn't like thinking of a new color. This is different, right? This is different. These are just labels. You can go so far beyond, right? But the reason that you don't is because you are so used to labels. And I'm sure there's plenty of videos of me talking about labels and why they drag you down. But I think I'm just yapping at this point. Like I think I've just gone too far. But I'm assuming that you get the point, right? Try to explore. Take your mind and just try to explore, because the less you do this, the harder it's going to be to find creativity. I've had editors come up to me and say, Danny, how do you get your creativity? I wanna think of new ideas. And I'm like, okay, well, first of all, what do you do when you want to go get your creativity? They're like, I look at my old videos. I'm like, why would you look at all the videos? And it's like, I don't know. I want to see if I can find something. You're not gonna find something new by looking in the same place over and over again, right? To find something new, you have to go out and explore. Okay, and a lot of people, they like to get plugins, which I get. Like there's new effects there, but plugins are gonna harm you in the long run if your hardware can't handle it, and if you can't seem to. You can't seem to stop using plugins, right? If you start relying on them too much. So look at the vanilla effects in Premiere and try to expand your knowledge. Try to see what more you could think of. Okay, because there's a lot of effects like this with the labels that pull you down. That make you think in such linear fashion, right? And we're trying to find a way to become even more creative. So yes. Compound effects, unlimited ceiling for creativity. And if you can figure this out, if you can find a way to just always make new effects and always come up with new stuff that no other editor has made before, you're going to stick out to every single client out there. You're going to stick out like a sore thumb, and they're going to look at you like, oh, he's got something. He's got something that he knows something. He's got a mind like none of these other editors that I've been hiring have. Right? Having things that other editors don't lands you clients. Okay? So to summarize this, before I keep yapping for like another hour, effects have two purposes, right? Now, first we aim for context. First and foremost, let's go for context. And after that, we can go for ambiance, right? Visual output is sensitive. I spelled sensitive wrong. And important, right? Remember your target demographic. When you're editing a video next, think about the target audience here. Think about who you're making this video for, right? Think about your SSEs. Think about your heavy and light effects. At what point is it too much? At what point is it too overstimulating? At what point is it too underwhelming, right? And like, this isn't too much pressure. And you know how I know you can do this? Because you're a viewer in yourself. Okay? Let's say there's a video perfect for you. It is not going to be that difficult to tell. Like, if there's a video that if you're editing a video that you know you would watch, that is perfect for you. Okay? You could use yourself as the avatar. You can look at it and say, okay, I know I like this, this, and this. Okay? And now I like this kind of content, which means I could be the avatar, right? Meaning I'm going to use these colors and this tone and this and that, right? But you can also tell if you're editing something a bit more mature, something a bit out of your range, you're going to know that's too mature for you, okay? Because that's just up to your taste. If you're editing something that's meant for, like, let's say younger audiences, so people who are 10, maybe even like 5 years old, if you're editing kids content, or if you're editing gaming content that's targeted towards just younger people, right? Like maybe not even kids, maybe kids, I don't know. But just gaming content, right? You're gonna know if you think this isn't, you're gonna know that it's not the content for you. It's just a matter of, oh, is it for younger people or older people, right? And then you go off of that, okay? So yes, it is sensitive, and it's important to know how to go about your visual output. Oh, this has changed to one penultimate purpose, but you know, we move, right? So effects have one penultimate purpose, to serve the story, but underneath those, that one penultimate purpose, it's context and ambiance, right? That's what it's meant to say. VFX is so untapped, right? This goes along with the compound effects. There's so much more to learn out there, but people seem to refuse to learn even more. For example, there's a lot of people out there nowadays making documentary type videos, like people that make videos like Sunny V2 or Internet Anarchist or any other like YouTube documentary type. And a lot of documentary editors seem to think that they rule that niche. They're best. Like they are the best. They know what they're doing. But I can guarantee you are so far from the best. There's so much to learn, right? Even outside of VFX, but VFX in general, there's so much to learn. And that's not even me saying like I know everything. I've got a long way to go. I'm not claiming to be the best, but it's just the fact that it's so fascinating and there's so much to learn. Every single time that I thought I knew everything, I always learn a shit ton more, and then I get humbled, right? VFX is so untapped. But yeah, that's essentially it, right? We've covered audiences, we've covered different tonal factors, we've covered the impact of it, right? And how it affects certain audiences. So for example, with Nolan audiences, they don't need a lot of movements. They don't need a lot of crazy colors. They don't need a lot of, fast pacing. They don't need a lot of crazy hierarchy, right? They don't need too much going on to be satisfied. And if they do have too much going on, they feel overwhelmed. Whereas younger audiences, like these Lanky Box viewers, for example, they do need this stuff. They do need it, right? They're a lot more high maintenance. So when they don't have it, they feel underwhelmed, right? So when it comes to light and heavy effects, your meter of needs, I guess, your meter of needs to meet your audience's needs, to meet your audience's like levels of stimulation and entertainment and blah 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 and whatever fulfillments, right? They range depending on the age demographic, right? But yeah, we've also gone over the fact that hierarchy is power scaling. We went over making ourselves an avatar. We've just broken down bit by bit, right? We've talked about the fact that videos are essentially just stories, because stories is the purest, oldest form of entertainment, right? And we're just putting them into motion picture format. That's what videos are, right? And in order to just have have a story, right? Like this is just a sort of like an unspoken law. It just needs to be understandable. People just need to understand what is going on. Okay? And the visuals play a part in that as well. Any effects that you add on, any motion graphics, any B-roll that you add on, it must first and foremost have context. First and foremost have context. Could you imagine if I, just for example, just to show you how obvious it is to have context in your video. This video literally says guess the language, right? Imagine instead of saying guess the language, it said spot the spy, with a bunch of like, spy and agents and kind of like holographic level, themed VFX. People would be like, what the fuck? Did I just click on the wrong video, or did they put in the wrong video, right? Like, that's making me confused, right? Or like, for example, let's say
Welcome to SDS Football
let's say we took the Football Mastermind intro and we put it on the Guess the Language video midway through. People would be like, what the fuck? Why does this say Get Football Mastermind when the title says Guess the Language, right? Why does it say Football Mastermind, right? Like let me just try see if I can do that here, right? Nope. So let's just say like this. Can I drag it? Yeah, here. So for example, like this. So imagine, okay, I don't know how to expand this, but let's just say that the video says guess the language, but the intro says Football Mastermind. You're like, oh, did I just click on the wrong video or did they do it wrong? That's literally just how stupid you have to be as an editor to get that wrong, right? To miss out on context. It's very easy to provide context. Just follow the video, right? Follow the synopsis. Okay, just literally just follow the video. And the reason why it's unspoken is because it's so obvious that people need to understand, and you'd have to be like a borderline idiot to get this wrong. Okay? So you're gonna be fine. Like, don't worry, you're not an idiot, because like if you manage to press play on a video, you'd have the same IQ to understand what context is and what understanding is, right? So first and foremost, stories need to be understandable. After that, we can focus on design and emotional engagement, right? So emotional engagement. I feel like this should be the other way around, right? And we do that via tone, via design, because design is like design, whatever design you have has tone, right? And that tone, all that tone from these factors, right? Let me just copy these, right? What on earth? That's an image. That's it. That's an image. Right? There we go. Yeah, tone, right? All of this stuff. This all has tone. And therefore, you need to make sure that you have the correct tone that can serve the audience. Because who the hell are we making these videos for? The audience. We're making this for the people at home, right? I can't stress how important this is. Like, people can come back, like anybody. It can be anybody. Some kid coming back from school, some adult coming from his 9 to 5, or somebody like who's just finished a uni exam and they're stressed out. They just need to relax and watch a video a bit, like watch some YouTube. If you just nail this and you make their day with such a good video, this happened to me the other day. I'm not a shit, you know. I found such a good video. I was like, wow, right? When you make these videos for the audience, you're a big part of their day, especially if you stick with a creator and somebody in the audience loves this creator. You're a big part of their life, bro. A big part of, they don't even know it. You're a big part of their life. Okay? Which is why it's so important to nail this stuff. But like, if you don't get it first try, that's fine. You're gonna get it. Believe me. Somebody like me, I was like the most incompetent person on earth. Like I was so stupid. I had to ask for help on everything. If I've managed to figure out all of this, believe me, you're gonna be running circles around me. You're gonna be running laps around me about like next year. Okay, I guarantee it. Like people in this community and everybody that's like listening to these, you know, joining calls or people that are watching the videos, I can guarantee it. It's not long until you guys are running circles around me saying, "Look at that fucking idiot. He knows nothing about editing." Right? I can guarantee it. Like it isn't like, if this is overwhelming, I apologize, but believe me, you're gonna get this. It's not that hard, and you'll get it at some point. And you'll definitely get it faster than me. You should have seen me on my first year of editing. Oh my god. Right? But yeah, that's everything. Okay? I'm sorry to once again interrupt your learning experience, right? I know that you've just seen this video with my beautiful haircuts, and you're probably wondering, Danny, your hair is long now. How have you managed to suddenly morph? Well, this stuff was recorded over different periods, right? Different stages, different times. You know, making something this big and this good, it's not easy. It takes a bit of time, you know? So if you want to see more stuff just as good as this, first link below, school.com/editing community. It is literally the first link in the description. It's not me selling you something. It's completely free, bro. There's so much more stuff like this in there, completely for free. So many people to mingle with, to learn from, and to, you know, build relationships with. Dude, stuff is awesome. Join the first link below and I'll see you in there. Okay, so welcome to Visual Foundation, right? So we've covered the cutting. Actually, let's just go through this right now, right? So our house is built and it's now time to decorate, right? So just to quickly recap, if you forgot, I use the analogy of editing a video is like building a house, right? And the cutting stage is like doing the like the blueprints and the planning and the general frame of things, and then like the other two parts of the cutting workflow was like, you know, wiring and like, you know, adding in the plasterboards and the walls and like, you know, generally polishing it, right? But now it's time to decorate, right? It's been built, so now it's time to decorate. So like just general houses, videos need decoration to create ambiance. Houses need sofas for functionality, but people choose specific sofas for ambiance. So we've gotten to a point now with just like home furniture where like every sofa can function how we want it to, right? Like before, way back when sofas were like first invented, I guess, people would have just picked sofas for the sake of, okay, I need one that's comfortable. But now all sofas are comfortable, right? The like it's not that difficult for companies to make a comfortable sofa, right? And if you do, then like, you know, what are you doing making sofas? Like if you can't make a comfortable sofa, what the hell are good at you, right? But it's so easy to make a comfortable sofa now that people don't look for comfortability. The comfortability just comes with the package. So now they look for a sofa that looks nice, right? A sofa that presents a certain ambience, something that can add to their house and present a certain ambience, right? The same way with editing. So in our case, the decoration is effects and motion graphics. See, we've now shown that we can cut. We know how to cut. We've proven that, right? So just like sofas, we've proven our functionality. Now we just need to start getting into the visuals. We need to get into the decoration to show what kind of ambience we can bring to the videos, right? So they need effects for functionality, context, right? So we're going to be covering that as well. So further functionality, providing further context, but they need better editors for ambience. So we want to step up our games. We want to start getting into the visuals of stuff. We want to really prove that we can put one step forward, right? So what are we actually going to be covering in this lesson, right? So obviously effects, we're going to be looking into anchor points and effects layering. So these are two things that people struggle with a lot, but they don't realize they struggle with it. Believe me, I struggled with this for like an entire year and never really thought much of it. I didn't really know like what these two were. I'm going to be going into keyframes, how to properly approach your animations. This is also something that a lot of people don't realize they have as a problem, right? Keyframing on so many levels. Believe me, you think you're good? There's always more to learn when it comes to keyframing, right? And I'm going to be going into that as well. Presets, how to import, create, and use presets, right? Presets is a touchy one. I want to talk about what good it has and what bad can come out of presets. So we have like an empty timeline. Okay, I've made sure to clear it up every single time. I'm going to create myself my shape. So we're going to do the Danny classic. We're going to go for the white fill, red stroke, right? 30. And then we're going to add a square to it with a stroke of 30. Brilliant, right? So we're going to put this here. I'm going to put this here. And I'm going to make this. Where's the scale on this? Slightly larger. There we go. Right? So now, I'm going to be going into different effects. So, I want to talk about compound effects very quickly. Okay? So, depending on what you want to go for, it is really good to always try and... it's always good to look at effects as the opportunity to build a compound effect or some sort of formula, right? People always look at, like just generally, editors will always look at the effects on face value. like they'll look at one thing and think, okay, this is what I can, like, this is, for example, with this, they'll be like, okay, a blur, this is to make things blurry. What am I going to do with the blur effect here, right? Why is my timeline so big? Why is it 2 hours long? Right? Let's just move it down here. Jesus. Okay, so I just want to see, is there a way to make it shorter? Because this is so long. Why is this sequence 3 hours long for some reason? Can I just make a new sequence, in fact? Sequence. Doesn't say anything here about how long it's going to be. Oh no, this one is also like, I'm assuming not that long. Hopefully. Yeah, should be okay. Oh no, this is about the same. Whatever. Whatever. Right? So where was I? Yes. Effects, people will generally just look at face value. Like with this Gaussian blur, people are going to look at it for the sake of blur, but just a quick tip. If you take away, for example, if you just see what you can do beyond their face value, let's say I duplicate my layer and I go to the bottom layer, I add a blur, right? It kind of looks like it's glowing now, doesn't it? But that's simply just a blur, right? That's simply just a blur. So that is just one example of many of how you can look at them beyond their face value. Or for example, if you look at my tutorials, right? There's going to be a tutorial course with plenty of tutorials for you to learn from. For example, if I go to a TV or CRT effect, right? Let's say I do a screenshot. Let's say I had a screenshot of some footage. I'm going to bring in some footage very quickly. Let's bring in this. Okay. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this. And then let's say I bring in this CRT effect. Look at it. So this is a compound effect. When you add a series of effects and you turn it into something bigger, like something beyond that, right? All of these were looked at. All of these effects here were looked at beyond their face value. Like they looked at each and like every single one of these as to how can I use this to make something bigger, right? How can I use this to make something bigger rather than how can I just use this effect to, you know, get the result of its name, right? The problem with labels, right? Let me just explain how labels work, right? Because this is exactly what's holding you back from exploring your effects further. What's great about labels is that it summarizes things very easily, and we get to understand things much faster, right? That's what's so great about them. But at the same time, having labels, when we immediately know what somebody's talking about, that's because we're assuming we know what they're talking about, right? So when, for example, with that Gaussian blur, it's great to be labeled a blur because now I'm going to only use it. I'm going to, when somebody says Gaussian blur, I'm like, okay, so I'm assuming this effect has something to do with blurriness or, you know, making your image blurry. Yes, that's the case. But that doesn't have to only be just for the blur, right? Which is where the problem of labels come in, right? All of these, when you read them, you make an instant assumption of what you need. Like I could go through my video effects here and say brightness and contrast. I don't need to make my video any brighter. What if I wanted to use it for like a completely different reason, right? Another one, like noise. Who wants to add noise to their video? That just makes it look weird. Okay, but it could be something part of something much bigger. See, I added it here for the sake of making a TV effect, right? A TV effect. Something that like most people wouldn't look at, okay? So the problem with labels is that sure, cool. We understand how things work. It's very easy to put a label on things and now everyone understands. But the issue is with these labels, we're now limiting our knowledge or limiting our curiosity of all of these effects. We are seriously limiting our like curiosity and our creative endeavors by just thinking of them at their face value, right? every single effect here was part of something bigger. So now, when I play the video, it's gonna be in quarter speed. So let's say I render this very quickly. And now when I play this video at full screen, it's gonna look like it's on like this old ass TV, right? Which is what the purpose of, you know, all of these were, to serve a bigger effect, a compound effect, right? And that's the goal. That is the goal. That is what I want for every single editor, because I can't see a single person that seems to do this, right? If you explore my Twitter page, or if you just go, you don't even have to go to my Twitter. You can just go to like one of the, like if you haven't unlocked it yet, then you can go to my Twitter and find some there. But there's gonna be even more tutorials on the school page, right? On the school course, I mean. So when you go there, you can see a series of compound effects that I made purely because I looked beyond their face. I looked beyond face value. I just thought, how can this serve me at a bigger, how do I say this? A bigger cause, I guess, or, you know, bigger reasoning, bigger effect, bigger ideas, right? So once you use an effect, you don't want to think of it as, okay, I only use it for this, right? I'm gonna use it for this. I usually use it for this. Just instead of thinking about what you're gonna use it for, think about how it works. Like, just generally, like, what's the functionality of it? How does it work? What values does it have? And how can that modify and distort your image, right? Once you understand how that works, once you understand, like, just the fundamentals of how this effect works, or how, you know, whatever it is, then you'll know how to use it for bigger reasonings like compound effects, right? So that's the goal here. So yeah, that's that. Okay, so now I guess we don't need this footage anymore. Now when it comes to actually, we should probably use that. Now, when it comes to anchor points, right? This is what I want to move on to next. So, for example, there's an effect you're probably going to be using a lot, and that's called transform. And the reason why we use transform is because transform is what gives us our transitions. It gives us our zooms, our convenient zooms. Let me find the adjustment layer, right? And you'll be using it on an adjustment layer 9 times out of 10, right? So, transform is very important, and when you have the opportunity, right? So, for example, if you are working within a sequence of 60 FPS, for example, like I am right now, then we can use the shutter angle value to create a bit of cool motion blur, which can be nice at times, but there's a lot of instances where it would be not inappropriate, but not right to be using it, right? It wouldn't be right to be using motion blur all the time, right? So, for example, if I were to do this, like, this is the incorrect way of zooming, but let's say I were to do this, and then right-click, press temporal, and then go to Bezier. So you can see here, there's a bit of motion blur if we look on the edges, right? Let's say I zoomed in a bit more. You can see there's a lot more motion blur, right? Which is very nice to have at times. But let's say we aren't on a 60 FPS sequence. Let's say we're at 30, right? Let's say we're at 30. Now, if we were to zoom in a lot with 60 FPS, it would look very forced. See, because we have our 30 FPS low frame rate. I would consider it low frame rates, a bit more choppy, a bit more scrappy, right? So when the sequence is 30 FPS, sure, you can change it to a 60, but that's going to ruin your entire project file, because things will be harder to pre-render. Things will be harder to render in general. Your footage will have to be manipulated to either double in frames. It will be out of sync with the audio, especially if your original footage is like 23.97 frames per second instead of 30, like on the dot. So it's very tricky to use. So sometimes when you just import your footage, and let's say you import it and it says that it's 29.97 or 23.976, right? Then there's no need to change it to 60 FPS. And that's fine. Like, you don't need to use this smooth motion all the time. Sometimes it has a need, sometimes it doesn't. Okay? And believe me, it would look a lot nicer if there was just nothing, right? It looks much nicer this way. Like, let me just actually make it busier, right? It looks much nicer this way because it looks more fitting. It's more fitting. When you have a choppier frame rate, don't force it by adding in motion blur. That's not in tone, right? That's like wearing a suit when you're going to McDonald's, right? That's like wearing a tuxedo if you and your boys are just going to hang out in the park. Like, what is the point? Just, I don't know, go in your regular clothes or a tracksuit or something, bro. In fact, that is like going in a tuxedo to the gym and then thinking that because you're so rich, you can afford to use a tuxedo for the sake of the gym. Like, oh, don't be that guy. Don't be a prick, right? There's no need to force it, okay? You don't need to use smooth motion all the time. And I've seen a lot of work from people who use smooth motion on 30 FPS sequences, and it doesn't really work out, right? But if it is on 60, if your footage is on 60, if it works, or if it doesn't, like, then, bro, like, go for it, right? It will look very nice either way for 60. But I just wouldn't recommend you trying to force a smooth motion all the time. However, I will say, when you make things like shakes, when you make things like transitions, shutter angle at 360 is like, it's always good to have. It always makes things look much nicer. Especially when you have like very fast and almost kind of rigid movements like these shakes and like the transitions, right? But anyways, enough yapping. Let me actually get into like, I just got on a bit of a rant there, but let's just get into like the anchor point kind of thing. So let me explain how an anchor point works. So I'm going to use this piece of card. Now, an anchor point, let's pretend that, so this is what an anchor point is. If I were to like select this, can you see this little blue circle here? That's your anchor point, right? It's in the same way of like an anchor in itself. You know, the things that you use on boats to put in the water so you stay still, right? The same way here. Imagine this was our image and the anchor point was here. I'm holding down, all the weight and all the force is going in the middle, right? So when I spin it, when it rotates, it's going to spin in the middle, right? So let's just do the same here. So we select our motion. We can see the anchor point is in the middle, like this. And then when we rotate, it's going to spin like that, right? But now let's say, if I were to take my anchor point and I were to put it in the top left, right? Then the movement would be like this. It would circle around the top left part. So now let's do that, right? Let's do that. Let's move this to 0 and 0. Should be all the way up, yep. So now when we rotate, it rotates around here. It centers around the top left, as I told you, right? The same way it does that, right? So an anchor point is essentially where things are moving. So why does this matter? Why does this all matter, right? Well, my nose is killing me today. Well, let's say we want to make a zoom in. Okay. And let's say, do I have any face cam footage? Face cam would be the perfect. Why can't I move this? There we go. Let's say we have some face cam footage. I'm gonna search for something now. Please tell me I have something that I can use. Oh, can't use this. Right. No, but what I can do is I can pretend that there is some face cam footage. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move Mr. Allier over here. No. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move this here. Just do that. And then scale. So let's say this is a face cam. And he's reacting to, I don't know, this graphic. Let's just say he's reacting to this circle. This Danny circle here, right? This is him reacting. And now let's say we want to make a zoom in on his face. So we turn this all the way up. We put our scale and our position. And we start animating it, right? So we do this. And now we're like, okay, let's make the curves now. Let's sync up our curves. So I'm gonna adjust the keyframes here, right? Now I'm gonna show you how to do this a bit later, but just as an example to why anchor points are so important, right? This is very annoying. Why does it do this now? I'm not used to this update, bro. Okay, so let's say we make this move. Can you see that? Can you see? Okay, if you can't see it, let me just make a bit more of an extreme measure. 230, and the position is going to be over here, right? So we can see the side of the. Let me just adjust it a bit more because these black bars on the top and bottom are killing me. So we can see here that there is no like. It doesn't go off screen at all here. The edge of the left side of the screen is Ali's footage, right? And so is the beginning, right? You can see here that his footage is sticking to the left side of the wall. But when we zoom in, when we make our zoom, it makes a little jump, right? It jumps up a bit, which is really annoying. It kind of goes like this. It goes in and out a bit, which is very, very, very annoying. And this is going to happen a lot. Okay? So, what do we do in this case? Like, even if this was like... You can see here, that is very annoying. So, to make things easier and to save the hassle of having to sync up two different position keyframes, we use our anchor points. Right? So, let's just delete this. Right? And let's make the anchor point of this 0 and 0. Right? So now the anchor point and the position is on the far left. So when we zoom in, it's going to go here with no problem. No little, moving in and out, showing a bit of black bars. It's just smooth, smooth fixed on the left-hand side, right? Now, this isn't like a tutorial on keyframes, this is a tutorial on anchor points. So, let me show you another example of why anchor points are important. I'm trying to think of an effect I've made. Okay, I think I've got one. I can go through some of my presets and see if I've got anything. Okay, let's say we have this one, right? So I'm gonna mute this, put this in the middle. So let's say I've got a character bounce effect, right? So how this works, if I select this, you can see that the anchor point and position is at the bottom, which means that this thing jumps up and it lands on the floor, right? But the issue that I used to have was that how it would work was that how it would work. So now you can see that the position and the anchor point is already adjusted. But how it used to work was that it would collapse in on itself. So a bit like this. So if I were to add a new transform effect, right? There we go. It would be a bit like this. So I undo the uniform scale. It would kind of look like this, right? Like this, up and down and up and down and up and down. that's not really bouncing. That's just sort of like, stretching and squatting, right? But because of the anchor points, because I moved them down below, so let's say I go to 0 and 0 and 0, right? Oh, I mean 1080 and 1080, right, which is now at the bottom. If I were to do the scale height, I mean, obviously because it's not sitting at the bottom quite here, but it would. Why does it do that? It would be jumping up and down and up and down and up and down. Obviously, I'd have to keyframe the position as well to make it look like it's bouncing. But you get the idea, right? Some more examples. Okay, so let's say, for another example, with anchor points, let's say you want to subtitle something, right? So let's say I'm going to move over here. I'm just going to add like a subtitle text layer, right? Which is a graphic layer, I guess. I'm going to quickly add my one of my subtitle presets just to show you an example, right? So you can see something a bit here. Now this is where my text is, and this is where all my subtitle presets are. I mean, this is where all my anchor points are, right? So this is what it's supposed to look like. When you do make a subtitle animation, okay, I'm not saying all subtitle animations have to look like this, but let's say you do, it's supposed to start from here, okay? Now let's say I did this, but instead of all of my anchor points being there, let's just add in like the transform effect real quick, okay? And then I do scale, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we do it to 120, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 maybe, right? And we go back to down to 106, right? Now, what's the issue with this, right? The issue with this is now that we don't have our anchor points where they should be. They're still in the center, right? So remember earlier with these, for example, they were down here, with the subtitle effect, So the anchor points weren't an issue. But now that we have them in the middle, which is where a lot of people go wrong. Like you'll see this on a lot of TikTok shorts that you'll come across, or maybe you've made this mistake before, where you'd have the anchor points in the middle of the screen when the text is down here. So now when you subtitle it, it looks like that, right? It goes down. The direction goes down instead of going where it should be, in the straight in the middle, right? So if I was to move this down a tiny bit, right? Everything is where it should be. Every anchor point I've used for my subtitle effects are in position, right? So yeah, that's anchor points. Now we are about to move on to, I believe, keyframing, right? So I'm going to show you now keyframing. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about keyframes. So essentially, with every effect, every property, and every value can be keyframed. So what values are essentially this, the scaling of an effect, right? It's the scaling of an effect, the value. So for example, scale here has a value of 100. Position here has 19 to, I'm just trying to think. Sorry. Y value of 1920, Y value of 960 and X value of 540. Shit. X value of 960, Y value of 540. Oh my god, I can't believe I searched it up to find that out. But yeah, you can see here, so scale of 100, so the value is 100. Rotation, the value here is 0, now it's 51. So that's what value means, right? And what we do with keyframes is that these little clocks here, next to them, these are keyframes, right? So when you press them, it means that from this starting point, this little blue highlighted point, the scale is 100. So when we move to somewhere else on the timeline, the timeline, if I were to change that value to something else, that means from the time that it starts here that I placed earlier, and to the time that it ends, the most recently adjusted part, it is now going to slowly morph and change into that value. So we started at 100, we left the plot, we started at 100, and then at some point we changed it to form into 141, which means that from this point to here, it's going to go up by 41 in value, right? So we can see here, it goes up, right? And this is the scale, so it's just going to become bigger, right? So 41. Now, in linear fashion, it means that it just goes in a straight line. It's kind of binary. It's kind of like straightforward. So for example, if I was to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 frames in, if I was to move this keyframe here and change this to 110, we can see here that for every single frame, it goes up by 1, okay? Because there's 10 frames and the value is increasing by 10, right? Which means that for every frame, I'm doing this for math 6, you can see that in linear fashion, it goes 101 on the first frame, 102 on the second, 103 on the third, 104 on the fourth, 105 on the fifth, and then so on and so forth until we get to the 10th frame, which is a scale of 110, right? Cool. Now, what if I were to change that so that we can get to 110 much, much faster, right? What I would do is I would press these points here. So if I were to click on these keyframes, these two handlebars come up, right? Now, if I were to adjust this and move it forward or move it down perhaps, right? Look at what happens when we go over the frames by frame now. First frame, instead of going to 101, it goes to 102.5. And then on the second one, instead of going to 102, it's on 105.2. Okay, so it means we're getting there faster. And then 106.6, and then 107.6. So we are now in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames in. It's on 108.8. Right, we're nearly done. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th frame. Right, so we don't get there faster by... Sorry, I think I said get there faster earlier, but to get there faster, we would just move the keyframe forward. Okay, but what I meant to say was to just essentially just change its trajectory, right? Change its velocity. So it got there. No, changing its trajectory would actually be making it get there faster, I guess. But yeah, essentially by adjusting its velocity, we have now gotten there to start off faster and end much slower. So you can see here on the first frame we go up by 2.5 instead of 1, and then by the second frame we've gone up 5.2 instead of 2, but then by the end of it we start going up by 0.4 and then 0.3 and then 0.3. Oh shit, yeah, 0.3 again, right? So we start slowing down. So instead of being +1, it's plus 0.3 and then plus 0.2, right? So it starts slowing down towards the end, but it starts speeding up at the beginning, right? So what if I were to move this handle all the way to the left? Well, it starts off at 100, goes straight to 103.8. So we've gone up by 3.8. Now let's compare that to the final frame. We go up by 0.2 again, right? Now this can mean whatever. So let's say I was to make this bigger. We can see the movement. Let's say I highlight this and change it to linear. Right? We can see, let's just do this with the position, for example, just to make things look a bit easier. Right? In linear fashion, this is what it looks like. Or let me just, make it slower. There we go. It like just perfectly moves. But then if I were to adjust these handlebars that you can see again, these handlebars, right? Well, now it goes faster and ends slower. Now, we need to start asking questions like, why does this matter? And when are we ever going to change this, right? Why don't I just always use linear keyframes? Why does it matter? Okay, Well, some people are going to say, oh, because, the keyframes look nicer when they're Bezier, when they're exponential, when they're not linear. I can see that. However, let's think of it like this. Not every single keyframe you use has to be Bezier just because it looks nice. Let's start to look at this from a viewer's perspective, right? Not from an editor's perspective, from a viewer's perspective. What do we think of when we see this stuff? So, for example, when I look at this linear movement, let's say I'm just going to turn it down a bit. Now, we have, how long is it from here till here? It is 45. All right, yeah, about 45 frames, right? Or no, 47 frames, right? So with that 47 frames, it's very slow movement. It's kind of perfectly done. It's kind of like, it's very off-putting. It's so weird to see something so just naturally slide over, right? Okay. So then in what instance would I be using linear movement? Okay. Well, the first few words that came to mind was off-putting, sly, and eerie. So we could be using this in instances where it's awkward, like purposely. We're purposely trying to make the animation look... Oh, whoops. We're trying to make the animation look awkward. We're trying to make it perhaps eerie at times. Again, off-putting. Like, make the viewer feel a bit uncomfortable. Uncomfortable for a reason, right? Like on purpose. Okay? So now let's say there was an awkward moment. Or, this is a good example. This is actually a pretty good example. So when you see Instagram, when you go on Instagram or TikTok or something, and then you see all of these memes, these sort of brain-rotted memes, the editing will actually be... The editing will actually be... Have you ever gone on Instagram or TikTok and you've seen like these videos, or I guess brain rot, if I may, okay? And the way they're edited is so abrupt, so fast, not made for digestibility, not made for, I guess, storytelling or emotion. It's made for pure silliness, right? Pure silliness. It's made to be cut off far too early for comedic purposes, right? Comedic timing, okay? Now, that is funny. That is funny to a lot of people. And it's funny because of its, like, abrupt nature. It's sort of very confusing and strange and unnatural behavior, right? That's why people find it funny. Now, let's say, would it be funny if I were to make it less abrupt? Okay, what if I started adding cool animations to said brain rot videos, right? It wouldn't be as cool anymore. It would be like, okay, I don't know whether to be impressed with the editing or laugh at this, right? The goal is to make them laugh, okay? The goal isn't to make your editing look cool or look good, which is where a lot of people go wrong, right? It's not about making you look good. It's not about making your editing look cool. It's about aiming, just trying to get the goal here, right? And the goal would be to be funny. Now, let's say there's an awkward moment in a video and you need to use an animation. You're not going to use something that's cool and smooth and with exponential curves, and you're not going to use a lot of crazy colors or anything like that. If it's awkward, you're either not going to do any animations, or if you would, it's going to be linear. Kind of like this, right? As I said earlier, it's kind of like off-putting. It's so weird. It's like, why are you moving like that, okay? People don't use linear keyframes because it's pretty off-putting, but that can be used to your advantage, right? Linear keyframes, they have their purposes, right? if you were to use the same keyframes over and over again, your work would look the same, and there would be no value in it, right? So when it comes to keyframing, if you want to change your velocity, you use these handlebars. Cool. But think about what you want to do with them, because it's not all the time that you'll be using exponential keyframes for every single reason, right? Some linear keyframes, some unpleasant looking editing actually works, right? It's part of the humor, or it's part of the awkwardness or the eeriness or whatever you want to go for, right? But yeah, I'm going to be moving on to, I believe it's presets now. Okay, this one's going to be very quick. So let's say I like this. Let's say I like this, right? So let's say from here till here. Okay, so this is how my video this is how my animation moves. It's a simple linear position, or in fact, let's just change it to, I don't know, this, right? Okay, so my movement moves like this from, you know, this value, this position value to this position value, right? In the middle. I can right click whatever the effect is, press save preset, call it cool movement or something, right? Now there's three different types: scale, anchor to endpoint, anchor to endpoint, or anchor to outpoint. Now what this means is scale would mean that when I save it, the keyframes are going to be, I'll show you. So this is 210 to 233. So this is 23 frames long. This layer is 23 frames long, and this is the pattern of the graph. Now let's say I was to make this graph longer, bigger, longer. All right. Now this is what it would look like with the same preset that I just saved. But now let's say I apply that one again with, remember, it was saved on a scale type, right? I apply it again and it's the same duration, not the same duration, it's the same pattern as this, right? You can see here the keyframes haven't moved, but this is now applied to scale, right? So this is applied to how the graph looks, not you know, numerically frame by frame. This is how we want it to look, right? If you want to get it to be frame by frame, you're going to save it on either, we're going to save it to either anchor to endpoint or anchor to outpoint. Now usually we want it to be anchor to endpoint. What this means is that it will be numerically saved from the very beginning of the layer onwards. So when we apply this here, remember, it's gone back to what it used to be. So remember how it looked before? Okay, this is how it looked before. And now when we do this, it looks the same, right? It looks the same. So this means that it was saved. You see, look, it is now been saved numerically. Okay? Now the reason why you can't see the other layers because it's, well, they're moving at the same speeds, right? And it will be the same thing if I were to save preset and go cool 3, but save anchor to outpoint, right? And then I apply it here. It's the exact same thing. But the only difference between them two is if I were to make effects that I wanted to happen towards the end of my layer, then you would save it from cool 3. Sorry, you'd save to anchor to outpoint type, right? But now let's say you want to export this, you want to send it to your friend, or you want to upload it to your Google Drive as backup. What you need to do is just right click, press export presets, give it whatever name, done. Simple as that. It is now saved as a project Premiere Pro preset file, right? You can upload that, you can do whatever you want with it. The same thing as if you were to do it in a folder. You can just press export presets, do whatever, and it's done, right? Simple as that. And yeah, just to import presets, you can just right click. It's very easy, import presets. And look, you see they're here. So we're gonna import that. And then we've got our cool movement 3 again, right? Very nice. And it works. You can see here, cool 3_1, it works. Okay, simple as that. And I'm sure you must have already known how to do this had you, if you knew how to import the free presets from the starter pack, right? Now, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sure you're having a blast learning how to become a V editor. So I'm going to give you one tiny extra bit of golden nugget here. Down below is the link to my editing community. And what you'll find in there is not just a bunch of other courses, but you'll also find this big data bank of like 30 to 50 tutorials. Requires 0 plugins, requires 0 expertise. It requires 0 like crazy in-depth knowledge, right? And it'll basically just show you how to make these really cool, awesome like compound effects. And I'll show you some stuff on the screen. So there's stuff like VHSs and arcades, and there's stuff like hologram effects, and there's like chalkboard effects. You've got dust, you've got this cool little blur effect, you've got a VHS effect, you've got this glitch transition. You'll be able to do timers, so you can work with creators. This stuff is like so applicable to any style of content. And if that's not enough, we've got more. We've got stuff on how to fix your audio. We've got how to make shakes. Here's a way to make Premiere Pro text animations. Here is more shakes. Here's how to fix your workflow. Here's how to export transparent videos in After Effects. So there's stuff to do with After Effects as well. It's not just Premiere. So this stuff is incredible. I spent a lot of time making them. So please, if you want to get better and if you want to get really good at editing and you want to continue moving forward, because let's be real, by now I'm hoping that you may have joined the editing community. And if you did, that means you're a serious editor, and then you'll be able to find everything in there. So if you haven't already, first link below, school.com/editing community. I'll see you in there. So welcome to the business skill set parts of the first week, right? So generally how this works, this entire community, let me just remind you one more time that there is a 3-step process, right? And I've split it into 3 weeks. So just like the actual school system, like I'm not talking about like the where this is hosted right now. I'm talking about like the actual school education system. You learn a topic, you put it into practice. So for example, homework, classwork, right? So you put it into practice, so you learn, put it into practice, and then you have a test, right? You have an exam. So we're currently in the learning stage right now. Next week we'll be actually putting it into practice, and then the third time, week 3 is going to be about actually putting this pen to paper, start editing, making portfolio, getting clients, getting money, right? So this first week is, about learning, and within all of these 3 weeks, there's 4 different parts I want to talk about. So the software, that's the first one. Storytelling, the second one. Sound design, the third one. And number 4 is the business part of it. So these are the 4 most important parts of editing. They're not the only parts, but they're the 4 most important parts, right? The 4 fundamentals. You need all of these in order to be a good editor, right? Like, not even just to be a good editor, these are the fundamentals of editing, right? Everything else is on top of it, but I'm talking about the bit, like, if you don't know how to make the viewers understand what they're watching, you can't be a good editor. Like, you can't even edit at all, right? If you don't know how to use sound, if you don't know how to edit sound, if you don't know how to do anything, finished, right? If you don't even know how to use the software, how the hell are you gonna edit a video, let alone land a client? Okay, but let's say you do know all of these. Okay, well, where does the income come in, right? This is when we learn about the business side of things, right? So these are all equally as important. Don't treat these like they're anything else. These are the fundamentals. The fundamentals are all equally as important, right? So this is why I'm going to talk about the business side of things. Okay, everything else is editing, but this is different, right? This is the business side of things. Things work a bit differently here. So yeah, what are we actually going to cover? Client congregations. So where do we actually find clients? Okay, client mindset, what makes them say yes? Twitter, the illusion of branding in social media. So branding is essentially just an illusion, and I'll get into that a bit later. Yeah, social media, and more specifically why we use Twitter, right? with client congregations, right? Congregations essentially means like a place of a place where everybody meets, or a place where everybody hangs out, right? So number one is YouTube job, or YT jobs, I should say. So there's a website called YT jobs, and to avoid any slander, I'm not going to say anything too specific, but how it works essentially I can show you right now. Right, YT jobs essentially is you go to the website here, you'll see like everybody who's been here, 1,000+ creators, yada yada yada. All right, you can go to jobs, all categories, video editor, and you'll see like, okay, $100, $250, $250 to fit, you know, these are like the prices, the full time, the remote, and then it'll tell you like how big the client is and stuff, and you can, I'll zoom in a bit so you can see better, right? And you, for example, I can just click on this, I can read the everything, but this is just so much text. And the issue with this is that, the issue with YT jobs is that you can apply before you actually read anything. So I could just apply here, say, okay, like, why am I good? Because I'm good, lol. Okay, next, link with verified work, and then just like link whatever, right? And then I say, okay, next. Oh, it's not a valid video, but whatever. Like, I'll put in a video and then I'll submit it, and then simple as that, right? And people will just spam apply to the point where your application gets lost in a list of like 1,000 editors, right? So it's not a very good place to look. Upwork / Fiverr, never even consider it. These are the worst places to look for clients. Okay, they pay you little to no money. The footage you give, that you're given, has no creative potential. The clients will overwork you, probably even scam you. And think about it, the top clients, the top creators in the world, Logan Paul, Mr. Beast, the Sidemen, the Beta Squad, AMP, are they hanging out on Upwork and Fiverr every day? No. So why the hell would they look there? Are the managers? No. Why would they look there? Places like Upwork and Fiverr is like when you want to charge somebody like $2 to like do a quick job for you, right? It's nothing stable, right? Discord. There are multiple Discord servers perfect for beginner jobs. So this is actually a pretty decent place, Discord. It is a pretty good place to look. There are a few good servers. You're just gonna have to be very fast, because when people make job postings, they usually get flooded with DMs, and you can definitely get a job. I've done it before many times. And I've even hired people from Discord, some great editors, right? Yeah, good place for beginner jobs. Like there's some servers, Creative Paradise for an example. I could link. You can get like an easy $100 long form video, $200 long form video as your first commission, which is crazy considering like mine was like $10, right? So yeah, this is good for beginner jobs. And finally, we'll have Twitter, the best place for landing clients. So remember how I said earlier on Fiverr and Upwork that like the big creators never hang out there? Well, Twitter, all the creators are on there. Every single creator, they use that. It's their day-to-day life. Like people, some creators will just wake up and the first thing you do is scroll Twitter, right? If they see your work, they see your work, and if they're impressed with it, they're impressed with it, so they'll hire you, right? Twitter is the best place for you to go and find work. So which is why I mentioned it earlier, and that's why I'm going to be talking about it later. It is the best place to be finding clients, right? Client mindset. Time. Their current pain is spending time. So we're now going to be looking into how clients think and what they're going to think. So at your stage right now, there's two different types of clients. Actually, there's just two different types of clients in general. So we've got clients who make you do the dirty work. So I should probably zoom in a bit more. So we have so dirty work clients, and then we have magic work clients. So down the line, when you start working with bigger creators, Creators give less of a shit about money and more of a shit about, creators care more about quality, right? Quality of the video and the skill of your skill set. But when you start out, like, creators are mostly looking for time taken off their hands and somebody to just do the work. So simply just do the work. So that's called just doing the dirty work, which is not necessarily a bad thing when you're starting out. Like, you can take whatever you want, but over time you'll start to focus on your skill set and trying to appeal to creators who want you for your knowledge, right? But for now, like, your current skill set when you're starting out and you've got the lower paying clients, right? Their main pain is the fact that they don't want to spend time editing because editing is so tiring for them and so, like, mentally exhausting. So they want that pain to be put onto somebody else, which is you. And in compensation, they'll pay you in money, right? They'll pay you. So yeah, their current pain is time. Visuals. VFX and animations are the most distinctive feature of your editing. So when a client is looking to hire editors, and if they make a post about it, chances are they'll get like 30 to 70 applications, right? 30 to 70 editors applying for this just one job, right? One job. So obviously the client that's hosting that one job, they're not going to look through 30 to 70 people, and they're not going to look through like for example, if you go to my portfolio, right? If I was a client, I'm not going to watch through a 14-minute video and then I'll think, okay, well, that was pretty good, and then I'll go through a 27-minute video and then I'll think, okay, well, then let me look at this 11-minute video and then another 27-minute video, right? They're not going to look through all of that just to see if you're good enough. So what do they do instead? They look at the first few seconds, maybe the intro, right? So they'll only see in the intro VFX, and they're judging that, oh, if you can do VFX, right? If you can do VFX pretty well, then I'm assuming that you can do like editing pretty well, right? You can just edit everything else pretty. You probably have good storytelling, right? So they just look at your VFX, okay, and then they'll judge of that, because quite frankly, VFX takes one frame to tell if they're good. Like, literally, you can tell if someone's good by one frame. Whereas when it comes to storytelling, it's going to take a while to process and to judge. Same with sound design. But VFX and visuals, this is the number one thing. Like, for example, if you're posting on Twitter, you're posting your work, and you post mostly VFX, they're going to say, okay, he's good. Because when they're scrolling on Twitter, right? The Twitter, just like TikTok, when you're scrolling on it, you can just click on a video. Like, I'm going to try and find a video. So you can click on a video and just watch it. Oh, shit. Or you can just, like, watch it here and then scroll and then see something and then scroll and then see something and then scroll. So if it's not something... if it's not something that, like, that's really, interesting at all, or if it's not something that you can really, like, be wowed at in a couple of seconds, then no one's gonna care. No one's gonna look at your storytelling post and say, wow, he has great storytelling. No one cares. Or at least, like, most people don't care, right? Therefore, if most people don't care, then your post won't get a lot of attraction. Therefore, it won't reach to like a lot of creators' timelines, right? So if your post mostly consists of VFX, that's the fastest wow factor. Like, that's the one wow factor that comes in the fastest, right? That's the fastest wow factor, is what I meant to say. So yeah, most distinctive feature of your editing, and when it comes up on your portfolio, that's the first thing they'll notice, and that's when they'll decide, yeah, if you're good enough to even be like. If you're good enough to be, considered. So let's say, like, I go through somebody's portfolio and I say, like, okay, wow, this guy's been the best so far. He's now the new standard. So that I put this guy to the standard. Like, let's just say this is not my portfolio. This is a client's. Like, I mean, this is another random editor's, and this is not my portfolio. I'm the client. This is just some random editor. I look at this guy, I'm like, okay, wow, this guy's really good. Okay, he's the standard, he's the best I've seen so far, right? So now when I flick through my other 69 editors, I'm going to look at for a couple frames to see if they can match what this guy can do. And if I look for a few frames and I can't see any VFX as good as this guy, then I'm going to hire this guy, right? I'm saving myself some time. I don't need to like judge to the detail, like to the very, very micro details of somebody's editing, if I can just simply tell off the bat that they're just not as good as this guy. But if somebody is better than this guy, then this guy probably won't be in consideration anymore, depending on how much better new guy is, let's say. So new guys, if he's much better than this guy, then he's the new standard. If he's similarly better, well then that's when you start looking at their views, their testimonials, their client lists, their storytelling. You start looking at them like into more detail because you filtered it down to the last 2 editors, right? But the first thing they look at is your VFX. That's the most distinctive factor, right? People, they're just regular people, not empty suits. So when you're talking to them, you don't need to use the best, like you don't need to pull out the best English language of your life. You don't need to use smart and fancy words. They're just people. They're like between the ages of 15 and 30, right? So they're relatively young, right? They're relatively young. They'll speak like you. Okay, you don't need to stress about like sounding super smart. And especially when you're beginning, right? They're new to hiring. So, you know, you guys aren't like wearing suits and wearing briefcases and getting into meetings and saying like here's why I'm the best editor, right? You just send them your portfolio, say like, hey man, I just want to work with you. And they're like, okay, cool. Right? They're just regular people. You need to remember that. And this is going to put your mind at ease a lot, right? Because chances are anything that you think, they can also have the capacity to think as well, right? To think in the same way as you. Money. The smaller the price, the less experienced they are. So if somebody's paying $1,000 per video and somebody's paying $50 per video, this guy's obviously a bigger, more experienced client, and this guy isn't, right? This guy's new to hiring. And the less experienced they are means that they are more, they're more scared to give away their money because they're not used to hiring. They're not used to giving their money away for a service. They don't know. Sorry, they don't know if it's going to be worth it. They don't know if you're going to scam them. It's going to be a waste of time. They don't know what's going on because this is a new experience to them. Hiring people is a new experience to them. Remember, their current pain is spending time editing. They don't want to have to be part of the editing process, which is why they're hiring you, right? They hire you to take the time of editing off of their hands. So, this means that they're in the transitional period of editing their own videos to somebody else editing them. Meaning they are new, meaning this is the first time they're giving their money away for a service, which means they're going to be a pain in the ass probably, right? But that's just how it is. Over time, you'll get better clients, right? Ones that are more experienced with hiring, and the more and more experienced and the bigger they are, the less of a shit they give about money. They care less about money. They care more about quality. Like I mentioned here, they care about quality, right? Let's just write money. They want to pay you less because they're scared of paying so much because they're not very experienced, and that's fine. They want to do less work. They want to spend less time on editing. They just want you to do the work. That's all they care about. Sure, they may care for quality, but not to the scale of bigger clients that make you do the magic work, right? And when you become a better editor, when you start progressing, at some point you'll start doing the magic work. Okay, so yeah, money. The smaller the price, the less experienced they are. Now, Twitter. Popularity. Every client is on this platform, from beginner to top clients. Everyone is on Twitter. Not everybody is on Upwork. Not everybody is in that same Discord server as you. Not everybody is on whatever else I said, right? Everybody is on Twitter. Everybody. Therefore, somebody could just make a post, some big client. Let's say your favorite client is like Dan TDM. Dan TDM is on Twitter. If he looks for an editor, he'll go there. His managers, they're on Twitter. His editors are on Twitter. Like all of them are on Twitter. So therefore, it like the popularity indicates that it's your best chance of landing clients regardless of how big they are, right? Brand. posting work is the best form of brand building. So you're gonna hear a lot of people talk about like just with internet money in general. People are gonna say, here's how to make money with an online brand, right? Or a personal brand. But your brand right now should be your work, right? That should be the reflection. No one cares. I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you. Like I don't want to sound like a dick. No one cares about you. No one cares about what you ate for dinner. No one cares about how your dog looks. No one cares about, I made X amount of money in 24 hours. Here's how I did it, right? We care about what you can do for the clients. And from an editor standpoint, if I want to network with other editors, I want to see how good they are. I want to see if they can bring anything new to the table. I want to see if they can inspire me, how they can serve me, right? And by serve me, I don't mean like I'm their master. I mean like, can you bring anything to my timeline, my Twitter timeline that I would like to see on a day-to-day basis, right? That's all I care about as an editor. As a creator and as a client, I would say, what can you do for me, right? Like what editing can you bring to the table? How good is your VFX? Because VFX is the best indicator. Like I said, it's the fastest way to tell if an editor is good. Okay, so therefore, when you're on Twitter, only, and I can't stress this enough, only ever press the tweet button if it means posting your work, right? Posting work is the best form of brand building. In/outbound, the only platform to bring consistent inbound and outbound. When you're posting work, you're gonna have constant inbounds. When people know you as an editor, you're gonna have constant inbounds, right? And you can outreach to clients as much as you want, Nobody goes on YouTube jobs and just clicks on an editor and see, I love your work, bro, unless it's a bot, right? Because there's so many editors, and the way that the user interface is created does not support inbound clients, right? It only supports outbound, right? Twitter does this, right? You can receive DMs from clients like I have, like you may have seen some screenshots, and you can also outreach to them, right? So you have the best of both worlds. So yeah, that was pretty short, but a summary. Twitter is the main focus for landing clients. We're only going to focus on Twitter for now because Twitter is the best guarantee you can have. And I'm going to show you how to land them, right? Manipulation. Clients are easiest to land when manipulated. Again, manipulation, that sounds like a red flag, but when we're posting our VFX, that is a form of manipulation because we're showing them, we're letting them see what they want to see, right? We don't show them our flaws because that would harm our chances of being hired. Okay, and honesty is the best policy, but I'm afraid we don't have that luxury right now because there's a lot of competition out there. We've got to be the best of the best, right? Manipulation, clients are easiest to land when manipulated. So also, when you're building a portfolio, when I show you how to build a portfolio, I'm going to show you exactly how to manipulate your clients via colors and via psychology. Okay, but yeah, that should be about it. Okay, so welcome to the module of pricing. So now finally we've gone through all the practicals, right? We've gone through. Okay, so welcome to the module of pricing. So now that we've actually gone into, the whole editing side of things, now it's time to try out a bit of the business side. So we know how to edit. Okay, we've done it. Okay, we've done a bit of practice, but now it's time for us to learn about pricing, right? So what are we actually going to cover in detail? Well, first of all, we're going to be going over the pricing models. So all models and which one is best. So I've gone through a range of different pricing models in my career. Like I've tried different things, and I can tell you which one is best. And we'll get into that. Next, we have deciding how to decide your price. A lot of people work in different ways, but I think I can convince you to go with what I think is best. But again, we'll get into that later. Next, we have raising, so how to raise your prices. Okay, so if you have a client you want to work with full time, or if you have a client you want to work with a bit longer term, and you feel like you need to ask them for a raise, or maybe you just want to move on from your client and raise your prices and move on to different clients, right? I will get into that. Scarcity mindset. Control your mindset to avoid dropping prices in fear. So one thing you're going to come across a lot, no matter how strong-willed you are going to get to a point where you're negotiating with the client and you offer a price and he says, no, that's not in my budget. And then you will, in fear of losing that client, you will drop your prices. And I'm going to teach you exactly how to not do that. Let's say you have a client. He's like, I want you. So this is going to be client and this is going to be you. You know, this could be you. And client says, I want a 15-minute video, right? Say, cool. I charge $10 per minute. So 10 per min, right? And he's like, okay, cool. You both agree, right? You both shake hands. You both say, yeah, that's good with me, right? So in total, you are expected to be paid $150. Now, let's say you get to the editing stage and you're about to finish the video and you're about to hand it in, but there's a problem. The problem is you finish the video, you're happy with the results, but you look at your timeline and the timeline is telling you, Danny, or, you know, I guess you, right? You've only done 9 minutes. It's a very good video and you're happy with it, but you've only done 9 minutes, right? Or to be like a tiny bit realistic and just to cut you some slack, let's say you got to like 13 minutes, right? 13 minutes. Now you have to force in an extra 2 minutes to get paid your 150, right? Whether you get paid before or after, that's 13 minutes, right? So now you have to get an extra 2 in. For what? Now, you're happy with this video. You're happy with how it flows, which means you've paced it correctly, or in your mind, you've paced it correctly. You paced it to the best of your ability. And you feel like there's no need for extra content. But now your brain is telling you that's literally a free $20 right there. Not even free $20. You're losing $20 if you don't add that. So now there's a conflict of interest. Do you A, take the 150 and force an extra 2 minutes in? Or do you B, sacrifice the quality of your video and your client's video and possibly your reputation if the video flops? Like, ever so possibly. And well, that would be, I guess, you just taking the extra $20, right? Or you can sacrifice the 20 and you can just say, I'll take the 130 instead, right? There's conflict to this, right? But let's say if it was the complete opposite. Let's say instead of 30 minutes, let's say you got to 18 minutes and you're happy with it. Do you A, charge him more? But again, that wasn't part of the deal. Do you charge him more? Or do you cut out 3 minutes of the video that you were happy with? That looks like a stubble. Do you cut out 3 minutes of the video you're happy with for the sake of the 150? Or do you just force, hey, I want $180 now? And he says, that's not a deal, right? Either way, you have to get it spot on 15, right? And that's gonna be stressful for you, okay? And if that wasn't enough, let's say one tiny bit more. Let's say you haven't even decided on a 15-minute, right? Let's just say it's $10 per minute, right? And he's like, cool. He just says, yeah, cool, yes. And now you get to 14 minutes. No, let's just to avoid confusion. Let's say 17 minutes, 36 seconds, right? The video's 17 minutes, 36 seconds. And then your brain, the little voice at the back of your brain saying, if we just stretch it a couple seconds extra and we get to 18 minutes, we could get paid an extra $10 or, you know, whatever your price will be, right? That's still sacrificing the quality of the work for the sake of an extra $10. Now, this in hindsight may not seem like a problem, but the second you start sacrificing creative integrity is the second you stunt yourself from growth, because this is a creative industry and people eventually will start demanding creative work from you. When you begin, cool, like you just want to edit for the money, but down the line you'll eventually realize that in order to be getting paid big bucks, right, in order to get paid like 1,000 per video or like 3,000 per video, right, or you know, if you want to get contracted, because I think 3,000 is pretty difficult for freelance, you know, at this stage people are usually getting contracted. So if you want to get a contract from editing and you want to make 6 figures, right, believe me, I've been offered 6 figures before, so it's definitely possible for you to get paid a shit ton. But at that level, they demand creativity. They demand you to take over the... They just demand creativity from you, right? They expect that at this point, at this stage of your career, you should have some shred of creative dignity. And if you haven't prepared yourself that your entire career, and instead you've been doing this, going from 17:36 to 18 minutes, and you've just been doing it via... You've been just trying to push it instead of, you know, allowing your brain to fully focus on creativity, then what good are you? Now, it doesn't seem like that big of a problem right now, but believe me, at some point you'll start to realize that this is too stressful. Okay, I've tried to do this before, and it's too stressful trying to keep up with things. Charging by video, by just per project, is the most stress-free, and it's the most legitimate way of pricing your videos. Like, larger clients will eventually start paying you either on contract or just per video, because it's that simple, right? Per minute seems like you're trying to scrape a bit of extra money from them, and it's missing a tiny bit of integrity. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but I can tell you that you're much better off going off per video, and that is a model I'll talk about later. Now, you also have per hour. Now, what's good about per hour is you get to say that you worked for 30 hours on a project, fully knowing that you worked 3 hours. But again, where's the integrity in that? And also, if a client finds out that that's not the case, then your reputation is down the line. And second of all, per hour is the most difficult. It's the most difficult one to measure, especially for clients. I know web designers who do this, and to be honest, I've never been able to hire a web designer for per hour because, one, they're overpriced, but that's a different story, and two, is just because per hour is so difficult to measure. You can't really tell unless they screen record their entire creative process, which isn't happening because some videos take days to do, and no one's going to be paying you like per the hour. That, in fact, I don't even have to make my representation. This one's just straight up ridiculous. Okay, it's very difficult to measure, and it's not something that larger clients would do. This is only the shit that you'd see on like Upwork or Fiverr or something like that. So I wouldn't even like consider this. Now you have per month. Per month is good. Per month is safe. You come to a client, he says, I'm gonna pay you 3K per month. You're like, deal. Cool. Right? But then what if he tells you he wants 50 videos edited, right? Or something like that. I don't know. Let's just say he wants 50 videos edited. Okay? You say, cool, I'm happy with that. But then what if one day he gives you like 75 videos? Or, and actually, you know, let's just stick with this for now. 75 videos, and you say, what the hell? We agreed on 50. And he's like, doesn't matter what we agreed on. I'm paying you 3K. That's the deal. The deal is that you get paid at the end of the month for 3K. So now, how much you do, it's the fact that you do it, and you get paid 3K. Now, this can happen. Believe me, this can happen, and these come from like the utmost red flag clients. These are the ones that are probably going to get you to do graphic design somewhere down the line to do their thumbnails instead of just hiring a thumbnail designer, right? These are the people that are going to overwork you. These are the people going to make you do long form and short form, okay? And generally, like, these aren't very good clients. Believe me, there's better clients out there, right? Let's just pretend like this is a flag, okay? Let's just pretend that's a flag, right? So yeah, I wouldn't particularly focus on these clients. And let's just say, on another example, let's say you agreed on 50, but then 1 month he gives you 30 videos. Nice, cool. You get to do less work, but then he pays you 2.8k, or not even 2.8. He pays you 1.8k. 1.8k. So then you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Where's the rest of my money? He's like, I didn't give you a lot of work. You're like, bullshit. I don't care. What? So I can do 75 and get paid the same, but if I do less work, I have to get paid what, less? This is exactly why lower paying clients, specifically lower paying clients, will want to do per month, because it's not about the relationship, and it's not about the system. It's about their budgeting, right? So let me just explain to you quickly how client psychology works down the ranks. So you've got top tier clients, and then you have like bottom tier clients. So the difference here is their experience and their pain. So for the bottom tier clients and the top tier clients, these ones, they don't care about money too much. Obviously they have to run their expenses accordingly. But generally, like, they will be a little bit more carefree with their budgeting if it's like 200 difference or so, like, per video. But generally they care a little less about money than they do these clients. See, these clients, they've never hired somebody before, and obviously as we go up they could be more and more experienced. But let's just write XP, like, to show you that the difference here is an experience. So they've never hired somebody. They're gonna ask you to change the tiniest of details, purely because, like, they've never hired somebody and they want their money's worth. They're scared that you're not gonna put the work in. They're scared that you're not gonna pay off because they don't trust you, purely because they've never worked with an editor before. Okay, and you know, the lower paying clients, they're more afraid of money. They care less about how good you are, and more so the fact that can you just do it. Like, there's just the standard they want, and that's all they care about. They don't care about, like, how good you are. They just care about, can you meet the standard. That's because they've been editing their videos their entire career, or at least, like, some of them actually have never edited before, and they just want to go straight to an editor, and they don't have no idea how editing works. So those clients are even worse, right? But either way, both of these have never worked with an editor, and they just want you to do the work, like the dirty work, right? Dirty work as in nothing crazy, but it's like they don't care about the quality of it. They just want it done. So clients that pay you per month, they just want it done. Clients that make you edit shorts for the sake of marketing. Entrepreneurship clients, you know, the ones that are selling courses. Like if I were to sell a course and I were to pay an editor for shorts and marketing and stuff, I particularly wouldn't really care too much about the sake of, like, creative, you know, I wouldn't really care for creativity too much. I just want the sake of my message to be put out there, right? And that's me being honest. That's not saying I'm a shitty client. That's just saying I don't care too much for the creative integrity. However, top tier clients, these are real creators, right? These are people who rely on YouTube as their income. Therefore, they do care about creative integrity. These are creators who make gaming videos. They make challenge videos. They want to go up in the YouTube ranks. They care for YouTube. They invest into YouTube because ultimately YouTube is their life. YouTube is their income. Okay, real creators. Those are the top tier clients. Like the people you watch. People like most people watch, like the mainstream people, these are the top tier clients. They can pay you the best because they care about, like, editing, right? These people, so even if they're gaming and they're not experienced, they're bottom tier purely because they don't have that experience, right? Entrepreneurship clients, they will always be bottom tier unless it's like somebody who's into just content creation for the sake, like, in the business niche. So people like Jordan Welch, he pays a lot of money because he just wants to be a creator about business. But people who want to funnel their business, people who want to market their products and stuff, they're not going to pay very well. They think editors grow on trees, essentially. They think you're not special. They think that everyone's the same. They don't really understand how editors work. They don't understand about the YouTube industry. They just want their things like marketed out there. And like, that's just me being like honest with you. Okay. I know how they work. I know how they think because I'm an entrepreneur myself. Okay. Believe me, like, I'm not going to pay like $1,000 for a video that's got something to do with marketing. If I'm making like a real video that I actually like, a passion project I actually care about, like, I'd pay big bucks like for a good editor. Like, if I'm not gonna edit it myself, I'm gonna hire somebody who knows what they're doing, right? Like, I'll be in creator mode, right? If I made like a passion project, like landing a client in 24 hours, like landing, like, if I don't know, editing in 10 different countries or something, like, or you know, editing in 100 hours and this is what I did, or like, you know, some sort of challenge video but based around editing, right? Kind of like Finzar content, right? So yeah, so like kind of like this. If there was like, if I did content creation around editing, I would pay a lot of money for an editor, right? But if I was doing something marketing based, like if I was just doing like regular, you know, talking head videos, I probably wouldn't edit the video. I wouldn't have it edited. I'd just do raw videos, kind of like this, or I just wouldn't pay too much. I just pay for the sake of, yeah, can you just cut it up and that's it, right? Yeah, that would just be the entrepreneur side. Okay, this is just how they think. This is just how they work. So stuff like paying per month, right? That's bottom tier client stuff, right? That's like in the bottom half. So yeah, paying per hour, paying per month, paying per minute isn't too bad, but it's kind of like here. This is like per minute. But like, if you want to just be straight up with somebody, you're just going to give them a straight up figure, and that'll be towards the top tier client side, right? So per video is the one we want to go for, right? So it's the most clear and concise answer. If they don't like it, they don't like it, and down the line they'll be a bit more okay with, you know, paying higher prices. Like, it's gotten to the point where I've actually been able to land clients, not talk about the price, edit the video, and then talk about the price and get paid regardless, because creators of that stature don't care about money too much. They just want to see what I can do, right? Remember, these are creators. These are people who care about YouTube because YouTube is their income, right? Entrepreneurs, I'm going to write this down. Entrepreneurs, right? YouTube isn't their income. That's supposed to be an N. Entrepreneurs don't care about this because YouTube is not their income. Their product is their income, or their, you know, whatever they're selling, that's their income, right? That's not a problem. That's not a bad thing. But as an editor, you particularly don't want to work with them, right? There's nothing they can offer you. Like, people will say like, oh, but they can offer me like business advice. Sure, but the business advice they'll give you is probably like in their videos, right? Which you can access either way. Unless it was like probably editing based. Like, if he wants to work with somebody like Finzar, I think that would be like the perfect fit. He could teach you a bit about editing, and he'll pay you like a fat amount. Or like Ed from Film Booth, right? Anybody like that. That's probably where the big deals are. But people like Mr. Beast or like the Burnt Chip, he makes like great videos. Yeah, these people, like the actual creators, they'll pay you the best, really. They're the ones you want to work with, and they have the most experience in like working with editors, right? But that all comes in due time, right? That comes in due time. So yeah, let's get back into the presentation. So next up, we're going to go to deciding price, like how to actually decide your price, right? So so here's how we're going to do it. Right, when you begin, when I started, I'm sure you know, I started around, for YouTube, like actual just general content videos, I started at $10, right? My first dollar online wasn't even $1. It was like half, half, if that. But yeah, this isn't like 2020, 2021 anymore. Like, base prices now for a long form video is like $100, because there's so many products out there that can help you become a better editor, like off the bat, and you like, it gives you the leverage to charge like $100 per video. So if I were you, I would start between, as a very beginner, actually I need to start writing properly, shouldn't I? There you go. There you go. Let's try and not slant it this time. There you go. On the okay. Right, so between like $50 to $100 is where you should probably start off. Now, if money and getting a better income is what you're going after, or which is probably the case, then what I would do if I were you is jump from client to client. Don't hold too much attachment with your current clients. So you're gonna land a client and you're probably gonna think like, okay, I don't want to lose money, I don't want to go back to $0, so I'm gonna stick with this client. But believe me when I say jumping from client to client and risking the chances of losing and having 0 clients is much better. Believe me, right? And here's why. You will have the fear of losing clients, the fear of dropping in income, the fear of not missing out on a chance to make money is going to hit you almost every single client interaction along the way. Like every single time you talk to your clients or a client or new potential clients, it's going to hit you. So how can we battle this, right? Well, there's a reason I made this community, or the course for this community, built this way. In the structure of learn, theory, or let's not even just learn, let's just do, there's a reason I wrote it to be theory, practice, and implement, or let's just write test / implement, right? So the same way regular education, day-to-day school life works, we learn the theory, we actually practice and put it into a practical test, and then we actually not a practical test, just practical, and then we test ourselves. So we learn what our teachers tell us, we do the homework, and then we have the exam. Same way with learning how to drive. We do the theory, we do the practical, and then we have our test, right? And it's the same reason why I applied it to this, because we want to learn about what editing is, like the fundamental laws of editing. We practice it, and then we try to land clients with it. So after you watch this, do you think that you're going to be going through the theory? You're going to go through theory, practice, test, and then test, and then test, and then keep going and just keep working with clients until the end of the day? No. Okay? You're going to work with a client. So you're going to arrow to arrow, and then all the way back round here, right? And here's why. You can land a client for $100, let's say, but it's going to take you a long time to gain his trust to go from $100 to a raise. And even if he gives you a raise, it's going to be like $120, right? Okay. And let's say this is going to take you like 3 months, right? Let's just say this takes you 3 months, or two months. So 2 to 3 months is going to take you to get a $20 raise out of him, because this is how smaller clients are, right? This is genuinely, I'm not even joking, this is how smaller clients work. And this isn't somebody that we genuinely care for or want to get into business with. So in the same way that I talk about my Fortnite days, where I had joined, where I wanted to look for a duo, we want to use these people, we want to use these small clients. Where is it? We want to use these small bottom tier clients to climb the ladder to get to the top, right? That is exactly what I did. And in hindsight, having to hear what they say about me hurts. Like, I've had stories. It's in a newsletter of mine. I've had stories where I landed a client that I got from another editor. The other editor sent it my way, and I did the work for him. And he said that I was his favorite editor. He said, "Wow, this is incredible. I love it. Like, I can't wait to work with you. Don't tell them. Don't tell the other two, but you're my favorite, right?" And this meant so much to me because the other two editors he was working with, I thought were better than me, and I really looked up to them. So when I told him, "I'm sorry, I can't work with you," he said, "Why?" And I'm like, "I just want to focus on school," right? That's the bullshit excuse I gave him. He said, "I'll give you more time. I'll give you more money. What do you want?" But the truth was, like, I knew that whatever I gave him was going to be too much. Like, at this time, he was paying me $200, and in my head, after working with him and after seeing what I could do and the practice that I implemented. So remember, this is like also implement, right? I went through before meeting him, before working with him, I was learning a bit about editing. I was trying out some tutorials. I was just doing a bit of practicing, right? After doing that practice, I learned some new tricks, some new effects, some new compound effects, and I put it to the test in his videos. I tested it and implemented it in his videos, and I got much better. So in my head, I went from a $200 editor to a $500 editor, and he wasn't willing to pay that. So when I said no to him, it hurt me to hear him say, because I watched this guy. I used to watch this guy a lot. He was a big big creator that I watched, that I found, and I was always really interested in his content. So this was almost not a dream client of mine, but this was very cool to work with and to get in calls with and talk to him, and being able to know him and being in contact with him. He just started hating on my work. He just called me like a shit editor. He called me an idiot, which are like the worst things to be called. But when you hear it from somebody you look up to, it hurts. But I knew what had to be done because I don't want to get this treatment. I don't want to go from 200 to 225. I wanted $200 to $500 per video. So I learned theory, I practiced it, and then I implemented into his videos. In my mind, I went from 200 to 500. I said, "No, I can't work with you anymore." He said, "Fuck you." Basically, he didn't actually say it. Don't quote me on that. He didn't actually say it. But he started hating on me because I rejected him. But I knew it had to be done, right? Smaller clients are just going to hold you down. Now, bear in mind, I went from making... I had 3 clients at that point, so I was making about... maybe 1.2... maybe 1.2 per month, 1.2k per month. I went from that to making about like 400 or 500 a month because I lost him and I lost another client. But I was fine with that. You see, everyone likes to think that they're just gonna rise up like this, right? They're just gonna climb the ladders. They're gonna make more and more money. But I'll be honest, if it's not like this, which it definitely isn't, it'll either be like this, which was kind of like me in the long term, or it will be like this, right? It will be this, right? Which is also, in hindsight, kind of like me. And what I mean by that is, there was a lot of times where I gave up clients, which is in the test phase. I gave up a lot of clients for the sake of going back to the drawing board to learn a bit more, to practice a bit more. and then land clients and see if I could improve. My mentality was jump from client to client to client to client until you're happy with who you're working with, until you're making good money, right? I would edit for maybe, I would never go over 2 videos with a client. I would edit the one, and if I felt like I improved, I would say, okay, I want more money now. And if they said no, they said no. But to do that, you're going to have to deal with rejection. You're going to have to deal with people thinking you're slimy, which it is a bit slimy. I won't lie. I'm not going to say I'm a saint, because I put my interests ahead of theirs, and I did what I had to. All right, if I wanted to improve, I wasn't going to do it like this. I wasn't going to stick with some small, low-tier client and say, okay, can I have a raise now? And he says, okay, yes, you can have a raise, fully knowing that the guy's like ripping me off, okay? And I realized this was possible when I went from a $50 client to a $230 client within the span of 3 days. And bear in mind, this client, I went from like an 80, this client was like, the $50 client had like 80,000 subscribers, and the other one had like millions of subscribers. And I realized how fast editing can change. And I also realized that you could go from 0 clients to 3 overnight. Believe me, you're going to experience this. You'll go from 0 clients to 3 overnight. So always have faith in the system, right? And always chase knowledge and always strive to learn more, okay? Because you can stick with clients, right? But you need to, at some point, you need to face the fear of making less of an income, because it's going to happen, right? People don't want to drop their current income for the sake of making more. I just made a video about this, in fact, like the fact that making money is stopping you from making money, right? So when you start off at $150 to $100, you want to jump from client to client. You want to say, hey, I do $100, right? This is in the implement and test phase. Okay, cool. Now, if you feel like, if you compare your two and you say, yeah, I've definitely improved, you say I've 100% gotten better, then it's time to scale, right? It's time to say, okay, I'm no longer a $100 client. I'm no longer a $100 editor. I now charge $150, right? So I know it's only like a $30 difference here, but believe me, editing is not progression is not linear, right? So what I mean by that is you're not gonna go up like this. You're not gonna improve like this in your career. You're always gonna be like this, right? If not this, then maybe like this, right? So you could be here and think it's all over. You could be here and think it's all over. You could be here and think it's all over. But at some point, you're going to be here and think, okay, it's working, right? Growth is exponential. It's not linear. Like, everything you learn builds upon each other. You keep building, it keeps building. Not everything works in a linear fashion. This is how trial and error works, right? It's a pattern, right? So this, in a sense, is also kind of like trial and error. You just see what you can do. You look at your video, you see what you don't like, and then you go back to the drawing board. You try to learn more, and then you practice, and you try to implement. And if it doesn't work, if you don't like it, if you feel like your editing hasn't improved, therefore then you can't really raise your prices. You can't really say, okay, $500 when, you know, realistically you haven't changed that much. You go back to the drawing board. You say, okay, why didn't I like that video? Okay, like, let's see what I'm doing wrong. Let's go back to the drawing board. Am I missing the fundamentals? Let's go back to Danny's community. Let's see what he's got to say again. Maybe I missed out on one of the fundamentals. Start practicing. And you implement it into your clients' videos. Oh my God, this looks so much better. Oh my God, that's what it was. My videos look so much. You wouldn't believe how insane I am at, you know, whatever your problem was before. And then you say, give me more money. He says no. Move on to the next client. Say 300, please. He says yes. Okay. Now you start working with that client. You implement. And then you try to improve, right? You try to improve. You implement something new. Don't like it, don't like it. You keep implementing new stuff. You keep trying to get better at editing, because not only was I trying to jump from client to client and raise more money, but the only way I could raise my prices and the only way I could scale my income was trying to improve my editing, right? I didn't focus on what outreach techniques I had. I didn't focus on what tweets I would make. I would focus on, I shit you not, these are my tweets, right? So before all of this, before I reached my dream clients and stuff, okay, I deleted a lot of my tweets, so you can only get up to 2022. But I would post, so you see here, May 21st, 2022, May, and then June, no posts. July, okay, we've got something. We posted for Dom here, right? I liked it. I liked this. I thought it was better than this. Then July, August, September, 3 months later, October, we post again. And the people love it. I love this. I thought I got so much better at editing. And this brought in a lot of clients. And then October, November, December, another post. 3 months. It took me 3 months to find something good. Like, this doesn't just happen overnight. You don't just get better. Okay? It takes time to get better. And then I posted a show reel. And then December, January, February, March, and literally end of March. This would have been in April, right? Another one. I got so much better. So much better. Okay, and then I tried out some threads. And then from March, April, May, June, July, 4 months. It took me 4 months to get better. Okay, and then I started doing this bullshit, right? I started doing this, which I do not recommend, right? Because at this point, I wanted to move on to something different. I felt like that working with somebody like Sharky, I was happy, right? I didn't need to chase bigger clients. But yeah, posting your work when you know you've gotten better. You don't post your work just for the sake of, okay, I edited a video. Okay, clients want to see your best stuff, right? So back then, all clients could see when they went on my profile was my work, right? So let's say right now it's March 2023. It's not. It's, you can see here it's 2024. But let's just say it's March 2023. I'm a client. I go into this guy's profile. All I'm seeing is work, 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 work. Okay, so all he posts is his videos, right? And then I take a look at his 30 seconds of VFX and whatever, and I see if he's good enough. And I say, okay, I like this. I'm going to hire him, right? I went through this process for, on an average of 3 months until I could post again and say, yeah, I got better, right? Shut up. Right? 3 months, bro. Could you imagine if I spent those 3 months sticking with one client, like fucking, like, could you imagine if I stuck with, well, Dom doesn't even work anymore, so that wouldn't have worked out for me. Okay. Owen was good. Owen was a good client, to be fair, but in the span of 3 months, it would have taken me forever to scale, right? This guy didn't even pay me. This guy didn't even pay me, right? Meme God would have taken forever to scale. Like, these aren't like this is nothing personal. Like, this isn't me saying, this isn't me ranking clients, but I'm just saying, like, you don't stick with clients and assume that they're gonna pay you big bucks in the span of like 3 videos, right? 3 months would have I shit you not, you would have got like a $25 raise. But every 3 months that I'm posting, so for example, like May, June, July, that's 2 months, and then July, August, September, October, right? To do this, and then I got a few clients from this. Okay, I didn't post everything. I only posted what I felt like was best. And then December, right? Like, to put into perspective, this video was a big video for Omar, right? He took it down because I did a poor job. I only posted the intro. $100. Bear in mind, I was getting paid $50 for most videos, right? And then this was $150, right? Bear in mind that I didn't get posted, but my prices at the time were $150. And then this was $200 for an intro. I didn't edit his full videos. I was being paid per intro. I was getting paid $200 to $225. Imagine that. For a minute of work, $225 in the span of May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So 8 months. It's like 75, not 75, like $100 and something. $175. But that's not like getting paid per video. That's getting paid per intro. So I reduced my workflow from like 2 weeks to 2 days, and I get paid $175 more per commission, right? This, I was getting paid $1,000 per video, right? By sticking with a client, you can't make that sort of progress. And bear in mind, I was editing multiple videos per month. You can't make that with this. If I got paid like, if I had 10 videos per month, I wouldn't be making a fraction of what I was getting paid here, right? And bear in mind, it's less than a year, right? It's like maybe 9-10 months, but it's substantially better. You don't get that from sticking with clients. You get that from client hopping, right? You get that from the process of theory, practice, test, theory, practice, test, theory, practice, test. But in order to theory, practice, test, you need to be willing to go from a good point in your career, okay, good income, then down, then maybe even all the way down, and then up again, and then maybe down again, and then like fucking way up, right? When I made my first 10K month, do you know how much I made straight after, the month after? I made zero. And then I made like maybe like a K, and maybe like 500 or something, and then like 8K, right? Why? Theory, practice, test, theory, practice, test, theory, practice, test. It's you may think school's bullshit, but you can't rip on their system, right? Theory, practice, test, theory, practice, test. We just find it boring. Like, I'll be real, like, I'm not trying to learn about some random shit that happened years ago in history class, or I'm not trying to learn about Pythagoras theorem. I just want to learn how to make bread, right? And this is how to do it. But like, their system works. Theory, practice, test, theory, practice, test. Okay? You want to start off somewhere where most people do, right? So right now the base price for editors is like between $50 to $100. There's so much you can use out there to help you, including stuff like this. So we want to start off at like $50 to $100, and then we want to start client hopping. But how can we tell when we're good enough to improve? Now, I know I've given you like all these frameworks and these numbers and like all this stuff to learn, but I want to be so real with you right now, and like not a lot of people are going to tell you this because it just sounds so lazy, but you know when you know. Like when you put in the work to make something look good, and you feel like genuinely like a much larger sense of pride in your work than you did last time, you know, right? If you don't feel like you improve too much honestly with yourself, don't try and give the excuse of, okay, maybe I can charge more. Don't let your ego get in the way of things, because God knows I did. Fucking hell, you should have seen me in 2022. I thought I was the shit. I would walk around class. I would leave the classroom, and I would get on my phone, not to call anyone. I didn't call anyone, but I pretend to like talk to clients and say, yeah, I can get the video done by you know, maybe in a couple days, but we're gonna have to talk about payments. No, like, don't worry, like, everything's good. And then I would walk up and down with my hand in my pocket, you know, thinking like I'm a businessman. And people would look at me and think, wow, wow, because he's editing for YouTubers and stuff, he makes money like editing, and he makes so much money. But I lied about how much money I made. I was ashamed, right? Don't let your ego get in the way of things. You'll know when you know, right? And like sometimes they pay up. You can see here 50 likes to 150 likes. Other people say so. And bigger editors that I really looked up to, like Zims, like Mello, they were liking the work as well, right? And then I'd post more work. And then look, people like Lufus, my god, I looked up to this man so much. Zims as well, right? So many people I looked up to would comment on my work, and this is me going on After Effects, and I love this. You can see 170 likes, right? These likes shouldn't be an ego boost. It should just be feedback from the community, right? You know when you know. Like you can tell that this, like let me just show you very quickly. I'm gonna turn on the audio now. This is much better than this. I had glitches I didn't even fix. You can see this here, look. Okay. This is much better than this, right? You know when you know, okay? And you can say, oh Danny, this is like so much later than this, but at the end of the day, like I can probably show you work, like, you know, I can show you some work that other people haven't seen before that I just didn't like. For example, let's see something now. No. This video was a video that I made. But this, and like the, let's see if I've got any, yeah, here we go. Some VFX here. This shake, not as good as, and when was this, bear in mind? Oh my god, I don't even know when this was. This was August 2nd, right? Much better than this. Now, let's look at the shake that I did here. And the structure for this scene, the audio editing, much better than this part what I showed you, right? Okay. Some sloppy work here you can see. Didn't bother to change. You know when you know, right? This was much better. This was much better executed. And you know when you know, okay? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, and I hate to give you the lazy answer and not to give you the sexy answer of like, okay, well, here's the mathematical equation to tell you that this is your work is better, right? But yeah, let me just summarize this for you one more time. Okay, we've gone through per minute. Per minute is not bad, but it gets in the way, and it gets in the way of your creative decisions. And generally, like the highest paying clients, they'll pay you per video, not per minute. Clients per month, it's stable, but it's more quantity work, less than quality work, and quality work is work that gives you leverage to charge higher prices. There's going to be somebody that's probably like one of the entrepreneurs, the bottom tier clients that just want you to do the dirty work and not the magic work, right? One's like work where it doesn't invite creativity, it doesn't invite your own eye for design, your eye for creativity. It doesn't invite your own ideas. They just say, yeah, do the work and get it done by like fucking tomorrow or something, right? We're not even going to bother talking about per hour. And we talked about per video, and we talked about client hopping and sticking with clients, right? Now I understand if there's a client you want to work with long term, then bro, go work with them long term. But if you want to scale your prices, you're gonna wanna get over your fear of losing your income in order to make more, right? That's just how it works. Okay, congratulations, bro. Okay, we're now in week 3. Okay, you know what's gonna be happening. Okay, so we've gone through the learning process of both theory and practical. Now it's time to put it to the test. So first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna download some practice footage, right? So I recommend doing around 2 videos or so. Okay, like some of them are very, very small, so there's nothing really nothing too crazy. You don't have to edit an entire 10-minute video. Just a little something small to show people that you can edit, right? Now, if you want to get this exclusive practice footage, you can't find it on YouTube, you can't find it anywhere else. This is given to me by one of my old clients who is now retired, so you can't even really contact him. So the only way to get this practice footage is to go down below into the link where the editing community is, join the editing community, and then you'll be able to fully practice and then post and then get some feedback and then continue to iterate and improve on your editing. So be sure to join the editing community below if you haven't already. And once you've done that, we can now get back onto the guide. After that, we put your skills to the test, of course. And then once you're done, once you've edited your video, your first video, right, I want you to put it in a link. You can put it in a streamable link or a Loom link or a Google Drive link or even just like a YouTube unlisted link, right? And then I want you to put it in the hashtag wins chat. Say that you've posted your first ever edit. And yeah, I'll be sure to reply myself. Okay, and so will other people from the community. And just in case you feel like you still need a bit more, in case you want to know a bit more and you feel like you're not quite confident just yet to put your skills to the test, like, don't worry. The reason why this one, like this is much longer than, the reason why this lesson is much longer than usual is because I'm going to be going through the editing process with you, right? I'm going to be taking in some of the footage. I'm going to be editing it myself, and then I'm going to be showing you, right? I'm going to be showing you the entire process just so you know how it kind of looks, right? Like, just in case you're overthinking, just to put your mind at ease, right? So yeah, you can download the practice footage below. There's going to be a Google Drive link, okay? Also, come on guys, it's week 3. Join the newsletter if you haven't already for any course updates or any community updates that don't appear on school. They'll appear over there on the newsletter. Then follow my YouTube and Instagram just for exclusive content, right? If you want to learn anything more, then there it is. If not, then cool. No worries. But if there's anything you're going to do, apart from the editing, of course, please share the course with your friends, right? Any friends who you feel like they just want to do some sort of side hustle or they want to make some money and they're always like, oh, please put me onto the editing thing, bro. Please put me on, right? This is the place. This is the place where you go to say, yeah, I'm going to put you on. This is the place right here, right? All of your friends that have no idea how to edit, have no idea how to do anything, this is where they're going to learn, right? Don't be that gatekeeping guy. Go, like, just send them over here. And now, let's begin, right? So I'm going to be opening up Premiere, and I'm going to be opening up my Finder tab. So this is, I'm taking on the Dom intro. So Dom is a creator I worked with back in 2022. In fact, if you scroll down all the way on my Twitter, you can see that I edited this exact video. This was a trial in which I eventually got to work with him, right? So all of this is just, it's very short. It's like, if we import it right now, I'm going to show you how short this is. You can see here, this one is literally like a couple seconds, right? So this is also just 3 seconds.
1, 2, 3. No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on. Come on.
This is like 30 seconds, right? So this is all literally under a minute. This is all under a minute, right? So, and then we have the voiceover as well. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to import the voiceover. Okay. Now I can see I've got some gaps here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut them up. Like so. Right. Look how much space we're saving up here. Right. Now let's just have a listen.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly placing a boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore...
Okay. I feel like somewhere
7
over
blocks,
here.
and I have a plan. See, if you time...
Yeah, this felt like it was far too quick. Like they moved on far too quick. So I'm gonna... Just gonna try and get out a bit. Same with this one. Maybe 2 frames.
Record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly placing a boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore...
Much better. Much better. So, how am I going to go about this? So, he says...
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The
furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. Okay. Right. So, this is the B-roll. I'm assuming this is just him obviously traveling through lava. Okay. Okay, so this is the goal, I'm assuming. So let's just call this one goal. Okay. Okay.
1, 2, 3. No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on. Come on. Ah, no. That was so close. Come on now. Let's make this the one, please. I think I was here. I'll have to check the replay. But I think we beat the record. It just has to be over that green line. Oh, let's go! I beat the record by 1.
Okay. Unfortunately, he got this one up himself. So... not much I can do about changing that pacing there. But what I can do is I know that this comes after. I'm going to place this at the end here.
Therefore, 1, 2, 3, no! Therefore, 1.
What if I were to screenshot this? Okay. I know my workflow is looking a little messy, but I've just got an idea in mind. Let me just see how this works out.
Therefore, 1, 2, 3, no! Oh, I was doing so...
Okay, I like that. Anyways, great part about using clips in a video is that you don't have to you don't really have to cut up quite as much, right? This is just like a minute of footage. This is so easy, and you get to just post this, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a listen more time.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2...
Okay, let me just write this down. I'm just trying to remember all the details so I can just paint myself a picture here. So, I don't want to use this. This is a very important one. Let's go on the Miro board, actually. Let's revisit the Miro board. So, we can go here. We can go on this, right? So, what did he say? It's 37. So, the record right now, why the hell is that so... Right. So the record is 37 blocks. He says, what did he say?
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the...
And his method... His method is boats. Method, boats. Right, I'm just trying to paint myself a picture here. So method is boats.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a... This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects.
Okay. I know what he's saying. I'm just trying to... I just keep replaying it because I want to see how I want to go about this. So, this record, as in emphasis on this...
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava...
Right, so this is part of a video. I remember this video. This was... breaking 100 records in 24 hours challenge, right? This was, I'm not going to show you the video, just in case you want to go find it, which you probably could do anyways. But, the idea here is that we don't want to have to go to another channel to get an idea of how to edit this, just to full-on copy it, right? We're not here to copy, we're here to learn how to do things ourselves, right? So, he talks about this record, as in this particular record. So, the video isn't about this one record. It's about a multitude of records. This is just a... Okay. Okay. So, here what we could do. We could probably add some VFX to the beginning, but in the meantime, let's just see where all the B-roll could look good, you know, sitting down, right? So let's see where this one would look, how this one would look.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled...
I don't like this. Why is it so slow?
This record is for the first...
Oh my god, it's so slow.
This record is for the furthest distance...
Oh wait, this is so slow. I could use this for...
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time...
Nah. This one works, though.
See, if you time perfectly placed...
Do we have any more... Like... What if I were to do this?
If you time perfect...
And then what I want to do here is when he places it, this has to be on like 250.
I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and on top of lava.
Let's do a switch. So basically, like he jumps off. And off of it. I'm fine with that. But the question is, see, there's a lot of you can see that the footage is very short, and I want to see how much of this I can use without having to use VFX. Or like I guess just, you know, some sort of animation. So in this case, I'm gonna go through 37 blocks can go here. Right. So now what I'd usually do for something like this. So let me just show you what I'm planning to use this for first of all.
The record speed is 37. The record speed is 37 blocks. And I have a plan. See,
and I have a plan. I need something for this. I need something for this, right? What I could do here. So with this, what I'd usually do when it comes to naming a block, I would go into After Effects. I would do some tracking. However, we aren't gonna go to After Effects just yet. Okay, let's first focus on learning Premiere and like genuinely getting the most we could get out of Premiere, because a lot of people aren't really tapping into its potential. So we're not going to make the mistake of jumping to After Effects too quickly. First, we're going to take a look at how we can do things on Premiere, right? So, got our footage here. Now, what can I do for the beginning? What one should I do for the beginning?
this record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See,
now, what I might do with this is, if I right-click it, and I go all the way down to the bottom, I can go to Show Clip Keyframes, and then go to Time Remapping and Speed. Now, what this does is I can now just press Control on my keyboard, drag it out, make this part go all the way up to like 200. Oh, this one needs to move forward.
the record speed is 37 blocks.
This is not going to be good.
The record speed is 37 across lava without effects.
See if I did this.
The record speed is without effects. The record speed is 30.
Too fast. Too fast.
The record speed is 37. The record speed is 37 blocks. The record speed is 37 blocks.
Okay. I don't know why I can't seem to change that. I have no idea what that does. Why can't I change that? There we go. There we go, finally.
The record speed is 30. Record speed is 37. The record speed is 37 blocks.
Can't go any further than that. Are you serious?
The record speed is 37 blocks and
I want to see if I can get it up to here, maybe. But now, how would that look?
the record speed is 37 blocks and record speed is 37 blocks and I have a plan. See if you
Okay. So
if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on.
let's look at our margins here. Let's just move. There we go. Okay. Bit of an awkward angle, but we'll make do.
See if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it.
Just do this.
You can actually jump on and off of it. Lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. You can actually place the boat on top of lava. You can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3. No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on. Come on.
Cool.
Ah, no. That was so close. Come on now. Let's make this the one, please. I think I was here. I'll have to check the replay, but I think we beat the record. It just has to be over that green line. Oh, let's go! I beat the record by 1.
Okay. Right. Okay. So far, all we need now is to get some footage in here at the beginning, something for this little gap here, and we'll have the grounds for our work. Okay, so
the record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump. This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without.
What if I use a bit of the actual footage?
This record is for the.
And then we use a bit of B-roll 3. Okay, let's make this one 200. No, 400.
Furthest distance.
Let's make this one actually 300.
Furthest distance.
Actually, you know what? Let's get a bit of this one in here too. See if what we can do with this.
This record is for the furthest distance. The record speed is 37 blocks. This is traveled across lava with that.
Okay. We can put this over here and see if we can drag this out.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 30.
This one just doesn't. It doesn't do much. Like, it's really annoying because it doesn't do much without effects. I'm afraid we're gonna have to go for some VFX here, I'm not gonna lie. Unless
No. Oh, I was... without a... This distance traveled across lava without effects. No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on. Come on. Ah, no. That was so close. Come on now. Let's make this the one, please. Traveled across lava without effects.
Okay, what if I were to move all of this along, go back and use some of this sound effect.
Ah, no.
And use some of this, right? Okay.
Effects. I know. Without effects. I know.
Don't like that. It's gonna have to be. I have to move this a bit forward.
Cross lava without effects. No. The record speed.
What the hell was that?
Lava without effects. Distance traveled across lava without effects. No. The record speed is 37 blocks.
I don't like how abrupt it ends here.
No. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have
better.
This record is for the furthest distance. This record is for the furthest distance.
What if we just didn't actually have this? What if we just had... Oh. Never mind.
It's for the furthest... This record is for the furthest distance. Traveled across lava without... No. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. If you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3. No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on. Come on. Ah, no. That was so close. Come on now. Let's make this the one, please.
Okay, I'm kind of liking where we're going with this, right? It's looking much, much better. So, I'm going to move this down here. Actually, we need this up here.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled.
Okay, what's going through my mind right now is that I don't quite like this first part.
This record is...
It doesn't last a while. It just feels like it just happens and no one can really understand what's going on. I kind of want to wait to say... See, what I would usually do is I would jump into After Effects and I would make some sort of transition, as you know, this is part of a bigger video, right? This isn't the actual video itself. So
this record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava with that.
How much more footage does he have of this? It's got a while, so we could probably just make this longer, couldn't we?
Furthest distance. This record is for the furthest distance.
Why does it do that?
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects.
No.
The record speed is 30. Lava without effects.
No.
The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See if you time.
At this point, I feel like... What if we move this at this point? So it just transitions quickly. No, what we need to do is make another one. Actually, what if I try this? I make another one. I make this regular, like, let's make this like 210%, let's say. Okay. Okay, I like this. Let's move this higher up a bit.
No. The record speed is 37 blocks.
I don't like how slow it is at the end.
No. The record speed is 37.
Okay, let's make this 140 something, right? And then let's make this 140 something. But let's... there we go. Let's move this back a bit.
No. The record speed is 37 blocks.
No way, that's it.
No. The record speed is 30. The record speed is 37.
Let's move this over here.
The record speed is 37 blocks. The record speed is 37. The record speed is 30. The record speed is 37 blocks.
I don't like this. This just feels so awkward to me. Okay, you know what? I don't think I want to put too much care into this because otherwise we're going to be here forever. So I'm just going to do something very simple. I've decided I'm just going to do something very simple because if I go too complicated, then I feel like I'll be here forever. And the next thing you know, I'll just head on over to After Effects. So let's just do something that maybe you could do. Maybe something that, you know, you could start off very easily, right? So
this record is for the furthest distance traveled across.
This is even...
record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without... This record is for the...
So this record is for the furthest distance. I'm trying to really think here because it, in my mind, it's just feeling so awkward. Like, hang on, what if I were to use this?
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without... across lava without effects. This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava.
Okay, question is, what do I do?
This...
What if I just deleted these?
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks.
I could live with that. Like, I think I'm complaining too much. I might be able to live with that.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without...
This... What did he say?
This record is for the...
Record. Why is my mind just suddenly gone blank, right?
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effect.
Okay.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without
effects. If I bring these back.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava.
You know what? We could probably just go for subtitles. Let's just try out subtitles. I think I'm like trying to force the idea of VFX at this point. Like I thought I was doing, but let's just try out some subtitles, right? English. What the hell is this? Okay, style none. Maximum length in characters. Let's do 20. Single lines. Transcribe and create captions. Okay, I think I'm just going to see if I can go with some text here. I don't have to do anything crazy. No crazy effects if I don't want to. Actually, to be honest, I don't really need these, I don't think. I'm just going to go for these. Graphic. Upgrade caption to graphic. There we go.
This record is for the furthest...
I need to get rid of my margins. Okay, now I'm going to highlight all of these, go to my essential graphics. I don't have any, so I'm going to go to Window, Essential Graphics. Right, I'm going to move this over here. Okay. Now with this text, I think I'm going to go for something fat. Something fat and bold. Let's just go for Mont again. Right. And then let's remove the shadow. Let's add a stroke, black stroke. And then let's increase this size to about, there we go, 90, right?
This record is for the...
Let's just change 4 to 45. Wait, we need to up the stroke on this. I've just realized it looks so thin. All right, there we go.
For the furthest distance traveled across lava with...
Okay.
Lava with...
Without effects. It looks good. All right.
Without effects. The record speed is 37. blocks. The record speed is 37.
The record to what? You reckon if I switched the language from English to, I mean, English UK to English, they would have got it right?
Record speed is 37.
Because there's no way he mistaked that was
Record speed is 37.
for speaks. The record
speed is the record speed
to beat
is 30.
And now instead of just speaks 37 blocks, I'm going to do $37 blocks plus, I'm going to change this to 37. I'm going to move this over here, as I said I'd try. Okay. Now this is going to be difficult, I'm not going to lie. So what I'm going to do is I have to go to Effects, Basic 3D. Effect Controls. There we go. Okay. There we go. All right, about 23. $28. Right. So I'm gonna target this and this. Right. 1, 2. Okay, this one is a bit awkward. Okay, this one, if it feels kind of normal here, but here it looks like it struggles quite a bit. Need to move this further. That looks very, very dodgy tracking, but you know, what can we do? We're on Premiere and we're doing it by hand, so we're gonna have to hope that we've got the best with what we're working with here. So let's move this further here. Okay. So let's see. 29, 24, 19, 22. This just looks very awkward. 24. What was this? 19? That's crazy talk. Am I being crazy? Is it all of this? Okay. I feel like I'm going a bit crazy here. But that's not even aligned. Wait, what if I just change the rotation? You know what? I'm not gonna change the rotation because I don't want to overcomplicate things. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna leave it like this. 37 blocks. Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do was this. This needs to be dialed back a bit. Yeah, you know what? I think I was right with the whole 14 and 19 and 12 thing. I'm looking at the gap here. So what I'm doing when I'm trying to check is I'm trying to look at the gap here and make sure it doesn't change too much. You can see here that it changes a lot. That looks very weird. This is 19. This is 24. This needs to be dialed back all the way fucking there. Here. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay. This is bad though. Okay, I think that should be okay. It is really scuffed, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm gonna hope that's how much have we got even? Not bad. At what point does he just stop moving? Kind of towards here, like this is where it kind of slows down. And we're over here, so we have quite a bit to go. We could try rulers. It will be a bit not so correct. So, okay, so how much is this? So if this is 856 and this is about 872, what did I say? 856. Yeah, 856. So this is about a 16 pixel difference. So what if I just kept up a 16 pixel difference every single time? Well, then I would move this here. Yeah, about there. Okay, plus 16, that would make it 745. So that's kind of about right. And then I moved this to about here. 79, so about 755. That's also about correct. Maybe a bit more. There we go. And then here, what we could do about this. This is about 751, so that would make it 766. What was it again? A 16 difference. No, so that would make it. No, this would be 767. a bit more. Right? Cool. Cool. So 16 frame difference. So we move this here. This is gonna be about 29. This is okay. Maybe a bit back would do. There we go. Okay. Now we're gonna move this here. Move this here. 84. So that would literally just be like straight up. What does it say? 784. So this is just straight up 800. Not bad. I'll keep that. And then this is gonna be. Wait, I didn't even look at the number. What was this? 794. So this is gonna be straight up 810. This is too far. Okay, looks good. $804, so this is about 820. Move back. Okay, this is gonna be about 810. This is gonna be about 826. This is maybe a bit back. Move back. It's gonna be about 820, 836. Also move back. Okay, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a flipping while. 830 and then 846. Where the flip is 846. That should be okay. Next frame. It didn't. Did it just not move? Wait, what is this? Oh, it's too far off. There we go. Move this back a bit. Okay. This should be good. 45. It's gonna be 61. Back. Yeah, we've got a long way to go. Long way to go. Okay, this is gonna be 850, 866. Yeah, I'm not tweaking. Cool. This one's gonna be about 58. Am I crazy? Nah, 74. Cool. It's not looking too bad right now. Okay, you're gonna move this forward. 61. 76. $82. Oh yeah, this is way off. Okay, I want to see how it's looking so far. So it's not bad, but the one thing that is bothering me is that I do have to now change the basic 3D. I have no idea how I'm gonna measure that though. I haven't got a 3D workspace. This is gonna be very difficult for me to try and change, right? So for now, no, not even for now. All right, let's try and do the math. Let's try and see if we can do some math here. So we start over here, sitting at what appears to be, you know, I'm sure you're probably really enjoying this with like a nice cup of coffee or some snacks or some water, but I need you to focus up right now because person like you know, you're serious about this. You've been watching for this long. You might as well join my free school community down below. Okay, nothing there to sell you. There's a bunch of great stuff, great people to learn from, great people to meet, to mingle with, to communicate and build relationships with. And I'm not joking when I say it is the best YouTube editing community out there. I am serious. I did not hold back on this. There's a bunch of courses over there for you to learn from, a bunch of people to meet. So you know where to find it. First link in the top of the description. I'll see you inside. And now let's get back to the course. Okay, let's change this. I don't like the stroke. Okay, remove the stroke. Change this to yellow. Sure. Now let's double this. Let's add a glow. VR glow. Add this to here, or even like a glow plus a Gaussian. Done. So cool. Cool. So VR glow. It's gonna look like a bit like why the hell does it look like that? Why on earth does it look like this? My question is, what is... I don't know if I have to change it at all. Wow, VR glow sucks. Good thing we have this. So I say 37 blocks, that's the winner. Right, change this. Now let's take a look at it now.
The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See if
I'll take it. I'll take it.
And I have a plan. See if you...
And I have a plan. Now, do you know what? Usually I would add something here, but we've used up all our B-roll. Best thing I could do is not even this. Let's just make a whole new text layer. Okay. And I have a plan, 5 letters. And I have plan. Okay. And I want to put this dead center.
I have a plan. See.
I'm gonna delete all this. I just want to test something out, right? I don't know if this is gonna be the final cut, but I'm just gonna test it out.
And I have a plan. See if you time perfect blocks, and I have a plan.
Now let's give it a bit more time. 5 frames is pretty good. There we go.
And I have a plan. See if you time perfectly place the...
I kind of like that, you know. Aha, there we go. That's the mistake.
The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3, no! Oh, I was doing so well.
Don't need this. All right, let's see it now.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects.
No.
The record...
I don't like that. What the fuck is going on, bro?
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects.
No.
The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3, no!
Okay. All right. So, I'm not liking
This record is for the furthest distance.
I'm not liking this. I don't know if it's like a glitch or like something going on with my footage.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects.
Oh, maybe it's this. Maybe it's this. I don't like this either. This makes it feel so abrupt. So I'm gonna make it start off with lava. Except I can't do that. What if I were to just... So this is when he gets lava. I'm gonna mark that there. What if I were to just do this? Does that sound good?
Across lava without effects.
No.
The record speed is
I kind of like that.
across lava without effects.
No.
The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have... The record speed is 37...
Ugh. Okay.
blocks, and I have a...
It moves a bit there. Can you see that? I'm not gonna fix it.
And I have a plan. Blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time... And I have a plan.
Is that done correctly? Let's just see. So 651 to 504. That is about 147. 1294. 294. That's about 93. 193. 147. So these need to move about 193 minus 147. That would be 50, 46. Or am I tweaking? 100? Is it 64? I mean, 44. Wait, I don't even know what the measurements were. It was 193 and 146. Yeah, okay, that's the one. No, yeah, that would be about 47. Am I tweaking? Can I remember the numbers? It was 196, was it? Oh, no. No, this is... Oh, shit, I don't even know which one number this was. Okay, 1487. 1294. 87. And this was ending in 7. Nope, this is ending in 4. Okay, so then it's literally just 190. What the hell am I... Oh, 193. Or is it 190? Am I tweaking? Okay, it's 190. Okay, my fault. 190. And this is 647, 508, and 647. That's 39. 139. 139 and 190. Okay. So I was tweaking, it was just 51. Okay. Okay, 50. Okay, so then I'll just have to meet in the middle, move this by about 25 frames. Okay. So then 25 frames down. This would be 119. Oh yeah, I need to select the layers. I can't do that, can I? Okay, I need to move this to here, copy and paste so they're on level with each other. There we go. Am I? Oh, you know what? I don't care. I'm thinking too much. I'm thinking too much.
And I have a plan. See if you time perfect.
Okay, this comes in a bit late, I think.
And I have a plan. See if you time
No, that was perfectly fine. What the hell am I on about?
And I have a plan. See if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3. No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on.
No, I just realized. I don't think that's my problem. My problem is... Problem isn't that. It's the fact that should be overlapping a bit.
Plan. See if you time...
Oh, right. I see the issue. No, the visuals need to delay.
Plan. See if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore... Therefore...
I think all of these need to go into caps, to be honest. All of these needs to go into caps. I don't like the fact that there's... Where is all caps? There we go.
This...
Okay, then we just turn down the sizing. Bit more. Let's just actually move it up a bit, if that's even possible. I mean, I don't think we can do that, actually, but whatever.
Record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. No. The record speed is 37 blocks.
Whoa. There you go.
The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3... No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on.
Okay. Let's remove this.
And off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3...
Alright. I think we're going to keep it like this for a bit.
This record is for the third... This record...
And now we're going to select all of these. Nest them. If that's not going to mess up my edit. It's not. What did I do? What happened to me nesting it? Where the fuck is my nest? There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm going to move this slightly upwards. So you can see the
traveled across lava without effects. No. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3... No! Oh, I was doing so well.
Okay. So now I'm going to add myself an adjustment layer. New item. Just because I want to. I prefer using adjustment layers for things like, you know, desaturation and zooms and stuff. Purely just because I don't like to tamper with the actual layers too much unless absolutely necessary. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to add lumetri. I'm going to scroll down, change my basic correction to saturation -100, maybe a bit of the exposure so we can see the therefore. This doesn't matter too much. This, nice. I'm gonna keyframe all of the changes. Actually, I'm gonna highlight all of these, move these here, and then reset linearly.
Therefore, 1.
Actually, bits too late for that, isn't it? Bezier?
Therefore, 1, 2.
No, I don't like that. It just needs to be happening a lot faster.
Therefore, 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
No! Oh.
I like that. Then we can cut off the adjustment layer here, for example. Okay, so save that.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. No. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly placing a boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it.
Let's change this on to fill change. Oh, it's nested. Right, on to green. You know how we go. Green, and then off to red. Let's see how this looks now.
I have a plan. If you time perfectly placing a boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it.
Okay, another thing we're going to do is we're going to go into here, we're going to select all of these, we're going to just add a subtitle preset, why not? Or, no we're not, we're going to create one, right? Let's create one. So we're going to go to transform. I'm going to, why not? Let's turn this on, right? So, scale, let's see how the scale goes. Okay, problem, big problem, right? The adjustment layer is not where it usually is. Where's the text? 702, that's where our adjustment layer should be. There we go. See? It's still a problem. My question is, why is this 1000 but the other one is 702? There we go. So I'm gonna add a scale, go 5 down, gonna change this to 120, gonna go 1 2 3 3 down, now I'm gonna go 4 down, I'm gonna change this to 107, and then 5 down again. I'm going to go 110, and then all of these combined, I'm going to change these to Bezier, see how this looks for now. Okay. Actually, let's turn this down from 100 to like 35. Change this to 97. Spread this out. Okay, let's do this 2 more. Let's add another 2 keyframes, I say. So 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. So this is 8 keyframes. Let's go for 10. 105. So we went down by 23, and then we went up by 8. And then we're going to end off at 1, 2, 3. So this is 15 frames. We're going to go back to 100. See how this looks. Move a bit more. Okay. Let's just see how this looks on all of them. It's kind of annoying. I'm not going to lie. So I'm going to change the 35 to about a 70. Now let's try like this. This is also kind of annoying, so let's just go for... Let's remove this. Let's change this to go here. And then change this. Yeah, I like this. All right, how about this? Okay, let's try this out. I'm going to see how this looks in the actual sequence.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. No. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually... I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2...
When did the keyframing start for this? Here. I'm gonna move it here. There we go.
You can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3, no.
So I wanted the fading out for this to align with the keyframes fading out here. So if you see here, they're all blue, and then if we click up here, it's also blue.
4, 1, 2, 3, no. Oh, I was doing so well. Come on, come on. Ah, no. That was so close. Come on now. Let's make this the one, please.
Okay.
I think I was here. I'll have to check the replay, but I think we beat the record. It just has to be
an idea, kind of an idea of what I want to do for music.
Over that green line. Oh, let's go. I beat the record by 1. This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. No. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3, no. Oh, I was doing so well. Come on, come on. Ah. This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. No. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3, no. Oh, I was doing so well. Come on, come on. Ah, no. That was so close. Come on now. Let's make this the one, please.
Okay. I think we're done with this section. I think I'm going to leave that there. Now, in terms of this, I think it's time to jump straight into music, to be honest. Yeah, let's jump straight into music. And then I'm going to do some final revisions at the end. And then we should be done. Sound effects included, by the way. Sound effects are included with the... with the music process. So I'm going to open up my Finder. Okay. I'm going to go into my sound. I'm going to say music. We'll look for some music to include. Okay, this is going to take forever. So I'm going to... Is there a way to filter this? Where is this? Sound effects plus music pack. Okay, music. All right, what are we gonna go for here? Let's actually think here.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects.
No.
The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan.
Okay, I'm gonna go for, I think maybe a bit of rock. Let's just try this thing out. Let me just try this out. Nope.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across...
Why is it not? All right.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects.
No.
The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan.
No.
The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore... 1, 2, 3... No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on. Come on. Ah, no.
Okay.
So well.
Just think for this. This is all I really need to look for.
See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore...
Let's go for something different. Let's go for something... Actually, what if we were to just continue this? Let's just hear how it would sound.
If you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it.
Alright, I like this, but let's see if there's a part where there's some sort of build-up. So if I mark this, where would that be? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Oh, I like that. I like that actually. Where is that? Okay, mark this. Extend this. Use the slip tool. Okay, let's get this over here. And then move this here.
And I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the... I have a plan. See, if you time... I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore... 1, 2, 3... No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on. Come on. Ah, no. Oh, that was so close. Come on now, let's make this the one.
No.
Okay, let's try this.
Ah, no. That was so close. Come on now, let's make this.
Oh, it's out of sync. Okay.
Come on now, let's make... Come on now. Come on now, let's make this the one.
Okay, maybe that's synced up.
Come on now, let's make this the one, please. I think goes here. I think goes here.
Okay, now we're gonna manipulate the music. So how we're gonna do that is we're going to extend this. Look for a place where there's some sort of beat drop. Is that all they do? Right at the end. Okay, I could live with that. I can try. All right.
In line.
Okay. What if we were to do something like this? This would go towards the end of whatever part this is. And then we crossfade that.
I think I was here. I'll have to check the replay, but I think we beat the record. It just has to be over that green line. Oh, let's...
Okay, it's an okay concept, but it's like it happens too fast. There's no like like I can do whatever, but I'd have to somehow extend the point of him stopping the dialogue and him saying,
"Oh, let's go!"
Oh, let's go. Okay, this gap here is not big enough for any sort of build-up, which is really annoying. So what if I just remove this, for example? Would that make it any bigger?
It has to be over that green line. Oh, let's go!
No. The whole point of that drop is this little... This.
It just has to be over that green line.
What if we were to just extend it, actually? I just realized, look at this thing. It's a freeze frame. Right, we could probably, I'm not gonna lie, see if we can extend this for a bit.
That green line. Oh, let's... It has to be over that green line. It has to be over that green line. Over that green line.
Okay, I could try and time remap it again, but honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of this. So I'm going to double click. No, you know what I could do just in general, right? I'm going to go back before I even cut this. Time remapping, speed. Okay, this and okay. I'm gonna see if I can somehow try and time remap this. So I'm gonna nest it. Just I'm making some room right now. The issue with nested sequences is sometimes that when you nest it at the beginning, there's no space to move it backwards. Like I'll show you now. If I wanted to say like, okay, I need extra space there, so I'm gonna remove this and oh, I can't move any of this because the problem is it starts at the very beginning of the sequence, right? So what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to go inside. I'm going to take my footage. I'm gonna take the beginning. Mark this here, bring it all the way forward. So now, when I want to move it back for a bit, I move it forward for a bit. Okay, so the beginning actually starts here because you see this marker? This marker is the same as this marker. See, if I were to change this to red and say whatever, and I go back, it's going to be red. Okay, you can see here it's red. So we're going to remove this. Oh yeah, and if I press M, you can see the note I said from before. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to put this here. Bring this back. Why does it go back? What did I do wrong?
Line. Line. Oh, let's.
No, there's something wrong here. What's going on? So if I just bring it back here.
Green line.
But this is fine. This is what I don't get. Move this here. All the way up here. Mark this. Bring it back here. Right? And now I don't understand that this changes. But if I were to extend this and move it here. How can that be any different? See, it's not now. There we go. So what was the issue?
Green line. Over that green line.
I'm gonna have to move this a bit backwards, I'm not gonna lie. Right click, show keyframes, time remapping speed, and then I'm gonna slow it down. And now I'm going to mark it here. It's all the way up to 198. Put in a marker here. Move it. Change the second part. Hello. Change the second part. What's going on? Back down to 100. Hopefully this is enough. There we go. There we go.
That green line. Line.
We need to make this even slower.
Green line.
Way slower.
Line.
Why is this so slow? I mean, not slow enough.
Line.
Move these here. No, these need to be moved up. Okay. What is going on? What is the issue here? Why isn't it not? Does it just not happen enough? What is going on here? It's 20.
Oh, let's.
Okay, the problem is he moves beyond the line and then he reacts. I need it to sync up, for crying out loud. Also, why is this not synced up?
Oh, let's go!
Wait.
Line. Oh, let's go!
Okay, now I need to draw a green line, it says.
Over that green line. Beat the record. It just has to be over that.
Okay, marking here. Now I need to draw a green line from here till here. Make this green. Make this glow. Cool. Yeah, why not? Nest it. And a basic 3D. Wait, unless he... Oh yeah, that is not gonna happen. I'm not adding a green line.
I think I was here. It just has to be over that green line. Oh, let's go! It just has to be over that green line. Oh, let's go! I beat the record by 1.
You know what? It's not the best. I'll be honest. This isn't really one of my best pieces of work, but it's what we can work with, right? We don't have a lot to work with here. So
this record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. Without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan.
What the fuck happened? No way. I'm gonna copy all of this just in case I delete something, unless I have to restart everything. I have to get all the audio back. Are you serious? Why? Oh, for fuck's sakes, bro. Oh, this is really getting on my nerves.
Place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it.
When the fuck is it there for? Right, we need to add a screenshot, correct?
Perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2.
Okay, now what's
Record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See if you time perfect.
This is too much.
A plan. See if you time perfectly place the boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3. No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on, come on. Ah, no, that was so close. Come on now, let's make this the one, please. I think I was here. I'll have to check the replay, but I think we beat the record. It just has to be over that green line. Oh, let's go.
Am I crazy? What the actual fuck just happened? Right. We just really need this part onwards. We don't really need it. Remember, I copied this from earlier. I just copied this from the earlier timeline. I can move this all the way up here. There we go.
Let's make this the one, please.
Should be the right one.
Over that green line. Oh!
What the fuck just happened?
It has to be over that green line. Oh, let's go! I beat the...
Okay. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to add a few more adjustment layers. I'm going to start doing some zooms. Because why not? Right? Add a transform. Oh, I even selected it. Add a transform. Add a transform. There we go. Okay.
Line.
Okay, I'm going to add one here. $105, 104.5.
Green line.
Now I'm going to add another one. From here. I'm going to do 105. I'm going to make the peak in here. See how that looks.
Oh, let's go!
120, let's see.
Oh, let's go!
Drag this out over here. Drag this out over here. Drag this out here.
Oh, let's go! I beat the record by 1.
Okay, actually, let's do a bit more. Let's go all the way over here. Let's go all the way over here. Let's go in the middle. Okay, let's see how this looks.
Oh, let's go!
Add a bit of motion blur.
Green line. Oh, let's go!
Now let's at the sync point. At the sync point, let's go for color balance. Oh right, they deleted the effect. Right. What can I do instead? Lumetri? Color? Do they even have a... They don't. Right, we're gonna have to look for some color corrections here. Shit, you know what I can do? I can try this. No. Really? No RGB? Really? Did they just delete every single effect there is? We don't have anything. I need one of the old effects that they don't have. I'm gonna have to try and use Lumetri color here, but it's gonna not fucking work. Okay, tint all the way to green. Yep, saturation all the way down to 80. Exposure, I don't give a shit for. I don't care for any of this stuff. Can we add a glow? Absolutely not. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna reverse these as well. Make this even further out, right?
Oh, let's go!
Even further out. Okay.
Oh, let's go!
Okay, I could probably adjust these to Bezier. See how that looks?
Oh, let's go!
I don't like that. I'm gonna have to make all of these slightly. This one's a bit shorter. Okay.
Oh, let's go! I beat the record by one.
One. Okay. Switch it from the beginning.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is...
Can this go any further backwards? I'm just curious. What if I... Okay, what if I just did this? Okay, what if I move this here? Put this here.
This record is for the furthest...
Oh, shit.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan.
I kind of like that better than the other one.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly placing a boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3, no! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on, come on. Ah, no, that was so close. Come on now, let's make this the one, please. I think I was here. I'll have to check the replay, but I think we beat the record. It just has to be over that green line. Oh, let's go! I beat...
What the fuck?
Oh, let's go! Oh, let's go!
What if I, in fact, sync these up? Sync the scale with the...
green line. Oh, let's go! I beat the record by one.
Okay. I think I've seen enough. Yeah, that's essentially it. If I mean, if I wanted to, I could probably add a few sound effects like correct sound, like this. Okay. Something a little light, nothing crazy. Turn this up a bit.
Oh, let's go!
That sounds a bit shit though.
Line. Oh, let's go!
Yeah, you know what? Let's not. I kind of like it as it is.
Cool. It just has to be over that green line.
We could just do a regular tick sound. Yeah. You could do something a bit more simple.
Oh, let's...
For this.
Oh, let's go! I beat the record by one.
So what else I could do probably? What the fuck? Delete these. Delete these. Okay. What I probably could do is have the attempts appear as well. So have this here. Not even have this here. Let's just go for new text. So 0 out of 1. Okay, change this to once. Or we could change it to Gotham. Or we could, yeah, we could go for change it to Gotham and then make it smaller. There we go. Make it a bit wider for both of them. Okay, we'll go for this. Add this up in the top right corner. Change this to white. And then move this all the way down to here.
4, 1, 2. One, two, three, no!
And then here, we could, you know, I'm going to double this. Change the text here to red. Because he dies here, obviously. He failed in the challenge. So I'm going to change this. And I'm going to keyframe it down. I'm going to change this to 0 out of 2. Because this is the second attempt.
No!
What the fuck? Alright, this has to be 0 out of 2 as well. Okay, there we go.
No!
Change it here. Just to sync it up.
No! Oh, I was doing so well. Come on. Come on. Ah!
Okay, do it again here. So I'm going to double this. Actually, I'm going to change this to 0.3 now. I mean 0 out of 3. Third attempt.
1, 2, 3. No! I was doing so well. Come on.
Wait. No, because this would be 0 out of 0, wouldn't it? And then this would be 0 out of 1. Zero out of 1, and then this would be 0 out of 2. Same way this would be 0 out of 2. Except this is going to be red. And then I'm going to keyframe this.
Ah, no. That was so close. Come on now. Let's make this the one, please.
Dies again. Can you change this to... Mark this, change this, duplicate this. No, I'm going to make it to 0.3 now. Change this to red. You know the drill. And then
I think I was here. I'll have to check the replay, but I think we beat the record. It just has to be over that green line.
okay.
Just has to be over that.
We need to move both of these up so this one can fit here. No.
Green line.
No. These both go up. This one moves. Gonna collapse this layer.
Green line.
Change this to 1 out of 3.
Green line. Oh, let's go!
And then add a small shake, right? Oh, you know what? Forget it. I'm just gonna add a small one here. Oh, I don't want that to go too heavy. Okay, shake is a bit too much.
Oh, let's go! I beat the record by 1.
All right, I think I'm gonna leave it there. Okay.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly placing a boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3, no! Oh, I was doing so well.
Come on. Come on.
Ah, no. That was so close. Come on now. Let's make this the one, please. I think I was here. I think I was here. I'll have to check the replay, but I think we beat the record. It just has to be over that green line. Oh, let's go! I beat the record by 1.
Do you know what? Not bad. Okay, I'll take it for. Despite me having been on this for like hours, like I'm sure you could tell the time has changed, right? So yeah, you know what? One thing I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna move all of these bits of text, because in case of screen crop on people's devices, I just want to make sure that all of these are. Actually, let me just apply it to 1, and then the rest can move. So if I move this one with the transform effect. Okay, so I'm just going to move this here. That is not final. Okay, I'm going to nest these. And then move them maybe up here. There we go, that looks a lot good. Except this last one could probably be moved a bit backwards. I like that. I like that. Alright, I think let's just stick with this.
This record is for the furthest distance traveled across lava without effects. The record speed is 37 blocks, and I have a plan. See, if you time perfectly placing a boat on top of lava, you can actually jump on and off of it. Therefore, 1, 2, 3, no! Oh, I was doing so well.
Come on. Come on.
Ah, no. That was so close. Come on now. Let's make this the one, please. I think I was here. I think I was here. I'll have to check the replay, but I think we beat the record. It just has to be over that green line. Oh, let's go! I beat the record by 1.
I think we're done. I think we're about done. So, yeah, that's me going through the entire workflow of a portion of a video, bear in mind. Like, this is 40 seconds of a video. If I could have done anything differently, I 100% would have. I think any of the VFX that I wanted to do, I would have done in After Effects. The time remapping, I don't think I would have used vanilla time remapping. I would have used maybe a plugin. In terms of sound effects, probably have better sound effects. What is going? Oh, this is cropped. This is cropped off for some reason. There we go. Better. But yeah, in terms of sound effects, I think there were maybe some parts that I could have added sound effects, but yeah, again, I don't want to go too much into detail with this edit because it's, you know, it's just an example, right? Just to show you like the general workflow of things, just in case you felt a bit stuck on your edit, right? But yeah, looking good. So now what we're gonna do with this is that usually you would be going for. I recommend you do another edit with some different footage. And yeah, just work on maybe a second video and then we're going to be moving straight on to building ourselves a portfolio with this practice footage. So once you're ready, I'll see you there. Okay, so welcome to, finally, we're going to start building a portfolio, right? So this is the build portfolio lesson. Okay, so very quickly, congratulations, you've now edited your first video, right? So if you're brand new to editing, okay, and you completed the last lesson, then that means you've edited a practice video, right? Or maybe you edited 2 practice videos, which is much better, right? So congratulations on that, okay? Now moving on onto web building, I'm going to give you an entire tutorial plus templates on how to make your first website. Now I know that card is pretty cheap as it is, but if you want to save even more money with it, you can join the editing community below. There's a link there, right? It is a referral link. You will have a code to input, and then you'll be saving about like 20% or somewhere around that region off of your card subscription. And then on top of that, you'll get all of the templates below, right? You'll get all of the templates below. So that way you won't have to go through this entire step-by-step. I mean, unless you want to learn how card works, of course. But apart from that, you can just join the editing community below and you can use the templates to just quickly make your portfolio, right? It's as simple as that. So if you really want to get things fast, if you really want to get started with your editing career and you want to fast track stuff, then join the link below down to the editing community. It's school.com/editing community. And yeah, once you've done that, if you haven't already, right, by now you probably should have, but if you haven't already, join the link below and I'll see you there. So this is going to be a website based for portfolios. Now, a lot of people, they're going to use a YouTube playlist or a Google Drive folder or like a Behance or like sometimes a WordPress or a Wix, but we're going to use something different, right? So there's two web designing softwares that I recommend all the time. One for beginners and one for like intermediate/professionals, right? We're going to be focusing on the beginner side, okay? And we're going to be using these design laws that I talk about. So design laws, follow laws of design for a better conversion rate, right? So we're not going to be focusing on design for the sake of making it look very nice and pretty, but we're going to be focusing on design for the sake of making it a better viewing experience for our clients or any potential clients that come to our website, and making it easier for them to say yes to us, right? It's not about like how to get them to say yes. It's like making it easier for them to say yes to us, because especially at the beginning, clients have this resistance to say yes because that means they'll have to start paying, right? And when you start off, the clients that you work with, they're very new to hiring and they're not very fond of having to give people money because they're scared that you're going to scam them or you're not going to give them a good video. And that's fair, like especially when you're starting it, you don't know much. So we're going to be focusing on like how to get them to say like how to get them to say yeah, like how to make it easier for them to say yes. Is what I meant. How to make it easier for them to say yes, right? And we have a free case study, so a free portfolio transformation case study below. So I made this program where I would help editors I would coach them for a couple days or like maybe a week or two, and I'd say, okay, let's see your portfolio. Like, what do you do? This. Give me all the details of basically your entire life and career and stuff. Okay, and I'll tell you what to do to change in your portfolio. And one of them just stood out to me so well because it was like, okay, this just seems like it would be perfect as a case study. So I turned it into a case study for you. You can have it completely for free, right? And yeah. So moving on, before I start the tutorial, before I start giving you the templates and stuff, be sure, if you haven't already, join the newsletter for any updates on the course and community, right? Anything that you want to get updated on that you can't get updated in school, right? YouTube and Instagram for exclusive content. So I post a lot on YouTube, and Instagram will just be anything to keep updated on, me, my business, any editing knowledge, exclusive content just to be more general. And then if there's one thing I'm going to ask you to do, like, okay, you can ignore the other stuff, but share the course with your friends, right? I want to impact as many people as possible. I want to help as many people as possible. And whether you're an editor already or whether you've just turned into an editor, please share this with your friends. Like, I've made this not only just so I can help other editors and other teenagers turn into editors, but like my friends as well who keep asking me, oh, Danny, how did you work with all these clients? And Danny, how did you make all this money from editing? Teach me. I'd love to teach them, but I don't have the time for that. I don't have the time to individually coach all these people. My time is worth a lot more than what they can pay me. So I've made this so literally anybody can start watching and go like, okay, I know what it takes to build a system for editors. I know what the ecosystem is like for editors and creators and YouTubers and anybody in the industry. I know how to edit. I know how to build a portfolio. I know how to present myself as a person, as an editor. And I know how to start continuing. And I know how to learn, for fuck's sake. I made like, I turned it into this learning process, this 3-week learning process that you can repeat and repeat. It's an iterative learning process. Like, I spent a lot of time into this where anybody could just use it and continue and continue. Like, I focused on the first principles, like the mere fundamentals of everything. So anybody, I don't give a shit if you've just started editing or you've been an editor for ages, you can use this to like continue growing and improving. So please share the course with your friends. Okay, but enough begging from me. Let's begin, right? So we're going to be using something called Card for this, right? So you can see I've already got a tab open. Now, these are my 2 websites that I've used, that I've made before, right? So I want to quickly show you these. I want to quickly go through these with you. This is my first ever portfolio that I made that wasn't on Google Drive or Behance. It's pretty shit, like, bear in mind. So it has my name, it has video editor, cool. So we're stating the basics already. And if it can't get worse, we have transfiguring your raw footage into an entire story with direction, structure, and flashy visuals, most commonly known for my cartoon-styled intros. I wasn't known for my cartoon-styled intros. I wasn't known at all. And you'd think that something like transfiguring your raw footage into an entire story would be made from ChatGPT. No, ChatGPT didn't exist at this time. This was just me talking out of my ass, right? And this portfolio is bad on so many levels, like so many levels, okay? I don't know why I need a CTA to show my portfolio rather than a CTA to hire me. That's first of all. Second of all, this color scheme, it looks so, like, it's so gross. It doesn't really work. My name, title, and then like explaining what an editor is, but with bigger words, it's not necessary. The best way to show that you're an editor is to just put some work up, which is kind of what I do now. Like, you just get like a glimpse of my best. Oh, that is I need to fix this afterwards. But you just get a glimpse of like what my work is like. Maybe it's just a zoom in. 1, 2, 3. But yeah, whatever. I'll fix that later. But yeah, you just get a glimpse of what my work is like, which you do not hear. You get nothing. You just get this boring blank page. And then we jump into the containers of videos that I've worked to, like my actual work. So we have Dom, 2.3 million views. That was a video that I worked on. Tico, 2 million views, a video that I worked on. Omar, a video that I worked on, except 2 million views wasn't the amount of views that I got on the video. 1.2 million views wasn't the amount of views I got on this video. In fact, I don't even know if I got 2 million views with Tico overall. Like, I was going for views overall, but this was a lie, believe it or not. Like, I'm not ashamed to admit that I lied. I am ashamed, but I'm just like, I'm not gonna hide that. This was a lie, and this was, well, no, this was true, but it wasn't, the video didn't get 1.2 million views. You see, this video for Dom did get 2.3 million views, but this video for Omar did not get 1.2. This was just how many I had overall for him. So if you go to my portfolio now, I'll mention it. Guess the language series NDL, 32 million views. Of course, this video only has like 6 million views. Football Mastermind series, 1.3 million views. I didn't do just the video. I did the series like I did with both of these. 1.3. This was the video, got 240k views. And then I put 1.2 million channel views for Omar, right? So I got 1.2 million channel views with him. Not 1.2 million actual views with him on the video. Because this video got like 10k, I think. And this was on like a brand new channel that he made. So yeah. I did have a past of lying when I was at this age. In fact, at this time, I was in college or like sixth form. And I remember I would go to another room. I would get my phone out and I would pretend I had like such small clients, right? I would go like, oh yeah, don't worry, I'll get the video to you later. How much? How about 400? Oh, 400 sounds good. Okay, well, I'll send you the details later. And I'd always talk about money whenever somebody would walk by me, just in case they heard me. But it was like, I didn't get paid 400. I'd get paid like 100, 150, maybe 200. So clients list, Dom, yeah, Dom's an actual client, Tico, actual client, FootCrunch, an actual client. DJ Cook was somebody that I worked with on trial basis. So when you start working with clients, here's how I define a client, right? Here's how I define a client. You get paid for the video, you edit the video, you send it to him, and he uploads it, or his manager uploads it to the channel, right? Now, if the video gets scrapped, I understand that. But if you're working on trial basis, that is not a client. If you edit a practice video, that is not a client. I've actually seen editors who would re-edit like a Sidemen video, or they would edit over a Sidemen video or a Mr. Beast video, and then in their bio they say worked with Sidemen and Mr. Beast. Like, no, you didn't. If you work with them, if you have like direct contact with their team or them in general, and they pay you to do a video and they upload it, that is your client. Okay. DJ Cook, I worked with on trial basis. I did not get the job. I did not get the editing job. I worked with them on a trial. I didn't do a very good job. And I think I just wanted to have like a big client there to fill it up. So yeah, contact. Do not do this. Do not do this. I made the mistake of making a form in which nobody would ever DM me because it was just so rude. Like, respect your clients. Don't put them through like having to email you. Like, if they want an editor, they're gonna directly contact, which is via Twitter, which is what we're gonna be using. We're gonna be using Twitter. So your CTA should always be a Twitter link. So yeah. This was my first portfolio. Not a bad job, not a good job either. And this was my second attempt, which was better, but still not good. Like, I think, in fact, if anything, it could be worse than the first one. So, when we start off, I can actually go to the website itself. Publish changes. Okay, view site. The website, first of all, when you get there, you don't even see work. You can't even scroll to see work. You have to click to see work. Okay? You have to click to see work. Which I do not recommend. You know what? These are called, I think, breakpoints or controls. So these are control points. Do not use these. Okay? These are essentially when you click on something. Let's say editing portfolio, and then it says you see the editing portfolio. Your website should just be one page that a client can scroll on. That's it. They do not get redirected anywhere. You don't send them to your shop or your contact me or your Twitter or anything. Okay, you only show one page, and that's your editing work. Okay, because what we want to do, we want to have it so our clients stay on our website. They don't see anything else. Okay, they don't click on anything. They don't have to do anything. Make it as easy as possible. Easy viewing experience, easy on the eyes, easy to function, easy to hire, easy, right? We're optimizing for ease here, okay? So this was very stupid of me, because realistically, what client is going to click on this and think, okay, here's an editor. Oh, a shop. Oh, he's got a shop. Oh, that's very nice. And then it would take me to like a pay hit page, which is just really shit. And like for a project file that was okay. And I don't think for $50, it was like, yeah, like it was, people were happy with it, but honestly, looking back at it, I could probably do better. And this was my old logo, transforming your raw footage. So it was the same thing as before, but I changed it to transforming instead of transfiguring. Fucking transfiguring. But yeah, this is relevant, right? So this is what I was focusing on. And when you go to the editing portfolio, so for example, if I go to, what was it? Danny Ports or something. What was it again? View site. So if I go to editing portfolio, it doesn't even show work. It just goes back to transforming your raw footage into a title. Like, we don't care. We don't care. Content editing. We don't care. I know you're an editor. It says, hey, you're an editor. I don't need to see content editing, right? I need to see your work. And then we scroll down, we see a show reel. Okay, cool. It doesn't say show reel except for the title here. And another thing is, like, it takes up the entire screen. Like, do you know how unbalanced this is? Right? And then we go after that, we go creators I've worked with really annoying animations that you can hardly see. So Dom, Tico, Foot Crunch, DJ Cook, and Crispy Concord. So a mistake I made, I believe, yeah. So when you click on them, it goes to their YouTube. But when you start working with creators, do not, and I repeat, do not link their channels, right? What we want to get down here is that we want to keep them on our page. So we can say we worked with these people, but we don't have to link their channel. What does that do? Our purpose isn't to get them off our page, it's to keep them on, to hire. The only time they leave our page is from a redirect link to our Twitter, which is what we're going to be doing, right? So yeah, DJ Cook I still kept there. So the reason why I kept DJ Cook was because I didn't really have enough big enough clients for me to use, but what I was going with was to say 1 million, 7 million, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. So I worked with a bunch of creators that had 1 million at the time, and even Foot Crunch was on like 800, 900k. So I just wanted to make it look like I had some sort of status, which is fine. It's fine to say that you're at a certain status with your editing, and you've worked with big enough creators. So anybody who has at least 1 million will say, okay, he's worked with a fair amount of decently big YouTubers. I'll hit him up, which I get that. But do not lie to get there. What I did was I didn't work with DJ Cook. I had him on trial basis. That's not working with him. And Foot Crunch was 800 or 900k at the time. So now he's at 4 million, so he's doing great. But at the time, he was 800 or 900k. So it was cool, you want to have the status? But you'll get there, okay? You want money? You'll get there. You want status? You'll get there. But do it properly, okay? And then I had my career statistics, and it takes up the entire page, which something that can be done in a tiny, you can just, that's all you need. That's all you need. You don't need to take up the entire screen. And it says 100 million views here and 70 million long form views here. So now this isn't a scummy thing to do as an editor, but it's whenever somebody tells me how many views they have, I am not phased. You could tell me you have 300 million views, I couldn't give a shit. Because people know that no one's going to go through your entire portfolio to verify this, so you could fabricate any numbers. I know a lot of editors that fabricate their numbers to make themselves look bigger. I'm not ashamed to say I have 70 million long form views because I know I'm legit. Okay, I don't give a shit if some kid who's been editing for a year says he's got 300 million views or 200 million views or 100 million views. Okay, because at the end of the day, I'm happy with my 70 million long form views. And another thing is you may if you legitimately have 300 million views or something or whatever, right? That's fine, but it is probably short form. Let's be honest. And short form, I don't really do short form. I'll take it on sometimes. I don't have a problem with it. I just prefer long form for the creative outlet. So I don't really include my short form. I did have 100 million long form. I did have 100 million views, but it did include a lot of short form stuff, which some of it was NDA as well, which can't really be included. But yeah, views, it doesn't really matter too much. At the end of the day, if your official legitimate clients are at a certain status, you don't need to further prove that status with views. You can include it if you want, because I'm sure down the line you're going to get a lot of views, but this is probably the weakest thing I can find on somebody's portfolio. It's not because it's a bad thing, I just don't really care for it. Again, views can be fabricated. Even client lists can be fabricated. You'd be surprised how a lot of editors lie about their client lists. As you can see here, even I did back in, I think this was 2022. So yeah. Dom, 3.6 million views. Yep. Crispy Concord's 400k views. Yeah, so this was legit. This is all legit, but the issue is the sizing of it is so big. Now you can fit two videos, a client list or testimonial on something, right? In the amount that it will take me to fit one video and one client thing here. Check out the video, which I don't really need to do. I embedded it. Why do I need to embed it, right? We don't need to do that when they can just play it here. Keep them on the website as much as possible, right? So few things to point out there. So let's just do a quick note of what we want to keep track of, right? So, okay, reconnecting. Okay, so first of all, we want, let's do bullet points. So we want to focus on color, and I'll explain why. So sizing, so let's not get it too big, and so respect, I guess. No, we've already got sizing, so let's just do contents. So the contents of the actual portfolio. So this is, I guess, all really. Of course, CTAs. But that's really it. So in terms of color, so why color matters is because look at this. So one thing that I did here that I failed to do in my other portfolio. I'll have to go to card again. So with this, one thing that I did here that I didn't do here was that this is much nicer in terms of just clear aesthetic. Like the orange pops out a lot more because orange is on the opposite of the color wheel from blue, which is the background. So it pops out much nicer. But with this, it's literally just, it's kind of very weak colors. And there's a lot of colors here. We have gray, we have a dark gold, we have this weird sort of greenish yellow white color, we have a bright yellow, we have like this dark gold and black. Like there's so many colors. This is so much simpler, right? Just blue and orange. So another thing that went well here is dark colors for backgrounds and keeping it solid. So no gradients, no gradient nonsense like this, no animated backgrounds. This solid color is all we need to contrast to everything else. So think about it. With backgrounds, why do people go for stuff like animated backgrounds on websites or like very bright colors? So don't use whites. Use something dark like black or gray or something. And the reason why we do that is, like I said, for contrast. But more importantly, like if a background serves no purpose, I don't even need to write this down. If a background serves no purpose, then let it serve no purpose. The only purpose it really should serve is to make everything else pop out, right? The contents of your portfolio. So like the text and the embeds, right? All of this should pop out because the background is dull. The reason why this is orange is just for variety, like screen variety. But the reason why we keep it dark and plain is so that if this is dark and plain, no one is focusing on this. It only makes this pop out even more. Now, when you go on the case study, you're going to see that the client, the editor, he had animated backgrounds on his, like you'll see here. He had animated backgrounds. He had like a very bright background. It was made it hard to contrast with more purple and some pink. And like there's so much going on the screen right now, right? So we eventually made it so much simpler where there's no like animations. It's just simply solid background contrasting with this sort of whitish yellow or whatever, like this beige color. So yeah, like the whole point of the background is to be so dull that everything else pops out. That's all we need. So a dark color. Simply just keep this dark. I should probably make this less thick, right? But whatever. Dark. Just keep it dark. Sizing. Keep it not only just kind of small. It doesn't have to be too small, but like respectable. Because we don't want to waste our clients' times or potential clients. We want them to be able to just see everything they need to see and then move on, right? Let me just move this. There we go. But yeah, respectable. That doesn't say respectable. That says Reddit cable. Anyways, respectable and small. So, like I said with my old portfolio, like it takes up so much space and you can make it much smaller. And when I go through the card tutorial, I'll show you how to make it smaller. All right. This is much better than this, to be honest. Like in terms of sizing, this is much, much better than this, right? Sorry, where was I? Yeah. Contents. So the contents of it, we don't need too much. We don't need fucking, where is it? That's not mine. Come on, where is it? We don't need this. This is just straight up disrespectful. I don't know if I did anything here. I did it again. Yeah, don't do this. Okay? All we need is Twitter. We just need a Twitter link. Okay? All these testimonials. Okay? These are huge. I don't know why this is so big. Like, it just says this is golden. And that's it. Alright? We don't need to make it so big. We just need... All we need is proof of work. So... okay. So, all we really need is proof of work. I'm sorry. Okay, all we need is our portfolio, like our practice edits to show work. So, practice edits. I'm sorry for laughing. Practice edits. So, the purpose of this is literally just to show proof. So, we have our proof. Cool. And then it's like, okay, you can edit. So what? Okay, then how do we add to this? How do we add to show that we're worthy? Testimonials. So what does testimonials do? Well, let's look at the definition. Testimonials is just a backup proof. Oh, wow. So we have backup to our proof. Like, crazy, right? So testimonials, just to back it up. Back it up. Statistics. So statistic. So this is just to show experience. So this is just like experience. So it's one thing to show proof of, oh, I know how to edit. It's another thing to show, okay, this is what I've achieved, right? So this would be stuff like how many views you have. This would be like, I guess also your client list, but I'll get into that a bit later. Your views that you've had on the video itself. How long you've been editing, right? So now we're going to go also as well to client list. So the reason why we want to put client list is bigger than just numbers. So for example, if you want to work in a certain niche or for certain creators, if you have a dream client in mind, client list. So yeah, we want to show that we work in a certain niche. So there's a pattern in our niche. So you'll see this in the portfolio case as well. So if we go here, Rain works with a handful of like Roblox and Minecraft creators, and they all have a minimum of 100,000 subscribers. So the status for him shows that. So status for him, it shows that he works with like 100,000 subscriber level. That doesn't mean it has to be 100,000 subscribers. It's not like, oh, if you don't have 100,000 subscribers, you can't work with me, because that would be arrogant. Like I've worked with clients I've worked with a client who's paid me like 2,500 for a video, and he's got like 3,000, I think pushing 4,000 subscribers, right? But I can't really give any more details. Client list, so niche, status. So another thing is knowledge, and here's why. So let's say you've worked with somebody big. So at some point you'll work with like somebody big, or not even just big, but like, let's say you work with client 1. Let's just say client 1. And now potential clients is seeing that you've worked with client 1, and he's a big fan of his work. In fact, he wants to make content like client 1, and he's like, oh, I've seen you work with client 1. Did you learn much? And you say, yes, I did. It was a great experience working with him. If you hire me, then we could talk more. And he's like, okay, I like this guy. Okay, so now you have leverage over other editors, right? Over other people that he's picking. He's like, okay, he's worked with client 1. Doesn't matter, like, client 1 doesn't have to have like 1 billion subscribers or something. Like, even if he has like 3,000 subscribers and potential client has like 400 or even 5,000, you could have more and still look up to client 1. Client 1 could just be up and coming, or he could have nice videos, or he could be knowledgeable with his editing, like, or something, whatever, right? And if you've learned a thing or two, or if there's something that you know about client 1's work process that could benefit potential client. Potential client's going to say, okay, you know something about client 1 and I want to know. Now, unless you're legally obliged to not give out that information, or unless it's like anything, it's not anything too big, he just like, oh, he likes to do things this way, he likes to do things this way. Potential client's going to be like, you're my editor, I want to know about this stuff, right? That's not like insider information, it's just like how to get better at YouTube. It's like small stuff like that, right? It's not about like knowing about his financial information or anything sensitive and personal. It's just like, how does he do his thumbnails? Like, or like, you know, how does he do his editing? Like, potential client wants to learn stuff about client 1. And he's like, well, since you worked with him, surely I could, there's something I could learn from you. And then whatever you've learned with client 1 or other clients, you can now apply to this guy. This is why client lists are so big. Niche, status, knowledge. Like, I've made a lot of money from videos because of my client list, because I've got such a mainstream client list. But yeah. So this is what we're going to be focusing on. Yeah, let's move on. I think we can go straight to building a portfolio, right? So if I just go back real quick. Yeah, we're building. So we've gone over the design laws. And now I'm going to show you how to build a website. Okay, so I'm filming this a few days later. So I just want to quickly put this in. So I'm going to get into how to use card later. But first, I want to show you exactly how the templates work. Okay? I want to explain the psychology behind it and generally why things are laid out. And also, I want you to understand that, like, you don't jump from portfolio to portfolio. Like, just pick one that you like. Like, for example, this is the first one. And you can see it's very basic. Like, very basic. You just have your name, video editor, and then you have your 2 practice edits that you're going to put in. And then your Twitter. Okay? And then when it comes to, like, something like this, you're going to see it's a bit more complicated. You know, you've got a logo, a name, you've got a CTA, and then you've got 2 videos, you know, with potential sub counts or view counts. You've got a testimonial, and then another 2 videos, and then another testimonial, and then hire me, right? Another CTA. So it's like, I can understand looking at this that you could think, okay, some of these are meant for like beginners, which is true. This is labeled a beginner, but that doesn't mean that like you jump from 1 to 2 to 3. Just you do whatever you want. Like, literally do whatever like. If you like this one, like, I know these 2 look relatively similar in terms of layout, but if you like this over this, then like, okay, bro, use this. Okay, I'm gonna show you how card works so you can add stuff yourself, right? You don't have to stick to, you know, what I made for you guys. If you want to add on it, right? Like, it'll help if anything, because you won't look like everybody else. You'll have like somewhat more unique, right? At least if you change it up a bit. But it's really up to you. This is your portfolio, guys, right? This is made for you. So yeah, this one is quite literally right after you make your first 2 practice edits. It says view count optional. So if you go from practice edits to actual videos, and you have your first 2 videos, you can add the view counts if you want. But generally, like, I wouldn't put view counts if they don't do well. View counts are only generally put into portfolios if you have a lot of views in your video. Like, per se, with mine, like, mine have a few million per video. Like, this one has 240. I think I just like this video though. But then, you know, stuff like this one had 6 mil. I could have put 6 mil here. But I decided to go with the 32 for the sake of the series. I'm getting off track. But point is like, you don't have to put the view counts here, like, for any of these, like, in general. But if your view count is a strong point in the video, then use it, right? I mean, across your videos, right? So across, let's say you have like 2 videos or 4 videos, whatever. If they all have like decent amounts of views, so like, I consider anything over 200k for myself to be permissible to put into the portfolio. But for you, it's like 10k is good. Like, again, you don't have to compare yourself to, like, you know, big YouTube, right? Like Mr. Beast level numbers, or even like like Sidemen level numbers, or Arak level numbers, or even like something smaller, like a couple 100k. You don't have to get a couple 100k off the bat, right? You can get a couple 100, that's fine. Okay, so use sub counts or view counts if they benefit you. You honestly really don't have to. And then, so yeah, client names, you just fill in these. So when I go to card, I'm going to show you now. So if I go to my dashboard and I go to one of these, this is when you edit it, like you'll have the ability to use this and edit it, right? So you just go here and then you change like client's name, for example, to yeah, I don't know, Gary. There you go. And then you can just change the link here, you click on it, and then you paste the link of the video that you were told to edit, right? So yeah. The second one, this one's a bit different in terms of the other two. This one's a bit more this one's got a lot more detail. So if you wanna use views, videos, or years as over time, then yeah, do whatever, right? I say include age if you're over 18. So generally, like, a lot of creators are going to look for editors who are over 18 exclusively. They don't want to work with anybody that's like 15, 16, 17. So I wouldn't include your age just in case it stops you from getting any clients, right? Unless you're over 18, that can help. That's like the one time it can help you. So you put 4 videos. So you're going to notice, like, even with like all of these, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 videos, 1, 2 videos, like, you don't want to put a lot of videos in your portfolio, because this creates something called a paradox of choice. So generally, if let's say you walk into a candy store or like a sweet store or a bakery or something, right? And then you're like, ooh, that donut looks nice. I might have that donut. Okay. But then there's like so many other donuts for you to choose from, and you're like, now you've gone from the problem of like, I want a donut to, oh shit, which donut do I pick? And then over time, you're gonna realize that, okay, well, now I'm taking too long. I don't even want a donut anymore, right? Now, donuts in this case would be your videos. So when it comes to reviewing your portfolio, if a client had to go through like this many videos or something through your portfolio, if they had to go through so many videos to look at what you can do, or if they just saw this and were like, you know, fuck this, I'm just gonna close the tab. Like, I don't want to look at any of these. There's so many videos, I don't even want to look at them. Okay, so we keep at a small number where you're more likely of them watching all of them than they are to even watch one of your, like, let's say 30 or 20 videos, right? Or even 10. So watching 4 out of 4 will be more likely than watching like 1 out of 10, purely because it's like there's so many. That paradox of choice sort of kicks in. They're like, oh, there's too many, right? So we don't want too many, and Card wouldn't really let me publish without putting any YouTube videos in, so I've just used mine as a placeholder. Again, you can change client names, sub counts, also optional. But if you get to a point where you're like, okay, I've got like, each of my clients have like 10K on YouTube or like TikTok or whatever you're doing, then like put that in, right? Remember to show your status, show where you sort of are at, you know, as a level in editing, right? And yeah, and then we go straight to the CTA of just work with me, right? And then they've also got the Twitter and this portfolio. It's kind of like an Instagram bio in a sense. But yeah, and then we've got this last one, which is a lot different. So what you're going to notice with all of these is that I try to keep everything in the center. I try to keep all the detail in the center, because if it takes up too much space, it goes all over the screen. It's much harder for them to keep track of what's on screen. And it's just simply like, with something like this, it's so simple to just go from here to here to here, and then to down here, and then here, and then down here, right? It's easy tracking for them. Whereas if it's all over the screen, if it's like, if there's something over here, something over here, something over here, something over here, right? That's like very counterproductive, right? There's not enough dead space. Okay, we need dead space to show off the contents of our page. We don't need everything everywhere all the time. So yeah, you're gonna notice that all of these are kept within the center. And then we've got testimonial 1. So for this one, you don't have to have a logo. You You don't even have to have a CTA if you don't want to, right? You can just go straight here. So client name and view count. And then we've got testimonial of the client. So again, this could also be changed. This can be changed. This can be changed. Everything here, I mean, you know that. It's a template, right? And then, so with this one, it's like, I say best testimonial goes here because when they're at the consideration of hiring you, you're going to want them to have the best testimonial you have on the same, sharing the screen with the hire me, right? You want, like, in terms of eye tracking, you want them to go to here or to here to, like, from here to here. Go, oh, wow. And then they go down to hire me, right? And then they go, okay, I'm going to hire with you. And then, oh yeah, you can just change the, you can change the Twitter link, of course, as well. So yeah, everything here is generally just a placeholder. These are all for you to use. And again, even if you want to change it, you want to add some more stuff. Like if you like this one and you want to add a testimonial down the line, or if you want to add a client list down the line, do that. Like it's all yours to use, bro. Okay. All for you to use and change. But yeah, now I think we're done with this. Now let's move on to actually how to use Card. Now, if you want, you're free to use the templates that I've used. But just to learn how Card works, in case you want to customize Card, let's go over it now. So, yeah, we also have the case study for you to learn. So there's everything you really need to know about building a portfolio for you, right? So let's go over to dashboard. Let's create a new website. Okay. Starting point, let's go blank. Let's just go plain blank. So we can delete we can't delete this. What we can do is, if I just move this to down here, I can change this to a center, width all the way, padding, no padding, size all the way, center, box. Okay, this doesn't even have to be a box. It can just be straight up like the entire screen. I'm just trying to remember how to do that. Oh no, right. You can just change the color. So for example, like let's just change this, all of this. So this is your page, this is your background. We're gonna change this to like a black or a very dark gray. Okay. So now my entitled site. So unfortunately with Card, you can't like double click to get your thing. Oh, whoops. Unfortunately with Card, you can't double click it to change it. You have to just click on it once, change it here. So we're going to change it to Danny's portfolio. Cool. And then this, fuck it, we can just delete this, right? So this doesn't have to have a background. So we have three. This is how simple the properties are. So you've probably heard me say that if something has a hard, a very difficult learning curve, then it's going to be worth it in the long term. And if it's got a very easy, it's not very, like if it's got a very easy learning curve, then it's not very worth it long term. Now, I believe there's two softwares to use for portfolios, right? Something like Card for beginners, and then down the line, once you make a bit more money, you can invest into another one, which I'm not going to reveal just yet. So now with Card here, it's so easy to learn. Like these are literally all the properties. You don't need anything else. So animation, appearance, and like just the general text of it, like the general the main properties, right? It's so easy. So with this, what we're gonna do is we are going to delete this. Nice, simple. So we are going to add text. We're gonna say, I'm gonna change this to white, and done. We're gonna change the text to say Danny's portfolio again. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay, done. I do have to adjust this actually. So, okay, we have to add a container first. So sorry, I forgot. I need to add a container. So just click on it. This container is gonna have no background. We're gonna delete this, and then now we're gonna add our text. Actually, we should probably add a background to this. So this background is gonna be the same color as whatever this is. So this is 1777, whatever. So now the background is gonna be 1777 as well, right? So we are going to add the text very quickly. So center. Okay, we're gonna change this text to say Danny's portfolio. This is the third time I'm doing this now. Portfolio. Okay, and then I'm gonna change the appearance. So this is gonna be white text to stick out from the black background. And then we have there's so many fonts on the card. Like you can literally just scroll all the way down, like as much as you want. See, we have everything here, right? So I'm gonna go for this one, so secular one. Nice. And then I'm gonna increase the size just a bit. So when it comes to headings, people seem to assume that headings need to be the biggest one there, right? Which is not true. Like I'm pretty sure we learned this in school, but that's not true. Like, why would we want this piece of useless text to be the main piece of to be the main attraction? We want our actual work to be the main attraction. So I'm gonna keep it pretty small. Okay. I don't know what's with this weight. It's just a regular, right? But yeah, done. Now we're gonna add another container. Okay, this one's gonna be. I do have to fix this background though. I do want to fix this though. I don't know what is going on with this. Done. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna add a container here, and we're gonna change this container to columns. So this now means that we have two properties we can put in here. Now the first one, on either side you want to have, we can go to YouTube. So we're gonna go to YouTube, and now we're gonna go to upload. Right? We're gonna upload a video, and it will literally be the practice edit that you did. So we're gonna start off with the practice edit. We're gonna drag it in here, and then upload it. You can keep it on unlisted or public, whatever you want to do, and then copy the link and then paste it into here. Where is it? So, oh no, am I crazy? Oh no, sorry. You have to add your text first. I'm so silly. Sorry. So where is it? The video. So we add a video, and then we change it to upload, embed, and now this can be like whatever text you want. So for example, if I go to YouTube, and it's going to take forever to upload, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to YouTube. I'm going to take, let's say, this video, copy it, go here, paste it, done. Nice. So I'm gonna drag in to done. I'm gonna drag this. Why can I not drag it? Seriously, why can I not drag it? Oh, this is a... Okay, so just realized my problem here is that I had the color background on in this this box the entire time, so I'm going to turn it to none, right? Brilliant. Now with this, yeah, embed, we're going to keep it here. Aspect, we want to keep it relatively small, because remember, we don't want to make things too big. So it's just borderline annoying for our potential clients. So now, 50% left, space stack on top, blah, blah, blah. Cool. So now, usually we drag it. I don't know why I can't drag it. Okay, I realized that I just had a bit of a glitch, and I had to reset the entire portfolio, but nothing's changed. Okay, so usually you should be able to drag it. Sometimes, not even sometimes, this is the first time it's ever happened to me, but I couldn't drag it. So all you can really do is just, you make your video, you embed it, and then you drag it into one of the two containers, right? Or if that doesn't work, you can just click, if you can't drag it, you can just click on the container and then press add video, and it's going to go there automatically. You can just paste the link, right? Very nice. So I'm going to drag this in, and now I'm going to add some text. Text, right? This is going to be dragged into here, and then I can just double this. Very nice. I'm going to change this text to client 1. Change this text to client 2. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this one slightly smaller. Okay, I'm going to make it a bit darker, so you don't focus on it quite as much as this one. Yeah, what else do I want to do? Alignment, so... It doesn't really matter. But yeah, this should be fine. Oh yeah, we're gonna change this to client 2. Sorry, we do this view count or something count or whatever. Like, we can just say like client 1, and then here we will just say like practice edit, right? Because it's not a real, we don't actually work with them. So practice edit, cool. And then we paste the link of our practice edit here. And then we can do it again. So we can just click this box, press copy. This little thing says here, make a copy of this element. Now, if we want, we could literally just click on the video. Or we click on the box, I think. And then we go to container. And then we change, but yeah, we swap these, right? So we have our two columns, left and right. Now we're going to just drag the right above the left. And now they're going to switch, right? And the reason why we do this is just to keep it a bit interesting. Like, could you imagine if at some point you had like 4 or 5 videos and you just did this? Like, it gets a bit boring after a while, right? So we don't want to have to do that. We'll just keep it mildly interesting by just switching it up a bit. Okay. Now this, everything here, this is perfectly fine, right? There's nothing. So if we were to like create the page, select the page. Yeah, everything's fine, done. It doesn't necessarily have to be anything too big. We can even reduce the size of this. Done. Now, this is all you really need, right? When you're starting out, when you posted your practice edit, this is all you really need, okay? Now, let's say we want to add a client testimonial straight after this. We could just go to container, plus container. This is going to be columns, because we're going to add his name and profile picture and what he says, right? So we're going to add 3. Dare I say, yeah, 3. So then appearance of this entire thing, I say everything should be fine. So I'm going to select some text. And then what he's going to say about us. He's going to say, wow, awesome job. Definitely recommend. Oh. Wow, I don't even know how to spell. Is this even spelled correctly? Yeah, there we go. Okay, wow. Awesome job, definitely recommend. And then, okay, for this box, we need to change this container, so contents is in the center. The width is all the way, so it covers the entire screen, maybe a bit less if we want, right? And then alignment auto center. Center. But yeah. Now we can add more text. So we can add his name and drag it here. So what's his name? Client 1. Client 1 said that. Client 1. And then we'll add the profile picture of client 1 here. So we'll go to plus, press image, drag it here. And then maybe this can be like 6. And then this can also be like 6, right? So nothing crazy. Round corner all the way. Position right. Oh. Circle. There we go. So, right. There we go. Yeah. And then we'll just drag like an image here. So we'll just say, I guess, me with camera. We can add this one. Why not? Adjust the image. Man, I need to make myself smaller. How's this? Are you good with this? Well, you can't say anything. Yeah. So generally, oh yeah, the box needs to be a bit. Where's the color? Container appearance. Background color. Yeah. So the text needs to be, let's say, whatever this was. So this was, what was it? 171717 Right? Done. Done. So this is what client 1 said about us. Very nice. And now, for example, let's say this is the first thing they see when they go on our website, right? So this is fine. Okay, let me just select the padding. So, right. So let's say this is the first thing they see. Now you can see here that the image, the name of the client, and his actual testimonial gets cut off. Now usually people will say like, oh Danny, why don't you just make it bigger enough so that, you know, we don't have to see, so that way we can just see everything, right? So it looks much cleaner. So if I was to increase the height so it looks like this, okay, so now it's all great, it looks clean, it looks nicer. But when we do this, right, what happens is this gets cut off, and it's done on purpose because let's say you kept it at gray, this would insinuate, for like in a small rare chance, right? I'm not saying it's gonna happen all the time. In a small chance, the client's gonna see this and assume that this is all there is on the website. They could skip you, they could think you're not worthy and not really come back to you, and leave it at that. But like, we can't take those chances even if it's a small chance. So what we do is we use a technique called above the fold, where we make sure that if there is anything, any sort of variety, this is why this is white and not black, like the rest of the background, because we want this part to stick out so that clients can see, okay, there's more to see. There's scrollability on our website. And we had the same thing going on with rain here. You can see we had a bit of tiny pink at the bottom and a shave of the client's profile picture, so that the clients, any potential clients that would come onto the website, could see that there's more to see, right? Now, let's say we publish this. We go to this little icon here, publish the site. What's the title is going to be? It's going to say Danny's portfolio. Description. Okay, the description doesn't really matter. You can have it say whatever you want, because this is meant for SEO, which means search engine optimization. Now, this means that when a client goes to search up whatever this is going to say, so let's say Danny Awesome Freelance YouTube Video Editor. Cool. Now, when they go to search it up, it's gonna hopefully come up at some point, and then it's like, oh, okay, I can hire this guy. But realistically, we don't want clients that find us via SEO. We want clients that find us in the general YouTube business ecosystem, which is on platforms like Twitter, Discord, maybe YouTube itself or Instagram, like any social media platform, because that's where all creators are. We want to be where the creators are, so that when creators go to their #1 spots to find editors, it'll be, I don't know, YouTube or Instagram. Like, they'll think it's there, which is where we are. Okay, so we don't want to like go for clients that find us via SEO. We want to go for clients that know how the YouTube business works, right? So we'll go on Twitter mainly. So this doesn't really matter. You can say whatever, but just in case somebody can see your portfolio, you don't want to have anything silly. Just say like video editing portfolio, right? Simple. Now, when it comes to publishing, you have to have a card.co URL unless you pay for the custom domain, right? Now, when it comes to buying a custom domain, you can go to Namecheap. Okay, so dannyrio portfolio. So there is dannyrio portfolio.actor. Let's see if there's .com. Yeah. So .com. You can see here, £8.62 per year. This is like $10, $11 per year. $10, $11 per year, right? So then, okay, but in order to use that domain, I'd have to actually buy a card. Then, okay, let's buy a card. How much does card cost? So if we go to card plans, GoPro, $9 a year. $9 a year, you get the premium URL, which means you can use your own, right? Pro, right? It's $9. So $9 plus the $11, that's $20 per year to host your portfolio, right? If you physically don't have that money, but you want to get started, that's fine. You can use card.co, but it's $20 per year, right? You're going to be making 10 times that within the first couple months of editing. Like, seriously. So yeah, like the expenses are kept at a minimum. Like, it's so easy to just start editing, right? So easy. So yeah, once you're done with this, you'll just pick a name. So let's say like Danny Portfolio 3. Nope. 5. Danny Rio Portfolio 5. Oh, Danny Rio Portfolio 5. Available. Okay, so now I'll publish this. Public. So now I can click on this, and here it is. So Danny's portfolio, practice edit. So this is the example. This isn't actually my video, of course. This is just something that I picked off of YouTube. So now you can see that we can play the video. We can actually go to the video if we want. Okay, we can watch it here. So look, already we're covering 2 videos. Now, of course, it is a bit small. Now, I would recommend we probably make it a bit bigger. Oh, we can't. It's already at the maximum when it comes to the margins. So if we want to do... probably make the sizing. The general... Just trying to figure out how to make it bigger right now. Where's my page? I just realized I don't know where my page is. Is the page literally just gone? I can't make it any bigger for some reason. Can Control do anything? No, it doesn't. It just takes you to a certain place. Okay, this sucks. Okay, but yeah. This doesn't really matter. We don't have to change this just yet. Like... Where is it? Where is our portfolio? There it is, right? Simple as. So we have our above the fold. We have our boring background, so make everything else pop out. Practice edit client 1, very cool. Now, if you want, we can make this bigger. So, yeah, we can make this bigger if we want. I'm just trying to figure out what it is that I did wrong. That I think I may have deleted my my page, so that is a big problem. But then we have the background. That's what I don't understand. Oh, here's the page. Oh, for crying out loud. I'm like, what is going on? Okay, so yeah, center, width, full width, or at least like we can make it a bit smaller. There we go. There we go. Finally, I was like, where's the page? Right, so this is much better. If we were to publish these changes. Cool. Now we can go back to our website, refresh. Now it's bigger. See, this is better. We can make it even bigger if we want. So, uh-oh, I don't know where my page is gone now. Uh-oh. Trying to find it now. There it is, page. Right? Make it so much bigger. So, width bigger. We can make the sizes of these bigger. Obviously, the... yeah. Yeah, no. Alright, let's probably increase this. 6.2. And then this gutter 6.2. Okay. Okay. Should be better, I think. Okay. Okay, better. So it's a bit separated, a bit smaller, and we still just have enough space down here to do the above the fold technique, right? Nice. So this is generally all you really need, right? So if you don't have any testimonials, or client lists just yet, like, don't worry, or statistics. All you really need is to show your edits, okay? So that's it. That's literally it, right? Now you can use this, you can put this in your Twitter bio, your Discord bio, you can put it wherever, right? And this is what you're going to be using, and you're going to keep improving until you're ready to start investing a bit more, right? Because the next software I have, it's a harder learning curve, and it does cost a bit more, but it's definitely worth. But Card is brilliant. Like, you can see how easy. We did all of this. I did all of this, plus explain what we're going to go over. I explained the case study. We did the intro and everything under an hour. Like, it's so easy to build a portfolio, right? Obviously, you're going to spend a bit more time perfecting it, maybe designing it, doing whatever you want. But yeah, it's that simple. So now, add your practice edits. Mention it's a practice edit. Don't say that you've worked with a client, remember. And yeah, you're going to be great. So now that we've created our portfolio, okay, now that we've done all of this, okay, we can now move on to the next module. We're going to finally go out there. We're going to use our portfolio to land ourselves some clients. I'm going to show you everything we need to do, and then we're going to be good to go. So now let's move over to that. Now, YouTube wasn't very happy with me posting a 13-hour video. So if you want to watch the rest of the course, if you want to watch the 2-hour course on client acquisition, you can find it. First link in the description, school.com/editing community. There you'll be able to see how I land clients. You'll see me go through a live demonstration of landing clients, and you'll go through the entire theory process on top of that. So you know exactly how to go through business in video editing and how to land your first clients, of course. So if you want to make your first dollar, or if you want to start raising your prices, if you want to start making more money as a video editor, all of that will be found in the school community below, right? You'll find the course there, and I hope to see you inside.